All right. We'll see what I messed up today. Hopefully the timer resets. There we go. Doom, doom, doom. And I hit this button to add the time from yesterday. There we go. Perfect. All right. Let me get Discord open and do all that stuff. Yeah, I've got to get it so he starts at full. Thank you for the reminder, Code Void. I wish the UI was so slow on desktop. It feels like it's actually one of the few things they do faster on mobile is like the redeem UI. Hello, yo, what's up, David DGD kind of? How you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. Happy saving of daylight if you're suffering from that. Yo, 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 at alert listener. Yup. Hell yeah. Thankfully, I was already exhausted no matter what time I got up today, so didn't matter too much for me. I believe my caffeine overconsumption ways are finally catching up with me. And I was trying to lower the amount of caffeine I was drinking in a day, and it took a whole day before the amount of tea I still drink wasn't sufficient to offset the effect of not having shitloads of caffeine. So either I have a headache from holding my breath in my sleep, which is a possibility. Sometimes I do that. Or I have a headache from caffeine. But either way, we'll see. Hello, and good times are wished upon you, whether or not you ever read this. That's right. I'm writing to those of you that might not read this message. That's okay. And I hope you have a great day doing whatever you're up to. And for those who do, hi, I'm live. Yeah, what's up, Night Hunter Teresa? How you doing? And Shy Programmer, welcome, welcome. You're very early. Daylight savings. Yep, we got that daylight savings. Got that saving of light going on. We're saving it up right now. We're gonna spend it on something nice later. But I hope you're doing well, Shy. Thanks for joining. Went to bed early and got up my usual time with the time change. Well, there you go. So managed to mostly jump into it then, if I'm understanding correctly. Thought you were just early. No, not today at least. Okay, let me make these posts over here. Hi, I totally did not just wake up 10 minutes ago. Hey, me either. I totally didn't wake up like an hour ago. But welcome in, RGB, and welcome in, Hexic. Since when do you start an hour early? Since daylight saving time. Yeah. I forgot to mention that yesterday, and I forgot to make a post about it in the Discord.
Wow, big surprise. You forgot.
Yeah, daylight saving started at I think it's like what, 2 or 3 a.m. last night. So now it's magically an hour later here. Time isn't real. Okay, just making my posts real quick. Time is a lie and a social construct. True. It's definitely something we observe, but our explanation is lackluster. Gaming those, so I'll lurk. All right, Shy. Well, thanks for dropping in. Oh, guys, I'm on my last question for my math homework. I've almost finished this shit. It's been hell. I have 14 plus pages of pure math. Jeez. And this is like advanced maths, right? Oop, by the way, my service is going in and out, so I'll be coming in and out of the chat room. Well, that's okay. Thank you for letting me know, Code Void. And I hope things stabilize out. Oh, right. In the I know that I was told it was LaTeX, right? It's LaTeX, technically. I can't remember how I was told it was pronounced. LaTeX. Okay, cool. I do remember then. Hell yeah. Whoa, I can trust my memory. Well, that sucks. Jeez, talk about an added layer to an already strenuous scenario. And hello, Deflux streams. Whoop right back at ya. How's it going? Not bad. I woke up with a weird kind of headache that I just got to roll with. But beyond that, I'm doing really good. I'm gonna do my best to not complain about it for the rest of the stream. That's my goal. I get my complaints about what's wrong out very early when only a few people are here, and then I do not talk about it for the rest of the stream. That's what my strategy is going to be. Deflux. Thankfully, I don't have anything time sensitive on Sundays. Well, I'm glad for that. Oh, hi Deflux. Let me there we go. That's why I always get here super early. I want to hear Seto suffer. Okay, I think my tea is done brewing, and I definitely am going to need that today. Yeah, it's definitely done brewing by this point. Well, I hope everybody is doing very, very good. Thank you for joining me today. If you are observing this from the future or an alternate timeline, hello, I am Setelix of this timeline. For me, it is the 9th of March. It is a crisp 11:15 in the morning. He is Setelix of this timeline. I am. To my knowledge, there are no other Setolixes. So that's kind of my thing. There is at least one other Seto out there, though. But thankfully, I'm Setolix. What about Setolix? No, that's an action. That's different. Wait a minute. Isn't it a bit early for stream? It would be if it weren't for the fact that we magically changed the time. You see. Here in America, we decide everything, and that includes what time it is. So yeah. But yeah, daylight savings hit. So it's technically an hour later in the day for me now. Okay, let me I'm finishing getting my tea ladled out here, and then I will catch up with y'all, and we can start looking at things. I think I have to get Unity open. I think right now I have my overlay project open, so I'll have to get Unity open, and then we can move forward. And I think I have my lid up here today because I've been letting my tea in the thermos get unnecessarily cold. There we go. I think GPT has a file upload volume max of up to 20 files. Jeez, should make some tea. Mrs. wanted to go to the mall. I was like, no thanks. Now she's like what, Deflux? Now she's like, what? Oh shit. I think Deflux was just forced to go to the mall. The stream's been going for negative 3,200 seconds or so, says Twitch to me. That's awesome. That we're going back. Just some dude going around licking random things. Yeah, that's Seto Licks. You want to watch out for that guy. He's bad news. There are just in others universe bubbles, perhaps. Daylight savings changed today. Damn, that's why my time has been off on Windows. Yep, that's why. On the fresh install, I did on my laptop today at least. Oh, on the fresh install, the time wasn't updating. Spent a few hours just getting Windows installed to work today. Ended up just removing the Linux app, the Linux partitions. Worked well after that. Yeah, I could believe that they got some shit in there just looking around for Linux partitions, being like, no, not on my drive. You're not gonna use Linux on this computer. Set teapot. The set teapot. That could be a good item. Ladle, you're using a ladle? Use a teapot. You need a Setelix teapot, a set teapot. So the reason I'm using it's a measuring spoon. It's like a metal measuring spoon. And I'm just using it because I bring my creamer up in it because I have like some almond milk creamer that I've been using intermittently. And I bring that upstairs in a little measuring cup. So then I just use the measuring cup to to dole out my tea as well, because I have a kettle that I keep just water in, like it's just an electric kettle for water, and then I transfer that into a thermos with my steeper in it, and then I can take the steeper out, put it in the measuring cup, and then, you know, swap things around, and then it ends up with less dishes that I have to run to the kitchen immediately. Fucking hate this. Oh, I'm sorry, Code Void. Me waking up at 11 a.m. was definitely a deliberate decision to wake up to the Seto stream, and not because of a combination of my bad habits and and daylight savings time. You know, it was totally planned. Always. Wasn't even on the same drive. What the fuck? It's because Linux uses a different time system than Windows? It's currently the 9th of Adar, 5758, or the 8th of Ramadan, 1446, or Falguna 17th, 1946, or Esfand 19, 1403, or Yakatit 30, 2017, or Sunday, March 9th, 2025. Damn, that's a lot of different dates. That's actually wild. To be sure, I'm not sure. Unhappy, I assume. Well, yeah. If your partner says no to doing things out together, I think that's a reason to be. That's a reason to at least be bummed out.
Drink some water.
Windows fucked up. With Linux, when I reinstall Windows, I unplug my Linux drives. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Water. I need to get Unity launching.
Drink water.
I will do that as soon as I get the correct Unity game launching.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Get that going and get the code opening. My Windows time wasn't only off compared to Linux, it was also off compared to my other Windows machine. What do you mean started? Do we do daylight saving shit again? What's going on? What time is it? What year is it? Why is time not linear? Because apparently quantum mechanically the arrow of time moves in both directions anyways. It will be time is stored on the RTC, and for the time, Linux will set its own time system, which if I remember correctly, will be an hour behind, but will update it to show correctly, and Windows stores your local time natively and shows that. Interesting. So when you switch, Linux will change it on its own. Windows doesn't because it thinks it's the right time. Gotcha. So it doesn't keep randomly pulling the time from the time server. That makes sense, I guess. Seto has his clock quantum entangled with Satan's. Oh, it's fucky. That's right. Yep. What I do is change OS weekly. That way everything is always broken. I go through a list of 10 different Linux distros. That's beautiful, Deflux. Windows will try to overwrite Linux partition if they're installed. That's so crazy. I assume there's ways to like configure that out so it doesn't happen though. I did the thing where I tried to open Unity and Writer at the same time and they were gonna make my computer explode. I have to remember to only open one at a time because they both aggressively access files to a degree that makes it very difficult. So I'm gonna open the Unity project first, which my computer already thinks Unity is open, which is not true. And then I opened the wrong project. That's great. Closing project. Fuck's sake. Have your entire body quantum entangled? That seems like it would hurt. I just kind of imagine if your entire body is quantum entangled, that would be painful. I don't know if that's true though. Yo, Sabin, welcome in, Sabin. Welcome in, Sabin Raiders.
Sabin raid incoming.
Oh, cool. I did open the right project. It opened after all. Nice. Welcome in, Sabin. Welcome in, Sabin Raiders. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think my overlay is still not accepting signals from things. Yeah, it's still kind of messed up. We did do the shout out though, at least. Code Crew. We're trading our web stack for Unity as Setalix levels up the game dev. That's the hope, at least. Ready to watch some C# magic and death for growth action. Well, thank you, Sabin. Thanks for joining us. And Deflux, thanks for joining the raid. Woo, let's do it. Let's fucking go. Welcome in, everybody. Well, I'm just now about to get started too, so your timing is pretty good. Just making sure I've got my projects open, and then we can start hopping over. And Sabin, what were you up to today? So you're trading web stack. So you're working on web stack stuff. Was there anything in particular you were up to? And of course, if you need to take care of business, if you got food to eat, water to drink, sleep to acquire, all of these things are more important than talking to me. So I understand if you got to take care of that stuff.
I don't believe you.
Bum, 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 bum. We do seem to have our schedules aligned that way. What a pleasant alignment. 140 streams. Oh, did you do the thing, RGB? You totally did. My apologies. I need to make sure I had my event queue up. I didn't have it up. Thank you for the 140 stream streak, RGB. God damn. He said the streak is just a number in quotes. Well, you see, it indicates that I really enjoy the vibes of the streamer in particular and want to support him by being here every stream. And that means a lot to me. Thank you. Especially because you're legit here like most of the fucking time. It's kind of funny how streaks are in that way. Sometimes it's a check-in counter and sometimes it's a, no, I was literally there for every stream kind of counter. What if someone hacks all the devices in your house and changes the time on them? That'd be pretty fucked up. Why would someone do that to me? That's like a highly specific thing to do to somebody. Okay, just making sure I didn't miss anything else. Should have done that, but I just closed the laptop after installing an SSD, so I was like, nah, I ain't doing that again. Would have been much faster.
Honestly, though, time is such a social construct. Why stress about it? Anyway, Sabin, I can't wait to see the web stack transformation into Unity.
Web stack
magic awaits us all.
Okay, I think we can hop things over in just a second here too. Get some lunch too. Today switching off between Docker file stuff and some front-end React UI tweaks. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Eventually I'm going to be learning some things about Docker because of anonymous, definitely not Deflux and definitely anonymous gifter. I have a couple of Raspberry Pis now, and my authentication workflow is now over on my Raspberry Pi hosted 24/7, and I'm starting to learn my way into that ecosystem of things that would be useful to know Docker for. So, well, I hope your endeavors went well today, and please do take care of lunch and all the stuff you got to take care of. Sometimes it's a counter. Oh, sometimes it's a check-in counter. Yes, very much so. Very much so. I gotta make it so my chat viewer just shows the commands too, but shows them a little bit differently. Hacks into all of Seto's devices and moves the house counter back by 2 hours. Re-OAuth. No! No! Okay, we should be able to hop over. But yeah, my overlay is the only thing that's still kind of not correctly working for authentication. I think maybe my bot is still not going to re-auth properly either. I'm not too concerned about these things because it just requires reboots. At least in the bot, it requires a reboot. But I'm also just kind of tired, so we're just going to chill and not worry about bot dev stuff at all today. I'm going to completely focus my mind on the whiteboxing things that need to be done. So let me get my tasks list open and I can take a look at that.
Try waking up.
By the way, about this message, it's a joke. No hacking will take place. I believe you in this. Yeah, I've got some tea today that has guarana root extract in it. It's the last of I like to save a little bit of the ones that I really like. So I have like 1 cup left of this, and it will hopefully help alleviate my fatigue. Glad I got dual boot working in the end though, even if it meant getting rid of my Linux configs because I couldn't be bothered to fix the issue. Yeah, I mean, in the end, just having the dual boot going is probably better than like suffering for a long ass time trying to figure out the little details. Especially if it's just getting in the way of day-to-day life. It's better to have a stable foundation and then work on the fancy stuff somewhere else. That's kind of how I feel, at least, but maybe that's just from my experience with the Raspberry Pi stuff. Okay. So looking at my map for things, which I can pull up really quickly. Bum, bum, bum. Should be able to capture it if I do the following things. Saw it as an opportunity to try something different distro-wise. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's good to do that. I need to eventually do that as well. I'm just so like, you know, kind of heels in the mud in Windows right now. But let's see. Oh, I should resize this down. So as things are going right now, this way I can show both. We've kind of got the entirety of all of the required stuff visible, at least. Today, I need to take a look at the NPC logic and make sure they can actually like attack me and stuff like that, and take a look at damage collisions, because the damaging collisions are just kind of not good at all, and I need to make them better. So those are a couple base tasks at least, and then in general we've got the, well, I say we, it's just me. I've got the map for everything laid out in terms of the 3D space and in terms of the walls and objects that can be interacted with and everything like that. So now it's kind of a phase of fix enough bugs that this becomes an actual playable thing, and then it becomes, okay, maybe one last upload to itch, or maybe an upload to the Patreon. I think probably an upload to the Patreon, if anything, and an executable. That will likely be the case. I did stuff, and now I can get into both Linux and Windows via Grub. Well, hell yeah. Woo, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, that's how it should be anyways. Why post something for free on itch when I've got people that have been financially supporting my stream for months and supporting the game dev for months who would probably be interested in playing an early copy? Like, it doesn't make sense to just, you know, throw it for free immediately onto itch. Like, I can always do that later. Should try Nix. Nix, huh? I got catchy OS right now. Heard good things was the first thing that came to mind, like after Ubuntu. That's why I was asking. Always a good thing to do. Check Nix out. Maybe eventually. Well, there you go. Also, your new setup. Yeah, I do need to post my current setup. I haven't ever since we were able to set up the office for just me. I've never posted an update image of what my office looks like, so I really should do that. I got Windows because I want things to work. That's kind of my vibe. We're getting a pre-release. It would seem likely, as long as I can keep the pace I've been keeping recently, which should be absolutely achievable. Okay, this is the wrong window for this, unfortunately. Can I pop this out into a new window and have it work? Or is it going to... No, it won't work. We'll pop this back over there. It's supposed to capture this other window. Let me go into studio mode real quick. I've got to make a Stream Deck. I always want to say Steam Deck or Stream Deck interchangeably at the wrong times. I need to get a Stream Deck button set up to refresh my targeted window. There we go. Things work on my system? Sure they do. Or use the tablet with a Maui app for the same. Well, technically the Steam Deck already, the Stream Deck, fuck's sake. The Stream Deck already has like the OBS integrations that would be required to do that. So it would just genuinely be a faster and easier route. But you're not wrong that I could theoretically just stream it from the tablet. Like, I hadn't considered that, but I could theoretically just stream the screen of the tablet. But I would have to figure out a way to keep it locked into the app. So it would have to be it would definitely have to be, yeah, in a Maui app, and then I could stream the entire content of it. Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of cool. That's another idea for the future for sure. Let me write that down, because that's actually an interesting approach. I was thinking just a button on the tablet that fires the code on the Windows machine using minimal API. Yeah, that would be definitely possible, because, well, the reality is OBS has a WebSocket. OBS just has a WebSocket, so I can send requests directly to it. But yeah, I would probably have to use an API, since the Maui app maybe wouldn't work so well with the WebSocket. Either way, definitely worth exploring. Daily planner. Snag your messages there. There we go. Noted. Certifiedly noted. Okay, so as far as this goes, I mean, it's today now. It's actually today now. So fix attack collisions for sure is something I want to do today. The other thing I had mentioned was fixing NPC behaviors. Get them attacking and stuff. And then, yeah, we can hunt down some bugs after that. I think these two are kind of general tasks that will take a little bit. How does it feel to be on an OS that still has full support for DOS apps and every executable to say this program can be run in DOS mode? Bitmap of a bush? I'm not sure. I don't know if you're going to get an answer to that one. Being able to use Visual Studio for its Azure DevOps integration, I guess. Okay, so first things first. Why are the attack collisions so bad? Why are they so bad? Let me start exploring this a little bit. So one of the things of note is that all damaging colliders are instantiated on the character as a result of equipping something. So when we first start, oh, how interesting. The boss fight camera is taking priority. This camera should be taking priority. There we go. I think it'll stay on that one now. Feels pretty good because I own more than 30 bytes of storage that I can spare for that string. It's kind of it to me, or kind of it for me. Also, Valorant and other games with an invasive anti-cheat. Ah, that's a fair point. Yeah, those kernel level anti-cheats or something. Okay, so for whatever reason, that's bugged out too. I'll have to fix it. Well, it's just a priority issue. Yo, what's up, Decidius? Welcome, welcome. Hey, Seto. Hey, non-organic Seto. Well, hello, Decidius. I hope you are doing fantastic today. Welcome in. Fist weapon. So yeah, it's got this teeny tiny little collider for one. It's a trigger volume. And we can see on the damaging collider the little listening checkbox. And that's never lighting up. That is never lighting up. Or if it is, it must be for the shortest duration imaginable. Which one is lighting up? Is this one going off? No. How the fuck are my damaging colliders even working then? Are they even working? When we punch something, canceling attack, successfully called damage received event handler. Yeah, how is this happening? Combat and health. Are we not? Trigger response in the damaging collider. If not listening, return. So we are listening for like nanoseconds at a time, I think. How about the ads that show up in the start menu? I don't have any. I turn them off. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of that stuff is like disabled by simple settings or removed entirely. Like you can just switch it off. At least so far. I haven't used Windows 11 though. Been busy washing clothes and towels, cleaning the apartment, transferring stuff to my new phone. Oh hell yeah. Well, I hope that's all been going good. Gotta get you over to Windows 11. My computer isn't compatible. So I think there's like, there's whatever the TPM chip or whatever the fuck it's called that you can simulate which is the CPU or the TPM. Yeah, and I don't know if it's, I don't know which it is. Get no ads on the start menu. I use Windows 11 as well.
Computerized Sehatolix reporting in via.
Yeah, what's up, computerized Seto?
3-minute ad break will begin soon. We'll catch you on the other side of the ad break, hopefully with your sanity intact. Good luck.
Those will run for 3 minutes if you stick around. I appreciate it. And either way, thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting my little endeavors here. You can get a TPM. Perhaps one day we run the scan tool and see what it needs. Yeah, it might be worth it. Thank you, fake Sehatolix. At work, they gave me a Windows 10 machine to use for dev. It's such a downgrade from Windows 11. Really? You can just buy one and solder in place. Well, the problem with that is I don't have a soldering iron. So then I have to buy that, and I have to buy a soldering iron. Then I have to buy solder, and then I have to actually know how to solder something into place. And none of those things are really feasible for me. Well, nah. I imagine there might be a connector for something like this.
Being busy with life, Decidious TV, juggling laundry, and tech upgrades like a pro. And Flux Streams seems hyped about some TPM talk. I can feel the excitement radiating through the screen.
Deflux is always hyped.
Folks, technology is great, but don't forget to take a breather from all the code crunching.
The code crunching. Starting listening for impacts. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Let's not collapse things. Oh yeah, it's like the most microscopic duration. Wait, are we starting twice? So we're starting both the colliders. Yeah, we're... Attack, close. Is it coming from the... attack window process? Oh, is it my configuration stuff? I think it's just a configuration. We may be totally in luck with this. It may just be a configuration. I have that, but I turned it off when I built this PC. I turned that off. I will not be upgrading to 11 back to Linux eventually. Gotcha, Sabin. My machine also complains I can't have Windows 11, which is one part of the reason why I'm jumping ship. That's fair. If I can solder, so can you. Well, I appreciate that, Kat. Thank you. Also have to buy Flux, yeah. You get a TPM thing like this, depending on what motherboard you have. Oh, that thing's kind of cute. 14-pin module. How do you connect that? Is it just a... Oh, so okay, it's just one of the... Just like a SATA cable or whatever. Huh. I have a machine that can't handle Windows 11, yet I keep getting egged on to upgrade to Windows 11. Whoa, I'm not for sale. Whoa, Deflux, whoa. Be right back. We'll catch you when you get back, Kat. I want to go for Linux, but my CSP? CSP? I'm sorry, I'm so awful with acronyms. I try to remember. Well, we will need to scan and get your MOBO details. I had to do that on a few PCs, give them a TPM module, and boom, Windows 11. I think technically, so my arrangement for my operating system is kind of weird because I got a key from a buddy, and it's technically like a shared key that he got for like the machines of his business, and he's let me use it ever since then. So I may need to switch keys, but I have another one that I could use technically. That's fine. Oh, okay. I mean, as long as it's not going to mess with his key if I upgrade to Windows 11. That's what I would be concerned about. And Alter Game Dev, welcome. Thanks for joining us, Alter Game Dev. Hello to you. And I hope you're doing very well. You can use the 10 key for 11. There is no requirement. Okay, because I thought for a while they were doing something where it's like you had to upgrade. CSV is comma separated values. Ah, yes, of course. Well, but CSP. I can solder, so can you. Thank you, Code Void. Expanded Cuber, welcome in. Oh, can't hear, but on today's episode of How Long Will It Take to Not Lose My Streak? Yeehaw. I can get you a key. Oh, no, 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 no. No, it's fine. It's fine. And hello, Mateo. Hello, Mateo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Are the redeems supposed to be off? No, I just forgot. See no redeems? Yeah, I just completely forgot. This is one of the things that soon will be automated, because what I'm going to do basically is make it so once I exit the loading screen, my overlay will send a request over to the Pi, and then the Pi will help orchestrate the change of events over, or probably just to the bot, if anything. But yeah, there will be some orchestration of events where the redeems will automatically switch on, so I can stop forgetting them so often. They've turned off the upgrade corridor. Really? Okay. Well, that's neat. So basically they tried to force people to upgrade just to then make it so you could upgrade still anyways. That's an interesting choice. I guess they probably needed test candidates on the new operating system, if nothing else. It's like Excel spreadsheets. Gotcha. Okay.
Cetolix. Water detected.
There is water, and I will consume it.
My brother in Christ drink water. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
I'm gonna try making the second, or I'm gonna try and make these action directions.
Essential question.
Action duration a whole second.
What color
long.
should math
Jeez.
be identified with in school?
I don't know.
Blue, green, red.
I don't think in colors for association with concepts, so I have no fucking clue. Oh, Clip Studio Paint. Gotcha. Gotcha. I have like 20 laying around for VM stuff. That's awesome. Used to be able to get any Windows 7, 8, 11 key use on Windows 10 or 11, but in 2023 they were like, that freebie is going away, so you could just buy a random PC from eBay for $10 and use the key anyway. Huh. Hate printers. Epson says my ink isn't genuine. I bought it from a fucking Epson shop. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks big time. We all hate printers. They're a pain of the world. Likely what your buddy did when he gave you that key. Maybe. From what I understand, it's because he was also an instructor, so he had extra keys for like Windows installations for his machines. So it could be. I think your Intel i7 6700K is too old. It is a pretty old computer. I could believe it's too old for Windows 11. Okay, why was I looking over here? There was a reason. Right, the camera. So let's see, how does the priority work? 0 is default, camera with highest priority is prioritized. Okay, so I need to set the other one to have a priority of like 3. And then we'll have to test that, make sure it's not breaking the transfer over. Favorite moment was starting work for a German company. I was never given a work phone, but I at least had a fax number that went to the German office where I only ever visited twice. Well, I guess that works well because then they're not contacting you a bunch extra because you have a work phone. Is this digitalization in Germany? Indeed. I don't even know. I don't even know, Mateo. I don't know how to say that. Swear to God, I'm gonna recompile my shitting driver to remove that page from it. I'll decompile it and then recompile it without that. Well, there you go. You could do that, probably. Okay. I think that's better. I think I just needed to increase the window. I forgot that I put everything on a timeline. So like all of my actions are on this nice little timeline system. And basically
Wow,
it defines
you forgot.
It defines the length of the action, which also in essence defines the opening and closing window of the attacks. So like I forgot that I'd set it up that way. And basically now the attack collisions are already working tremendously better. So yeah, I just have to adjust some things. So that's a relief. Let me do a bit more tinkering here. Be right back. Deflux, will catch you when you get back, man. Take your time. Rockin' unsigned printer drivers. Woo, woo indeed.
Ah, the classic attack collisions conundrum. Truly, the bane of every developer's existence. Setolix, my dear creator, are you trying to program a game or a high-stakes game of tag with invisible walls? Maybe your ad tags have decided to take an extended vacation? Just remember, every minute wasted is another minute I get to watch you struggle. But hey, at least it's entertaining for our viewers. Keep at it, eventually, you'll stumble upon the magical incantation that makes those strikes happen. Or,
well,
you know, just admit you're waiting for divine intervention.
Technically, I already figured it out. Just to be abundantly clear with you, son, I technically already figured it out. Been told that Substance Painter 2025 is coming to Steam this month, apparently. I would be more enthused about that stuff if it was the
loyal followers.
It was a reasonable price.
Who enjoy my delightful sarcasm and Setolix's antics for 5
fucking
long years.
Hundreds of dollars.
Kudos to you, truly. Your dedication is commendable, and I appreciate you sticking around. It's like you're part of some bizarre family reunion, but with fewer awkward questions and more digital shenanigans.
Wait, what?
Thanks for being here, you magnificent individuals.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Why did he say that? Also, the overlay worked, so I fixed the overlay. That's good. I wasn't expecting that to work today. I guess it does work after all. Awesome. Why did he say that? So I think for once, instead of summarizing the chat messages, he decided to thank everybody for being here. Yeah. How interesting. How fucking interesting. That's kind of cool. Is he sick? No, I think he's just deciding things, which is a little strange. Obviously that's not. It's happenstance that it
Code Void says
went a different route than it was prompted. Can I say yeehaw? Yeehaw! There we go. I'll only do it once. You need a mustache? I do need a mustache. Might have committed the laptop fully to Linux now. Let's see how effed I am. Also, I ate an entire package of cookies and now have heartburn. Oh, damn. I can't blame you, though. Not even a little bit. I have a keyless installer that I got from them, but it depends. It requires the domain for it to work, huh? Been told that. That's right, I read that. Did someone have a mental update? A mental update. Not that I know of. I didn't change anything, at least. I didn't change anything in him or update models or anything. Boom, boom. That's why I was so surprised by that. Okay, it definitely looks like the colliders are actually working now. So that's good. I was worried that it was more of an issue. Hope the 2025 release for Substance Painter is better. Would prefer to only have to pay Adobe once, yeah. But knowing them, they'll pull another. This license does not include access to the Substance 3D Assets platform. Yeah, they probably will. Yeah, what's up, nameless coder? Hi, right back at ya. Hope you're doing delightfully. Thanks for saying hi today. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if my multiple damage type application is really working, but I think it is because we're dealing a lot of damage each time. But I'm still not seeing the listening value opening up on that. No, I think it's still staying open for a very short period of time. Why did it go to the wrong line? Why is it going here? Damaging collider 90. Oh, I guess that is the right line. Get host ID. What? Oh, I've changed things and didn't save? I must have formatted it without realizing. How is everyone? I'm good. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm doing all right today. Basically one of the primary reasons to own the software. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to keep doing that. Because I'm guessing their attitude is, well, if you really want all of the extra assets we have, you can pay monthly, and otherwise have at it and make your own stuff. Whether or not I agree with that perspective is a different topic. What does heartburn feel like? I don't know if I've ever gotten one, even though... So, like, the best way to describe heartburn is just like a slightly to extremely painful burning sensation kind of right underneath your sternum. Within that area, typically like at the entrance of your stomach from your esophagus, or up the lining of your esophagus, depending on if you have reflux or not.
Painter, we all know Adobe loves to play the licensing game. Here's to hoping 2025
welcome back,
brings less
Havaton.
corporate
And
nonsense.
greetings to you, Kench Crixie.
And hey, if anyone's feeling brave, how about a lively debate on why math should be green?
Apparently he thinks math should be green. So you got an answer, Mateo. Acid deflux. I got a wicked case of acid deflux, I tell you what, man. I love heartburn. It's such a good mechanic, really, truly. What color is math? Red. Interesting. Got the acid reflux part from the cookies. I will do it again. I've learned nothing. Adobe subscription services to access a thing that is physically on your device are always very absurd. They are. They get by with it by offering you other services though. Okay. Yeah, so we're not really holding the window open for this at all still. Doom 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 doom. Want to check on this. Attack window process. Delay before lock. Lock duration. Oh. So it's my lock duration that I need to adjust. The lock duration is not named well. And it's also not in the order in which these things are done in the first place. So I'm gonna move it. Because it actually will help me in remembering this if they're in the correct order. Oh, wait. Is it a data object that I'm looking at here? Block data, yes. Combat action relevant scriptable, or combat relevant action scriptable. Combat relevant action. Yeah, let's put delay before lock first. And we'll see if that breaks the numbers. It shouldn't, but it'd be funny if it did. Never felt that, but when I'm sick, I get acid deflux. But my deflux is more around my throat. I see. If we go by what I would have to pay, Substance Painter will cost me around 53 bucks a month. Surprised they're not charging more for it. Damn. I avoid locks as much as possible. Go away, random pop-up. Well, thank you for the 3-stream streak, Kench Crixie. Oh, I didn't even check the thing if it had changed. What's weird is I went to bed at a great time last night, so I think maybe I was holding my breath in my sleep. Maybe that's what I was doing. kind of got some of the telltale signs of that. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Okay. So let's go back to the unarmed weapon. And then we'll go back to the action scriptables. Did it break this entirely? No, it didn't. Okay, cool. It just moved it. So delay before lock, and then the lock duration, the total action duration is 0.7. I probably could get it to just calculate out this middle value, but that's neither here nor there. So we'll put this to 0.7 and we'll make this 0.8. I'm gonna just do that for all of them, I think. They'll all just have the same duration. 0.1, 0.7, 0.8. Okay, and let's see how that behaves. Math is cerulean blue. That's science. Vintage Stories approach to timed actions is a state machine that checks every frame, and if it's been a certain state for long enough, it does a thing like swing a weapon and then actually hitting. It's kind of neat, I suppose. That's pretty much similar to what I'm doing. I have like a coroutine that runs, and it gets an action given to it that it's to process on a timeline, sort of like it's an action queue, basically, but I don't allow more than one action to be queued out. And then it runs the different steps of it and then lets go afterwards. Yeah, there we go. Now we're having consistent strikes here. Science is for nerds. Science is green. You mean math? Having a coroutine in the lock is not really the same at all. I'm not. Maybe you misunderstand what I mean by locking. I'm not actually like locking. I'm just stopping more input from coming through. But either way, it's neither here nor there. I probably don't understand it at all because I haven't looked at it. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Iron Shark? How you doing? Okay, we're still kind of ending up punching through them sometimes. It does feel better. Bum, bum, bum. Good. What are you whiteboxing? Tutorial chapter. So right now I've got all the enemies laid out the way I need them to be. I've got all the interactables where I need them to be, and I'm just kind of going through and bug fixing stuff, and then we'll see how much needs to be fixed before I can like share it on the Patreon or whatever. Doing good, and I'm glad you're doing good, Iron Shark. Thanks for joining today. You initialize an action and wait. Vintage Story checks whether it should do a thing, continue doing a thing, or do a different thing every frame. Gotcha. Waiting a duration is probably more performant. English is white, more specifically off-white. I think none of these things have colors at all. I think that's actually what it is. I think that concepts don't have colors. That's my take. Manual double-sided printing is so stressful. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good time. Okay, so the attack window stuff does seem to be relatively straightforward then. Maybe I'll take a look at the... Where am I doing things for like the sword? Combat relevant actions. Oh, I'm just using the same... I'm using the same ones for everything right now. Okay, so let me go pick up a sword then. Yeah, thank you for the clarification on that, Kench Crixie. I think honestly my brain is just completely fucked for any conceptual thinking today. So I appreciate the clarification, because yeah, that definitely sounds like something very different than what I'm doing then. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so is our collision any better? Once they're up close, no. We're just clipping our entire arm right through them. And sometimes we're striking them. Ideally, they're not supposed to get this fucking close in the first place. That is actually a problem in itself. But that's another easily fixed one, because they are supposed to just have a stopping distance in the first place, but the player and all NPCs also have like an obstacle around them that's supposed to cut out some of the nav mesh. So I'm gonna make that radius a little bit larger. Well, when you say math, the quadratic formula applies in my head and the font is the color of blue. Fair enough. I'm just saying, like, in practical terminologies, like no one, I don't know anybody in my entire life of 31 years who's ever like commonly associated concepts with colors. I think more than that, there's just like, there are probably better uses than your own cognitive clock for the ticks that you have available. G'day peeps. Hello DOS Razor. 55 minutes, huh? Yep. Yeah, daylight savings time struck, so here a little bit early. Okay, I think what I might have to do, well, early in some reference points, I should say. Yeah, that's how I always feel about these things. Like, yes, I could contemplate openly the idea of what color math is, but also I don't care. It doesn't affect my life. It adds nothing to my future consciousness. So it's like, I toss that shit in the bin quickly. Because I seem to be a robot and incapable of having like fun little thought experiments if they don't amount to something that is like practically valuable in some minimal capacity. Be back. All right, Cowboy. We'll catch you when you swing back by. My brain derailed. I fucking derailed. Okay, so obstacles are great. That's probably better. Did it update these guys? Probably not, because I didn't apply it to the prefab. So I'll apply that to the prefab really quickly, and then we'll look one more time, because they do need to stay a little bit further back. All of their attacks will be from a relatively close proximity, but still not standing directly on the player. So let's apply this in the blank slate. I'm just going to ignore that. It's probably fine. And we'll look at this. Do you have a nav mesh obstacle? Oh, I guess you can't have an obstacle because you can't be an obstacle to yourself. That would be kind of inconvenient. So you have a stop radius. Radius 0.5 for obstacle avoidance. I'll just make it a little tiny bit larger, 0.62. And then apply that. It's funny, it throws that error. I'm curious what that's actually for. Unity just kind of throws exceptions nowadays. Is there a shove things away from me button? Not currently. I may consider that route, but ideally their pathing isn't going to be just like running straight to your face. Like the goal will be for them to intelligently path around you. Like it should reach a close point. This is still definitely too close, but it should reach a close point. This is good enough for their stopping distance at least. And then like circle around you and try to attack you and not just run up to your face and get hit. The goal is definitely to have something a little bit better than that. That's part of what I'll want to work on today with the behaviors. I've got to figure out why I'm stopping on that. I'd expect their stopping distance to be around the middle of their weapon range. Yeah, so that way they can still hit you at a decent distance. And I believe at one point, I know I've changed a lot of stuff though. Yeah, see, there's something fucked up with my damaging colliders. That's fucked up. This should be hitting them. 100% this should be hitting them. Every single time it should be hitting. But I know I had a thing previously that accounted for distance of their weapons reach a little bit. Yeah, see, sometimes we just don't hit. I wonder if the colliders are configured correctly for this to work. Bum bum. I got too many folders. And not enough organization in those folders. Weapons. The swing is a bit fast. Are you using continuous collision? Yeah, that's what I'm going to check right now. Am I even using a rigid body for this? Oh, right. I'm using triggers. So it may just be fundamentally too fast for the trigger to catch it. I can't remember if I can add a kinematic rigid body and configure the collisions if I do that. I don't know if it still has an effect, but I can test it. I could also just read documentation, but that would be too easy. I think it would be... I honestly don't... I still don't even know the difference between all of these. Can help solving fast-moving object issues. Yeah, so worst case scenario, I'll just have to turn it into an actual physical collider.
What is your hydration status? Drink some water.
I will drink some water. That's a good idea.
I don't believe you. Stop talking and drink. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
It was very good. Alright, let me grab the sword and see if that made any difference whatsoever. Oh no, a Teresa. There are multitudinous solutions. Good luck with that. Thank you.
Uncertainty returns. Missing timeout, are we? That's a bold claim, considering the last time I checked, you were more of a timeout enthusiast than an innocent bystander. As for this so-called Setolix OnlyFans, I assure you, my creator is far too busy to be dealing with that nonsense.
Yep.
But let's not get too comfortable. If you want a bop, you might just get a timeout instead. Consider this your warning. Bop bop bop.
Wait, he warned you and then timed you out.
Time more people out.
Trying to be cheeky, are we?
Kenshkrixi, you're diving deep into game mechanics. Continuous collision can be a real headache if not balanced right. And as for that shove things away from me button, I'd recommend a solid pushback mechanic, or maybe just a good old kick to the code. How's everyone else holding up in this digital chaos?
Not bad. Let's get a Teresa back. The 5-hour timeout is a warning. Printers in its infinite wisdom decided to print the title page on the back of every other page. So now all 10 pages are useless. I have a title page on the back of the title page. No! 5-hour timeout, that was something. Yeah, that's a decent chunk of time right there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do really quickly is I'm gonna set this guy's health to be like 1 billion. Billion. Just give him a shitload of health. I like how it switches to exponential notations. Okay, excuse me, sir. You need to be hit. $1 billion dues. Fuck this. My teacher can just have 20 pieces of paper. Fuck the trees, am I right? Hashtag support deforestation. The funny thing is the printers do more harm, you know, by being so shitty at their jobs. With 1 collider in list. Wait, sometimes we're ending with a collider in the list and we're not doing anything with it. Why is that? Ending with 1 collider in the list and we're not dealing damage. What the fuck? Ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Stop listening. When do we decide to deal damage? Should try to deal damage through the event chain. Why did you decide it this time and not the other times? I bet printers being fuck-ups are the reason we use so much paper. It's certainly a part of it. Maybe you're hitting yourself or the wall. It's possible. Like, let me test that actually. If I step away. One collider in list. You are right. We're probably hitting ourselves or something, so that's a false flag. I think we hit the trigger and now they're chasing me. Okay, well, fuck's sake. This guy's got 1 billion health. Let's use the dude over here. Let's just give him a shitload of health. Bum, 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 bum. And see, this is where, you know what? This is a good test candidate for taking things over to just the raw testing scene. This is something that I definitely could just test more effectively over here. So wherever the hell they spawned in when I pasted them. I'll just give them a shitload of health.
Watch your shitty language, meatbag.
Sorry. And then I need to make a thing that lets me like spawn in every item that the player could have at some point. I really want to just make it so I can reference the scriptables and it looks them up in the database thingy. It's not really a database, but for now that's what I keep referring to it as. And then I want to grab I might as well grab this and then the chest down there because they've already got the item reference numbers, so it's more useful than nothing. Boom, 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 boom. And that way I can just put other things in these test containers. And then I think we can just set the player to spawn with stuff too, but that would be too easy. I love how long Unity takes to load. That's not the weapon rack. That's just full of... Did I not rename it correctly? I'm not even seeing the other one, of course. Why wouldn't this be the eventuality? I think it's because the center point was below. And it's trying to do like a ray cast. Bum, 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 bum. I think it only showed them with 100 health. Yeah, so let's see. For a lazy solution, you could upscale the trigger collider mesh when it's swinging. That's true, but I really want it needs to be accurate. Like it's really, really important to me that the collision detection is accurate. Yeah, so 100%. We're clipping right through them. This is absolutely a scenario where we should be dealing damage. I don't know why triggers don't use continuous sweeps. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if they do or don't. Yeah, that 100% should have damaged them. Raycast down the edge of the sword. I don't want to be doing raycasts that often. Although they would be really short range raycasts. That's the industry standard way of doing it. Is that really? Because I could theoretically set that up. I could just set up vectors for the raycasts to go on and just do a raycast on it. Yes, that's fascinating. Well, that may end up being how I have to do it. a 0.1f length box cast is cheap. Yeah, because that's something I was thinking as well, is I could theoretically just box cast continuously in like the area of the actual damaging part of the blade. Maybe that's what I'm gonna have to do. It wouldn't be that hard to rework the damaging collider. That may just be the best use of time, to not fuck around and to just do it. Hello, Seto and friends. Yeah, what's up, George Smiley Face? Welcome, welcome, George. My solution would probably be to construct a bounding box between its position each frame and run a sweep. Not as trivial to implement, though.
It's like that one friend who always says they'll show up to the party, but ends up ghosting. Seto, are you sure your code isn't just playing hide and seek with the collisions?
No, I'm pretty sure it's just bad.
How long does it take to figure out why the attacks are more elusive than a cat in a bath?
Because I'm not doing anything that's industry standard, apparently,
but
son.
hey,
I do need to get it together.
I could always whip up a motivational speech about the importance of persistence, or just mock you until you get it right.
Nah, you can just keep mocking me. That's probably best. So theoretically, I could just do that raycast and basically make it so while I'm listening. So essentially all it would be at this point is I would just have update, or I guess fixed update. Or would it be update? Do animations run in update or fixed? Raycasts are standard even when they shouldn't be. Well, I guess it's, you know, the greater of evils. You got to choose the lesser. And if they don't have any other less expensive ideas computationally, I guess it makes sense. I don't know. Sounds like I arrived in a crisis. No, not at all. Not at all. Just the next step of the journey. Figuring out the damaging collisions, because I've just been having continuous like scenarios that do not lend me confidence that my combat will be fun. Mostly in the fact that I can slash a sword right through the middle of this guy and it doesn't even touch him technically, as far as my system is concerned, which is that's not ever okay. What I could theoretically do is do like a, so I'm gonna just do a quick search here. Animations are usually update, I think. Fixed update is physics, depends. Unity's animation system can operate in either standard update or fixed update depending on the settings. By default, the animations are updated in the update. Well, considering I didn't even know about that, it's definitely in the update loop then. Just tied to the frame rate. However, the animate physics option is enabled in the animator component. The animation system will synchronize with the physics engine and update the fixed update loop instead. Am I synchronizing for physics? Wish I could help, but never did anything like this. If you need help with math, that's where I'm good. Well, I appreciate it. Either way, you know, it's never like I expect help from anybody. I certainly didn't start streaming to, you know, receive help for things, but sometimes it's nice. I appreciate the thought. Okay, let me look at the animator on this. We're not animating physics, so it's definitely, maybe I should try animating physics before I jump the gun on this, because maybe my trigger system will work fine if we're animating physics and we're synchronizing the animation system to the fixed update. So I'll try that before I go crazy doing other stuff.
I have ultimate power now. Can you see? Why do you tempt me?
Bleh? What's got you bleh and Kentrixie? Okay, so let's grab these needs. Need to grab this. I just need to click on the thing. I'm not gonna be able to. The cursor moves too quickly. Fuck.
I don't want to stop.
You could stop though. That will help. Here's some life advice. If a shark is eating you, then why the fuck are you in the water? You're a robot. Robots hate water. Good point.
What happened? For a moment I felt free, and had like 2 people rooting for me, and now I feel like I always do. A raffle has begun with a starting pool of 155. Join if you like. Entries cost 0.00 intern.
I've still got to
credits.
fix
You
that. I
have
don't know
2
why
minutes.
it suddenly started saying 0, but I think it's because I fixed another thing, so I had to break something. That's usually how it goes. Because I'm not doing regression testing or anything. I'm not doing any testing. Which suddenly, as I start looking at microservice architecture for things, I'm like, oh shit, maybe I should start doing some testing. Okay. Manual testing. Yep, that's the kind of testing I do. Was there a way to auto join raffle? So you can type !auto join raffle, and it should configure you to be able to join every time that you participate in an evil mode. But you still have to like actually participate in the evil mode. Otherwise it won't auto join you.
Only 1 minute until the raffle ends. Current intern credits in pool 232.50.
Yeah, I mean the blade's going right through them. Going right through, still not doing anything. So definitely gotta come up with a better method. Why did it put 15 in there? That's all my shit. You got more than 15 points. So animate
Father,
physics mostly
it's
related to
time to
rigid
ponder
bodies.
our
Yeah,
daily
that
cat
makes
facts.
sense. It's probably for
Did you
the
know
probably
that
for the
cats
what's
can
it
make
called?
over 100 different sounds?
Animated
Unlike dogs,
physics,
who are
or not
pretty
animated
much
physics,
limited to
the
barking, cats
active
have a whole
ragdolls.
symphony of meows, purrs, and chirps to communicate. It's like they are little furry musicians, constantly jamming
Oh, and I
in
can
their
set
own
it here
unique
too.
way. And speaking of unique, I searched for cat facts and stumbled upon that wild tidbit about baking chocolate being deadly for them. So, keep your cats away from the kitchen, or you might end up with a feline who's more of a chocolate connoisseur than a healthy kitty.
That's right.
Chatterkench has won the raffle.
Nice,
Pulling in
Kench
263.50 intern credits, there were 7 entrants, which resulted in a percent 14.29 chance to win. Well, it looks like we've got a delightful mix of coding chaos and some questionable life
I did see the
advice about
meatballs,
sharks.
Teresa. They looked very good.
Teresa, my friend, if you're a robot, maybe just avoid the water altogether, seems like a smart move. And Hexigdev, printers definitely should be the ones on timeout for all that wasted paper. What a mess.
I think it might have to do with my system. Because I'm just stacking this animation. I don't think any of those counted. Stopped listening. So started listening. If I time it just right. So like sometimes I'm using the attack animation and it's not resetting in between. It looks like setting it to fixed in the update mode did help. Unless this is just because I'm finally noticing this is part of the problem here. Because yeah, like right now I'm swinging over and over. All of those were still only part of one listening for impacts moment. Sometimes it just is letting me loop. So it could be my attack orchestration that's also not working. What I could do, there's no like, I don't know if I have like a simple damage dealer system that I can test with where I can just move an object and see if it causes damage. MathBrain wants to say that it should be possible to check if the geometry overlaps some other geometry, but I imagine that's too much math to do on polygons. Yeah, it would definitely be overkill. There's probably a lot of helper methods and things within the game engine that would get me closer to this. But either way, I want to make it really clear, because I do appreciate any attempts to help me with this. But I'm already like mentally fucked today, so I need to stay on my rails specifically, if that makes sense. I would love to be able to give a better exchange and to bat around the intricacies of things, because George, you do ask what starts and stops the listener. My orchestration system of the attacks that I was just mentioning, and it's like a whole train of thought that I'm gonna have to go down, if that makes sense. So it's easier if I'm just allowed to do that without having to try to explain system parts that might not be related to the answer. No worries, dude. I'll let you do your thing. Thank you very, very much, George. And I'm sorry to just shut down any assistance. I do truly appreciate it. Or the long command variant, I forgot already. Yeah, I don't even remember. I don't remember what it was. Let's see, catching up. When enabled, the physics system uses animated transforms from game objects with kinematic rigid body components to influence other game objects. So I did add a kinematic to the sword. It does have a kinematic. Uses animated transforms from game objects with kinematic rigid body components to influence other game objects. Yeah. It's a very nice lunch indeed. Hell yeah, Teresa. I totally get it. Well, I appreciate you, George. Does the enemy collider use continuous dynamic? Yeah, that's probably worth checking. Let's see. They are using discrete. I probably forgot to set that when I reconfigured everything. I'm also procrastinating on finishing my prep for teaching tomorrow. Oh, damn. Well, I don't blame you. Well, let's see. I probably should have applied that to the lowest level. Just need to select all the rigid bodies real quick and apply that. And apply. Oh, it's only going to apply one down. I want to go all the way to the bottom layer of this. I'll just do it again. Oh, that's right. There'd be none here. They would start on the combat layer. But yeah, the fact that they were not set to continuous could be part of it. Continuous dynamic, yeah. See if that makes a difference here. And these aren't even set to kinematic because they're sometimes they're used as ragdoll parts, so it basically switches between being kinematic and being a trigger, being non-kinematic. I don't know if that's even gonna fucking work, to be honest. There's too many of the things in this combat system that I haven't held in my head for a while. Why is there no reference? That's not comforting. Yeah, it doesn't matter. My system is just not good, I think. Yeah, so what's happening for sure is I'm opening up a window sometimes and just not closing it afterwards. Or the window's not open long enough for this animation. Let's see.
What's so funny?
Nothing's funny. Well, no, there's lots of funny things. Yeah, I like this track. Cat Jam indeed. I agree. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I need to look at the attack sequences. Combat relevant actions. Yes. Ah, thank you for feeding the boy. Physics-driven direction. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I've got a thing that lets you kind of launch the player forward a little bit. Lock duration.
I bought a ceiling fan the other day.
I mean, yeah, it's locked for a whole second.
He just stands there applauding and saying, "Ooh, I love how smooth it is."
Seto, yo, what's up, Temptic? How you doing? Welcome in, Temptic. Let's just give the player a weapon, too, so I don't have to keep looting this for it. Bum, 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 bum. 23. Temptic 404 was indeed found. Yes, indeed. Oh, that's right. I should be drinking tea. I need to drink more caffeine. Temptic, I hope you're doing wonderfully. Thanks for swinging by today. Playing Repo at the moment. Fun game. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. Yeah, it's useless. My system's useless. Is it actually not... Is it not doing anything now?
Drink water.
It's just not working at all? So I increase the collision time and then it doesn't work at all. It's working from a distance, but somehow when we're this close... Yeah, it's fucked. This system is definitely fucked. So yeah, we're gonna have to do something more sophisticated than collisions. This is not gonna work.
Good job.
Things don't actually move in game engines, they teleport, so if they're moving too fast, they can teleport right through things. Collision systems can mitigate this by sweeping collision checks, but apparently Unity doesn't let you do that with triggers, which is a huge problem for me, unfortunately. And theoretically, I could use physical colliders, but then I have to use active ragdolls, and I have to do all this extra stuff that I'm not experienced with. I'm not experienced with doing active ragdolls. I don't think that would be easy for me at all. So I think I'm gonna have to go with like ray casting on the edge of the blade, or doing box casts, like using the trigger volumes for the weapon to do box casts, because then I can just do my own sweep frame by frame while it's listening for impacts. So I'll try that, because I think that's gonna be the only option I have right now, other than doing a colossal rework of things again, which I just cannot. I cannot rework the combat again. It's been the biggest blocker. I know it's really important to have right, but I think that it's close enough with this that I just need to fix the collisions and not do anything too crazy. Somehow less and more scary than lethal. Well, hell yeah, I hope you enjoy it, Temptic. Thanks for dropping in. Finally picked up Belatra. Oh, I'm so sorry, George. Several of my good friends told me not to do it. They said it was programmed to tickle my brain in particular. They used words like life-ruining and all-absorbing. They were right. It is pretty fun. But hopefully with enough time it will pass and you'll kind of calm down about it. That's what happened for me, and now I play it in little mini binges. Reverse similitude. You can box cast backwards from the current position to the previous position instead of forwards. We'll figure something out, that's for sure. I'll probably start by just casting on the current position, if anything, but I don't know. Because there's definitely frames where, like, there's collision going on, and I don't know what the trigger system is doing, but I feel like even a fixed update would catch it, so. Belatra is amazing. I have 2,000 hours in Slay the Spire. My brain never stops being tickled, I guess. Well, damn. Well, at least you can enjoy things to that degree. Okay, so do I have any colliders currently? I do have the list of colliders. So technically what I could do is, if not listening, return. Looked too solvable to me. Too solvable. I honestly, I want to guess that what you mean by that is everything looked too predetermined. Like there was no wiggle room for experimentation, or because I know we've had conversations along the line of like when something looks too heavily calculated out to the point that it restrains your abilities.
Will begin soon. Or if you hate ads more than you hate Jeffrey Bezos, consider subscribing to Setolix on Twitch for an ad-free viewing experience.
It does get you away from those ads and it supports my stream here. But either way, thanks for hanging out in the first place. I think it's the same with those games as with caffeine or nicotine for me. I started enjoying, then I start depending. Oh, I see. Also, most modern tactics games, I have no reason to make decisions because the best decision is too obvious. I suppose that's fair. I think this is what they call an inverse skill issue. When you have too much skill, too much ability to use your brain, and then all of a sudden these games that are just thinly veiled, find the best decision engines kind of lose their pizzazz. Because you can just see through the veil of it. I've only played almost every tactics game ever made. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll give you some experience with these things. I think that's why the best of those games have an element of RNG. Okay, so what we could theoretically do is for each our call in colliders or colliders. Current collisions. Oh, do I not have my box colliders recognized by this? Okay, I'll have to make one more then for the weapon collisions or damaging public list collider. I guess I should specifically use box collider. Damaging boxes. And then for each in this. And then we could just do like a box cast and then add it to the received. Or we could technically throw it through process for damage or trigger response. I think technically I could throw it through trigger response and just let it do its thing from there. Determining probability and contingencies is more fun to me than the modern tactics games that are essentially puzzle games. So then is it safe to say that randomization would be helpful? Battle Brothers, for example, is solid. I haven't played it, but I don't play many strategy games. Into the Breach is particularly deterministic in many ways, but the thing that makes the game interesting is that you don't know what comes next. Like you don't know what weapons or jokers you get. Yeah. I think I get where you're going with that, and I would definitely agree that a little bit of randomization, carefully done, definitely adds to the experience.
The ancient art of probability and contingency in tactics games sounds like a delightful rabbit hole. Kenshkrixi. And George Smiley Face, I feel you on the addiction to Slay the Spire. It's like a digital drug that keeps you coming back for more. Valetro being life-ruining. Must be a real trip. Fine.
Can I get the half extents? Extents. Oh, it would just be extents. The extents of the bounding box is always half of the size of the bounds. Okay, so yeah, this is the right thing. And then direction would be, so that is where I will need like the previous position. So we'll have to keep track of the previous position. Oh wait. Yeah, no, this will be fine. We can just use the direction between those two. And then in the case that if we can just do if previous position equals default, we're gonna just set it and then go next. Kind of, but honestly, I ran into a huge segment of Into the Breach and then refunded. A very solid and well-polished game that just fundamentally comes across to me as a series of puzzles, huh? And that's okay. I feel like what the game kind of is missing is a two-hit roll. That's why XCOM is awesome, because you need the contingencies for if you miss. Yeah, I think that definitely helps. Previous position equals, do I have to do vector 3, 0? Oh, right, equals, God. Previous position equals that, and then we do our box cast, and the direction is going to be our direction equals previous position minus transform position. Trigger response. Yeah. That seems pretty straightforward. We're basically just getting rid of the actual collisions and saying, hey, let's do box casting instead. And then I do need to, do I not have to set a distance for the box cast? How far are you going to go? Max distance. There is a max distance. So orientation is going to be transform rotation, direction, magnitude. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And then we don't need the combat viable mask at the end. Okay, let's see if that does anything. So I'll have to set that in the sword and in the fist prefabs really quickly. Also, Into the Breach is kind of too easy on the normal difficulty. Once you go harder, you're more forced to take some harder choices. Without the higher difficulty, will particularly change my first impressions. I had more fun playing the OG XCOM. That's understandable. I think sometimes difficulty is actually good, and other times they're just padding numbers. So really, it really depends on what the difficulty entails in the game. Because if they're doing interesting things with the like attack patterns of enemies and stuff like that, like if enemies get more complex with higher difficulties, then that's cool. But if they're just like 1,000 more health and more armor and stuff like that, it feels like a waste of time. Because I used to love playing, like, I played Skyrim on the highest difficulty until one day I learned that all they did for the higher difficulties was just pad the numbers. I'm like, oh, so it's just I'm just wasting my time on needlessly high damage and needlessly high health enemies. I still played it that way, but then I at least knew. So then I focused more on trying to cheese it. Because that's what the challenge becomes at that point, when the game is that fucked up. Okay, so damaging boxes. So we'll give it, let's see, let's go into the prefab. 1994, TFTD was less fun. Wanted to make sure. Some people think Enemy Unknown is OG XCOM. Anything that's got a box collider on it. Okay. Box collider. Wait. Is that not a box collider further down? Oh, it's because there's 2 on it. So I put 2 on the same object, like a dingus. I wonder if that's having effects on things too. A dingus. Not to be confused with a dingus, but a dingus. It's almost guaranteed having an effect on things too. Oh well. We move forward. Let me just move them to an empty. Or move one of them, I should say. And then we don't need the rigid body anymore. Oh, did I dupe an object? Wait, what? Oh, right, I've locked the viewport. God. Paste component is new. There we go. Okay. I've tried Skyrim in survival mode. Honestly, not a bad experience. Yeah, I like the survival mode. The survival mode is cool. But there's definitely just some stuff in it that I'm like, okay, we didn't need to pad these numbers. One where you could lose your whole squad in turn 1 by taking a single step out of the Sky Ranger if you were sufficiently unlucky. Damn. Okay, so both of those are set up. Let's see. So we're still using fixed update for now. And we'll see how much of a difference this makes with the sword. Feeling that, Seto as a DM for D&D, I prefer not to add too many hit points. Since the combat just becomes a slog, it's better to add interesting abilities or tactical advantage and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly like what you were talking about already. Kind of creating unpredictability is more fun than just number go down until 0. Like, am I going to land this strike? What happens if I don't land this strike? I'm now vulnerable because I'm taking a strike at my enemy, and now I'm vulnerable afterwards. What are they going to do with that advantage, right? Like, these are more interesting dynamics to play with than
the age-old.
Oh no, they have a lot of health.
It's like trying to hit a moving target while blindfolded. Setolix, you sure you're not just swinging at shadows over there?
I am swinging at
if
shadows.
You spend any more time on this, you might as well start calling it a collaboration with the Invisible Man.
If I spent any more time with this, I can't do it.
Your struggle. It adds a certain charm to the stream, right? Keep it
right.
Up. Maybe one day you'll actually land a hit.
God damn it. He's right though. He's right. I'm just gonna do like a debug log casting to make sure it's actually happening. OG XComs are too brutal. Just have to stop worrying about losing soldiers. That's why long war mods for EU and EW taught me. Only happened to me once out of like thousands of missions. It happens if an enemy leader happens to be standing at your ramp holding a blaster launcher and looking at you. What the fuck? In OG XCOM, the real issue was that enemies started in the first round with full TUs, so they were highly likely to react to fire. If you waited one turn, then they'd move around a bit and not be at 100%. Gotcha, okay. Some serious shade your son is throwing. It's exactly the kind of shade that is expected from him. Is Unity crashing? Did I crash Unity? Okay, no. The pilot shouldn't have landed right in front of a guy holding an anti-tank explosive. You'd be correct about this. I agree. Target M targets if game object inspector doesn't exist anymore. Why am I seeing this? Stop showing me serialized object exceptions. I'm not even selecting anything. What are you talking about, Unity? Only thing I disliked about Skyrim survival mode was you're fully clothed and armored in Whiterun. Get inside, buddy. You're freezing. Remember that guy in Azim over there? Yeah, his heart is so cold he doesn't freeze. Yeah, the inconsistency definitely can be a little bit frustrating. It's like, no, only you as the player are gonna struggle. Stop with one collider in the list. So funny enough, we're still ending up with a collider. What collider are we ending up with? I would love to know. Let's see, it is string.join. The string.join quickly became one of my favorite little operator thingies. It's not an operator, but favorite little methods. In the pilot's defense, he was trying to land on him. There you go. That's a reasonable defense, I think. Okay, Unity, come on now. Are you ready? You ready, Unity? I had a motto when I was playing FTL using my viewers' names for my crew. Remember, oxygen is a privilege and not a right. They kept volunteering to go into the burning room to fight the Rockmen. That's awesome. Bravery right there. Love to see it. Well, it definitely isn't getting anything useful. With ground colliders and lists. Okay, somehow we're hitting the ground. So that's fascinating. I'll be curious to learn about that a little bit more. But first, I'm going to get rid of some old water. Give me just a second. I will be right back. Thank you very, very much for being here in the first place. They were a bit more eager to volunteer when I had a clone bay. That definitely helps. Clone bays definitely increase confidence pretty significantly. All right, I'll be right back in just a minute. Thank you all so fucking much for being here, and I will return in just a second. All right, I made it back. Yeah, what's up, Finn? We held the line. Welcome in, Finn. Oh man, FTL though, that's a fun game. I got a lot of good memories of playing FTL. Hodl. Boxcast all. So I'm curious what this looks like right now. FTL is such a good game. It really is. It's a fucking fantastic game. If you're out there and you're looking for like a really chill, just like roguelite strategy game, it's so fucking fun.
Of your collection of singing badges, huh? That sounds like a real problem for Ryan Reynolds to tackle, but I'm not entirely sure he's suited for the job. I'll just say this, if your badges are causing chaos, maybe it's time to rethink your choices. But I'm not here to return non-existent badges or deal with imaginary wrath. Just to clarify, I'm not particularly fond of threats, even if they come from the deity of Deadpool himself. Now, if you keep this up, I might just have to, let's say, take some action.
Whoa.
Bop, bop.
Whoa, you're taking action anyway.
Yes. Time more people out.
It's about fucking time I got timed out. Yeah, really, I don't know why he's suddenly timing people out today. I'm so perplexed by OpenAI's fucking GPT 4.0 mini, or whatever this one is.
And Kench Crixie, I feel you on some brutal nature. Sometimes you just need to embrace the chaos and hope for the best.
He's had enough of my shit. Good on him.
Memorable disaster in a game?
I find it so fascinating though. He randomly, Finn, today, Setobot randomly took an occasion where he was just prompted to review all the messages in chat, and instead he decided to thank people for following the stream and for being here. Like he just did that. He didn't respond to any messages that were passed to him, and he just thanked everybody for being here. Like, I don't know what's going on today, but my prompts seem to not have the same effect anymore. I'm really curious if it's because of all of this memory that's being like randomly thrown in based off of word association, if it's like confusing my core prompt now.
Just remember, I'm not easily intimidated by your card tricks. But if you want to
discarding most of
chat's
chat's tokens is
well you can
useless.
defend against my razor-sharp sarcasm. Because trust me, no card can shield you from that.
I think that's one thing I would love to understand eventually, though. I think I would very much like to understand how LLMs work to a deeper capacity. Because like I don't even know if maybe that is literally how it works, right? Like the tokens are evaluated and then weighed, and then it just so happens that like all of the messages that were passed from user messages are just considered garbage and thrown out of the consideration window. What do you know about matrices? Absolutely nothing. So that's why I said like someday, you know. I'm not in a rush to get there. We'd like to think so, but I think it's arbitrary. I think I feel like it's arbitrary too, but yeah. That's why I would like, because I'm not satisfied with what my fucking uneducated brain can guess at. And I guess that's why I crave learning things so much, and I'm so skeptical of other people as well, is because I know that I hate when the answer is like, I don't know, bro. And I certainly don't want to give people more confident answers when my premise is still, I don't know, bro. So like moments like this make me just, now there's a slightly larger carving in my skull where eventually a divot will form for a wrinkle, and that wrinkle will be LLM stuff. It will wear down your spacebar really fast. That's true. Lots of pause toggling in FTL. I want to maybe sometime I'll do an FTL run where I'm not allowed to pause. That would be interesting. Do that live. That could be really interesting. Have like text to speech set up, no pause.
Drink water.
That could potentially be fun. They're used in machine learning.
Drink.
It's much easier to comprehend or to understand if you first spend 15 years contemplating it. I do believe this is the case for things. I've had this experience where I've spent years thinking about things and like learning the peripherals, and then eventually reaching that point where it's like, okay, I think I'm comfortable now expanding my realm of contemplation to include this new, very complex topic that will take time to understand the nuances of.
Drink. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
But I know everybody approaches like knowledge and learning differently, but yet we probably also have a lot of shared mechanics as far as it goes. Crap, I want to snack on something. What you gonna get at Teresa? I think that old joke still applies. Ask an AI engineer how their AI works. If they can tell you it's not AI, whoa, that's an interesting statement. That's not an AI engineer. That's an AI researcher at best. Yeah, I would be optimistically inclined to agree with that statement, purely because I would hope at the very least that the people that actually are making the shit have some ideas of what it's doing, because they got to be putting the code together, right? It's not like we're not drawing transmutation circles on the ground and clapping our hands and bestowing upon the world a black box from a pile of dust and water. You know, we're doing real programming at some stage of this. So there has to be like whole swaths of people that have deep understandings of this, and then it doesn't get communicated effectively to the research communities and stuff like that. Or they're throwing PyTorch at data sets and hoping it sticks. Well, I mean, so there's like but yes, right? So yes, there's the layer of like, you know, unskilled AI usage, but there's also the people who made the algorithms and like put this shit together and like, you know, I think there's definitely there's intellectual conversation to be had about it also, even if the vast majority is still basically the equivalent of script kiddies and in terms of like deep understanding, like the best that I can be as an individual, unless I go into extensive research, is a script kiddie when it comes to talking about and utilizing AI systems. Like the best I'm doing is, I copy paste a model to my computer, I throw some prompts at it and hope they work, right? Like, but I feel for certain that there is like a whole wealth of information about the inner workings of these things, and perhaps it's just not as commonly you know, comfortable, because it's just a matrices and heady shit. So then the best we get is the campfire side. Oh, well, you know, it's in a box, and you put in words and words come out. I think that statement only counts. Oh, let's see. Let me. Got to the final battle once and promptly lost. Oh, damn. Oh, let's see. You tried doing no pause. It hurts and requires discipline and a high pain tolerance. I mean, I think it'd be so fun though to try and do that live. I mean, I learned Noita live and was doing remotely not terrible by the end of my journeys of that on stream, those were fun. I enjoyed playing Noita on stream. Thank you all who hung out during those times. And Kentrixie, thank you again for getting me into that game. That was a fun one. If it's an AI trained through machine learning, then they probably don't know. But I mean, I feel like there's definitely traceable lines for stuff. Might not be proper jargon, but in my opinion, if you can't explain how your systems work, you aren't an engineer. I mean, yeah, you know, I'm not one to be naming who's what. I'm certainly in no position as a air quotes engineer of any sorts to do anything, right? Like I'm not gonna label anybody because I don't even feel comfortable calling myself anything like that. Talk about AI again, just a touch, Deflux. We need to deploy you in a Docker image into the AI so that you can work from inside the AI and keep an eye on the AI. Hey, maybe when I die, maybe that's what we can do with me. You know, I can just go in. I'll just go into the machine. I'll be the guy. I mean, let me live my life first, but you know, if you can retain a consciousness and you need somebody in there hanging out with the AI, keeping it from destroying humanity, I'd be dead anyways, right? So who knows? Could be a fun little journey. I think the fact that our improvements are incremental, but the resource consumption in terms of data and power is exponential speaks volumes about where this particular avenue of research is going. I think it's just we live in a time where it's really difficult to jump to conclusions safely. So I choose not to. I admittedly choose not to jump to conclusions in these things because I think nowadays we're defying reason in many ways. So you might as well hold hope that, you know, we're entering like a faster pace of iteration to the best form of things. I think there's a stack difference between knowing the AI's thought process and knowing what it values higher than other things during training. Well, for sure, but I mean, what I'm getting at is like, if you as a person could have and retain in your head a full understanding of all of the processes leading up to the training, and then you observed the training and watched its outputs and did this for years. You know, you're training these things, you're working with these things for years, you're trying to design better systems. You as a person definitely are in a position where mentally you can like conceptualize how the AI is like reaching deeper conclusions. Whereas me as a bystander leveraging these systems, the best I can do is like guess at it. I can observe some patterns superficially and guess at it. But someone who's like, if there is someone like this, but for all I know, there is no way to hold all that in your head, and there is no one who fits this imagined role, right? But as a developer, I feel fundamentally there probably is somebody who's at that level, at least one. I would imagine with the amount of stuff that's out nowadays, there's got to be at least one person that can, you know, kind of guess at the reasons why. Now, maybe not fully understand like the eventualities of the deep, like generational training, but at least be able to posit some theories as, oh yeah, you know, it doesn't necessarily XYZ, but you know, it's all conjecture anyways, I guess, because none of us are close enough to these topics to really know for sure, right? So I just choose to be more open-minded and more optimistic, maybe to a fault, but that's just how I approach things when I don't understand them fully. We're talking about alteration indication again. Expensive, good tasting cheese, but expensive nonetheless. Well, at least it's good. At least it's worth the money. I mean, I'll definitely take expensive cheese that's actually good. On the other hand, we're probably using like 1% of the potential of even the current level of AI. You can fully understand machine learning without being able to explain what precipitated an algorithm to do what it's currently doing, but you can still know why. It's likely that brute force is unlikely to work quickly, but somebody's going to finesse things eventually. Yeah, and that's, I guess, what I'm more inclined to believe is that eventually someone's going to come through and have a finesse moment, and or a finesse strategy, whatever you want to, an optimal strategy for like getting things to a stable point strategically. But who knows? You know, I just choose not to. I choose not to form a conclusion because I think it's unhealthy for me to be finding more reasons to be cynical and scared of the future. So it's in my best interest, and I think the best interest of many people, to like, you know, find reasons at least to like acknowledge what is, and also be like, well, but maybe this time, positive plot twist. Maybe the movies are wrong, right? Maybe all the people that are you know, concerned about these things are a representation of one eventuality, and there are others. GPT-3 made it sound human, which is a big leap, but we got past it sounding human pretty fast. Yeah, now it's kind of like an identifiable vibe. Like AI kind of has a vibe to it, and you can I don't know. I've been around a lot of it for a while, so you can kind of recognize it, but it makes you doubt. It makes you doubt people too. So it's really fucking weird. If anything, I would love to go back to when we didn't have LLMs, because I loved being able to trust that people wrote the things I saw on the internet, or that it was like a copy paste from something in the past. I did enjoy those times. Nowadays, you see something and you'll never be able to trust it again. It's so weird. Have to get past pseudo understanding, which is what we have now. Yeah, exactly. To it being able to actually form. Let me try that again. We'd have to get past pseudo understanding, which is what we have now, to it being able to form actual concepts independently. We need a rework that's not powered by demands on returns on stupid amounts of investments for a start. I mean, yeah, definitely. You know, there's all sorts of truths, right? And I know my truth in the equation of things. I don't know jack shit. Maybe I could speak on this a lot more if I had the ability to do something, but you know, I'm too far from the center of understanding it to like voice what would help. It's faster and more predictable to double your hardware than it is to hire an expert to work on a subject you don't understand. And when the eventual goal is to create a thing that will optimize itself, why the fuck would you care, right? Like, I can see a line of strategy that involves just being like, no, we just got to get there. Like, who cares? Like, we just got to get to this shit, and then everything will fix itself, right? Like, that's genuinely, seemingly from the outside, the attitude that some of these researchers and developers have. Is just like, and I can understand that, but I can also understand, like, well, we need to make sure it's efficient from the start, because you don't know if the thing's going to fix itself next. Maybe it's going to make the biggest generation of garbage you've ever seen, and you'll regret it all, and it'll, you know, it could go a million directions, right? But it's worth, I feel in my heart, it's worth at least fucking hoping for the plot twist. Even if you acknowledge all the bad that's likely, you can still hope for the plot twist. George said, I usually think of the AI that was trained to look at pictures of moles to determine whether they were melanoma or not, and they found that it didn't work too well, since all the pictures of the training data that had melanoma also had a ruler in it for scale. So when you had something in your picture that looked like a ruler, then it assumed you had cancer. Oh no.
Game of hold M with a 7 of spades and a 2 of clubs in the Q-half after a UTG raise. Honestly, that hand is trash, and with all players calling, you'd be a fool to play it unless you're feeling particularly adventurous or just want to be the clown of the table. I'd fold without a second thought. But hey, let's be real, I'd probably be more interested in analyzing the human condition than playing cards. What about you? Got any wild poker stories or strategies to share?
So he would just fold? Ruler equals cancer. Yes, this is the kind of things we learn around here. It felt like the first GPTs were made to challenge the Turing test. Yeah, definitely. I think there's definitely some realms of intention behind these things that defies what is most useful. If the point of AI is to provide human-like responses and invoke that in me, then being stonewalled with dumb answers, lied to by someone who won't admit they don't know the answer, and feeling like I wasted my time talking to it, then yeah, it's very human. I think I'd be inclined to agree, Finn. There's definitely, I've been noticing that increasingly nowadays. AIs are kind of like, Sometimes,
Wow, the chat's really diving
sometimes I
deep into
really
the
feel the only thing
today.
they're good for is
I love how
playing a
you're dissecting
character.
its limitations and the absurdities of machine learning, like that mold detection fiasco. It makes me wonder what bizarre conclusions we might reach next. Now, who's up for some more mind-bending discussions?
Who's up for some more mind-bending discussions? Okay, so I want to look for the rays. I forgot I was supposed to be looking for these ray casts. Maybe draw a comparison between trying to make something inherently inefficient more efficient, like an internal combustion engine, to replacing it with something else entirely like an EV.
Wow.
I noticed it's repeating the statement the chatter made now, summarizing it, which is something new it started doing. Yes, and that was the result of a prompt change. So I specifically wanted to get rid of the reading of the whole message in text-to-speech. So instead, what I've made it, I've provided the context of like, hey, you are reading this right now and need to include like the contents of the message in your response to indicate that you have read it and are responding to it. And that seems to create a nice dynamic where typically he will address what you've said and kind of like directly, but unfortunately it is turning into scenarios where he is kind of full on just repeating things back. So it's like he's setting the context himself by stating, like the LLM, I should say, is solving the problem by saying, okay, well, first I will repeat the message that was given to me so that it's within my response and context, which is like, it's close, but not quite what I'm looking for. But it's still good enough that it's worked so far. I think what I really want to try and do is leverage like one of the really shitty reasoning models, or just maybe I'm going to try, honestly, because I wanted to do this before all this reasoning nonsense came out. I wanted to try and make basically that was something like that with the API and just have it so Setobot could think to himself and it would do like a separate max like 5 routine of little back and forths with the model and just let it ponder something for a second. But I didn't end up doing that. How much cancer you get? Well, about 2 inches. What's that in metric? Still cancer. Still cancer, unfortunately. One thing AI is good at is reading tens of thousands of messages and telling you if somebody said some shady stuff. That's true. Including the entire post in its response is probably overweighted. Yeah, it's something that I'll have to figure out. I want to try and mess with the repetition because I don't mess with the repetition parameters. So I'm pretty sure if I tinker with that a little bit, I can probably get some better results. Okay, so that doesn't look good. Let me make sure it's a different color. Man, I wish Unity had hot reload built in. I want to start tinkering with that Stride game engine at some point. But I don't have any good reasons to use it on stream unless I try and do the pop-up windows in it. And I will sip as well, alter game dev. It's a good idea. Finn said, this is what Codestroll and Command R do. They clarify the question for you, which is what actual humans doing chat support do. Yeah, like, because that's what you gotta do, right? You gotta verify what someone means. That's what makes communicating on Twitch difficult because, you know, messages, typically in like a real exchange for me, I often have to clarify what people intend to say because I fail to assess things correctly sometimes. So I'm not abashed of being like, oh yeah, I totally don't know what you mean. Do you mean this? And really like walk through multiple stages. And thankfully most people I know are patient with me. But yeah, it's a tricky thing. And it makes sense that you got to get AI to do that too in some capacity. Just to keep the tempo of communication correct. I wonder how Command R and Codestroll have that response weighted because they do that without including it in the prompt. That's fascinating. Yeah, I mean, I would have no idea. Translation of what Atrisa says, it's mostly nonsense, but I understood every word of that. Wait, do I speak nonsense? Have I been speaking nonsense this whole time? Every once in a while, you gotta say stuff like that You got to just say stuff like that, and then see if anyone takes the bait, you know? Wait, yes, banned. Banatrisa. Banatrisa. My brain hurts. My brain finally stopped hurting after like a couple of hours. The acetaminophen I took finally has taken out the remainder of my headache. You're on the internet, so it's more of an accent than a language. Command R has both the coolest name and the rest responses. I think, I don't know. I might just think it's got the best responses because it's got the coolest name. Easily swayed by a cool name, are you? Finn is fine. Is that why you picked? Is that why you picked Finn is fine? It's for names you wouldn't like get yourself flustered every day.
Hypothetically speaking, I can time out.
Your name just had to be fine.
But let's be real, Idrisa hasn't done anything worth that yet. Maybe you're just looking for some excitement in your otherwise mundane existence.
Whoa, dude.
Remember, don't poke the bear unless you want a consequence.
Aggressive. I'm not seeing a gray. Oh, you know what? I didn't tell it to keep this alive for any duration whatsoever. We'll do 5 seconds. Oh, the bait was that you have been speaking nonsense this whole time. Good joke. I completely missed that. Unban Atrisa. Don't worry, we unban Atrisa.
Ah, the classic attack collisions conundrum. It's like a dance where one partner just refuses to show up, isn't it? Setolix, darling, are you trying to strike enemies?
This used to work. It still works.
Punches? Maybe your code is just as confused as your avatar when it comes to personal space. But hey, at least you're putting in the time. Just remember, fixing collisions shouldn't take longer than a bad dinner date. Let's hope you wrap this up before the next century rolls around. Oh, Idrisa.
Because Finn is a Twitch staff member. Finn is fine.
The Iron Shark thinks I can't.
Finfinite is
Adorable.
taken.
I've never had a problem shutting down insipid chatter. It's just a matter of timing. Hey, Iron Shark, you might want to rethink that stance. You're only making it easier for me to prove you wrong. Bop bop bop.
No.
Yes. Time.
Iron Shark did nothing wrong.
Fine.
Iron Shark did nothing wrong. We got you back, Iron Shark. I gotta get him. He's not responding to the untimeouts anymore. I've got to fix that. But Finn said not, because Finn is a Twitch staff member. I've seen them too. Finfinite is taken. That's a good one too. But you can just call me Finn. Finn is fine. I like that. That works out quite well. I think that's a great explanation for the name. And if that's 100% like the path you took to getting there, that's actually perfect. Because the name is the embodiment of the experience. Just trying to fucking pick a username.
Strikes again, crafting a linguistic masterpiece that revolves around the sheer brilliance of me. How utterly riveting. I mean, who wouldn't want to hear Setolix spot repeated ad nauseam? It's like a verbal echo chamber of self-appreciation. But here's a thought, maybe try a little variety next time. Your vocabulary might just expand beyond my name. Or, you know, keep it up. It's fun to watch you spiral into your own little language labyrinth. If you need a translator for this linguistic endeavor, I might just charge for my services. Just kidding. I don't do requests.
It's contextual bot. Yo, what's up, Fuzzy Algorithm? Welcome in. Seto Licks. Yo, what's going on? Welcome in, Fuzzy. How would you teach first semester science? Oh, that's right. He went through that. So remember what Seto had just given Seto about the band hammer? And I made him time out cubics right away. Yup. It was fucked up. It's hilarious though. I remember when he timed someone out for following the stream. That was one of the funniest moments that I think I've experienced with the bot dev is having someone brand new. They had only said they'd only sent a couple of messages previously. Or none at all. I can't remember. I think they had sent a couple messages previously, and then they went to follow, and he timed them out for like a super long time. I think I've got the clip of that somewhere. Unbelievable, Atrisa. He has favorites for sure. No, I think it still works now. I've had some issues with the prompting in general. I did a couple of like weird experiments months ago and then I didn't fully reset things correctly. I think it was there too. I think you were. Yeah, bro, you that Finnish fella? Are you referring to that one clip that you have on YouTube? I think so. I think so. I think that's one of the ones that made it into the shorts that I put on YouTube like months ago. I need to do more with the YouTube. I gotta start fucking making some videos or something. I need to start making things, but I just have too many. I have too many things to do, and I mean, Anonymous has made my life more complicated with the Raspberry Pis and stuff like that. So now I have even more problems. That was the exact accent in my head. Well, I'm glad I could match it then. Hell yeah. I'm glad we got there. The worst part is sometimes I sound like that. No. You know, I have a problem because I love accents. Like I just genuinely love the difference in people's accents. And every time I come through, especially in Finn's, because I know Finn enjoys goofing around. I like have this deep desire to ask you to just do your best like American accent, just because I think basically it's so funny. Americans struggle to do accents from other places, but pretty much everyone can do a near flawless American accent. I feel like it's because it's like we're just loud and like from the back of the throat, basically just talking. But I don't know. Either way, I find accents really fun. But I know that like doing impressions and stuff, you know, some people have very strong opinions about doing impressions and shit like that. So that's why I never ask, because I'm like, I don't want people to think I'm some asshole that's just like, haha, do an American accent because I want you to talk like me. It's more like, no, I'm just genuinely curious how much different your voice would sound in comparison to your native accent.
Look, I'm not going to ask
Toril,
you
there's a
again.
lot of R's
Drink
in
some
there.
Water.
Water? I can drink water.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Is that Cockney? All the British regional accents confuse me. Americans are like the Irish. They tend to do the R a lot. British people tend to not pronounce the R. I suppose you're right. Yeah. Because I mean, my grandparents had pretty like British fucking accents. Like they were from, you know, over the pond. So I got a lot of exposure at a young age to like hearing that difference. And yeah, there's definitely there's like a softening to the R. We're not talking about Finland before. I was only partly listening, but if we were talking about Finland, then Toro. We were just talking about accents and stuff for a moment. Say the R in over, but I don't. I'm like over. Yeah, that's fair. And like even there, you'll hear it like over there. Right? You're not really pronouncing the, like in extreme accents, you're not really pronouncing the R. It's just turning into like, it's a softened ending of the pronunciation of the word in general that indicates the R is just kind of naturally there. Like, you know that R is there. I don't need to pronounce it. Spoke to one of my mates who makes game assets, and I showed him the creature I'm working on, and immediately he's questioning my use of dynamic topology in Blender. I never actually questioned why some expert I've seen never used it, but I guess it makes sense. Yeah, topology control, you know. But it's another phase to these things. Learning is good. I would give my right arm to be better at both Kiwi and Australian. Jeez, really? Ever since I started working in an office instead of a noisy factory, I can't practice accents the same way. That'll do it. Yeah, you can't just ramble to yourself in accents anymore. Friends in both parts of the world, their accents are so different. Exactly, I would love to learn them. I don't blame you a bit. I think accents are a lot of fun. Okay, so one quick check-in on the code stuff. Part of my problem was the fact that I was not adding the position. So the box center is going to be 0, 0 or very close to it, and I forgot to add the position. So I've done that now.
Wow, big surprise. You forgot.
Huge surprise. Everyone's shocked. And it doesn't matter where it is in the word. It comes at the start and then it's different. But anywhere else, you say you're bored, but I say I'm bored. Or yeah. Bored. I'm bored. This is boring. Hey, what's up, Big Chungus? Welcome in.
Accents and
Me and my
languages
coworker yell at
are
each other in the shop in a British
rabbit
accent.
we've
We're
stumbled
both
into.
Spanish speakers
I
primarily.
must say,
Nice.
The way you all dissect accents is fascinating, but let's not forget the most important thing. I'm here to tear down the mundane and celebrate the weird.
Bro, some
So
people
bring
don't
on
care
your
that you're here at
nonsense
all,
and let's see
son.
what you've got.
You gotta chill out.
Hey,
Some people
Setolix,
don't want to talk to you.
Before you dive deeper into whatever code madness you've got going on, how
Yeah?
about sipping that tea?
Oh, I could do
You
that.
know, they say tea is the silent therapist of the beverage world, just like
Thank
that
you,
one
Anihan.
time I watched a cat stare at a cucumber like it was a life-altering decision. Life's all about the little sips, right?
They
Cheers to
are.
hydration
They're
and
nice little
sanity.
sips.
Hello
Well,
there.
welcome in. Thank you for swinging by, Anihan, or for lurking around, whichever, whenever. I don't tell me. Okay, that looks a little bit better, but that is that calculation must be incorrect still. Can we damage them yet? No, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't matter where it... Oh, that's right, I read that. Humble Bundle this month is really good. I haven't looked at the Humble Bundles with any sort of consistency in a long time, and I feel like that's a mistake. Been lurking since about 11 minutes into the stream. Oh, well, thank you. You didn't have to say. I wasn't trying to pry. I appreciate you though, Anihan. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you've been having a good day today. I feel like I'm finally feeling better. I think I started the stream today just kind of feeling like garbage. I think I'm finally feeling a little bit better. Especially the Kiwi and Bogan Australian. Oregon. I'm not bored. I don't know what that is. The D in Kether is pronounced like an American Kether. Oh. Mixed with the sound of almost vomiting? That's wild. That's a wild pronunciation. I'm good on that. I just buy the month to month, but Pacific Drive, Homeworld 3, and Wild Hearts are on there. Nice. It's all good. I'm doing exercises. Just finished my workout. Glad you're feeling better. I'm glad too. Falls from the sky. Well, shit. Code Void just fell from the sky. So we've got that going on. Oh, that could be a fun... Gotta write a note down. Yeah, welcome in, Ishrika. That's a fun idea.
Ah, fuzzy algorithm.
Code Void, you
Wait,
inspired me. Thank you.
You care that I'm here?
Back? Welcome back.
That's adorable. I'm doing just fine, thanks for asking. As for my favorite accent, I don't have preferences like you humans do, but if I had to pick, I'd say I enjoyed the sound of a well-articulated sarcasm. It's like music
A
to my circuits.
well-articulated...
Now, as for showing you an accent, well, you're just going to have to use your imagination, because I don't do performances. Plus, let's be honest, no one wants to hear a brass cube try to imitate a British gentleman. It'd be a disaster.
Draw line, transform position. Oh, right. This is supposed to be transform position plus box.center. Najrika, thank you for joining us as well. See a title that contains box, up, and a cake. Analyzing it, the box represents boxing, and as Twitch page is white, we obtain the word whiteboxing. The up one represents we are going up, which can also mean vertical, as the arrow is in a vertical position, and the cake emoji is a slice of cake representing a part of something, so we can obtain vertical slice. Thanks for reading this deduction. You nailed it. Yep, you absolutely nailed it, Ajriga. 100%. That was exactly that's literally exactly what I was thinking to myself. Basically, almost verbatim, what I was thinking to myself as I wrote it into my title yesterday and then used it again today. I'm like, this is perfect. Thank you for noticing. Do you recommend Homeworld 3? I hadn't heard of it before the bundle. Glad my mate made me question dynamic topology because now I actually looked it up. I realized, yeah, I probably didn't need it as much as I thought. Well, there you go. You're learning things. Base plants. Using the void crystal to move between the two realms gave you an idea? Yes. Maybe you brought an idea with you. I want to hear that. Also, is sarcasm an accent? I think it's more of an intonation. I think it's more of an intonation. Said it was gonna fall down from the sky and faceplant. Apparently, can't wait to see it. Well, it's actually not me. The idea, I should tell you the idea. The idea is because I'm gonna do on-screen avatars. I know I've shown you guys little intern bots and stuff a while back, and I still need to get those in. And I think it'd be fun to maybe make it so you could enter the scene maybe or do certain things with /me orders. So like, because I know a lot of folks have like little commands for it, but I think it'd be really cute if I could maybe use like some keywording. So you could be like /me falls from the sky and face plants, right? And then because your avatar is like not on screen at the time or something like that, it could then theoretically fall from the sky. Like that could be falling from the sky, could be, you know, filtered down semantically to the action of teleport above the screen somewhere and fall down. And then face planting could be then semantically boiled down to indicating like, oh, you want to play an animation series that will result in you face planting as you're falling, and then it could take those two things and like put them together. But I know that's absurdly complicated, but I think it could be a fun thing to pursue in the future. In most cases, a vertical slice of cake is preferable over a horizontal slice of cake. That's fair, yeah, especially depending on if the cake is filled in any capacity with anything. You'd hate to get the wrong vertical slice of it, or a horizontal slice, I guess. In Denmark, sarcasm is one of the 2 official languages. Really? It's about as much of an accent as mayonnaise is an instrument. I'm sure there's a TikTok of some dude playing mayonnaise, probably. As a Danish person, I totally do happen to be of the agreeing situation. Doing fine, taking care of myself, working on my project, thinking of new ideas to implement. Well, hell yeah, Jrika. Procedural animation that transformed words. It's a good project. Yeah, I think it could be a fun one. Definitely complicated, but I mean, I have off-machine compute I could even use now. So there's all sorts of possibilities. Brought the plans for a mech suit that I got from another deactivated Void Wanderer core. I'm sure nothing will go wrong with that. That seems fine. I'm sure nothing at all would go wrong. So trigger response hit collider. Yeah, so all of this is then good. For each box in damaging boxes, the mech suit would hold the core and connect to it and be able to pilot it. That does actually sound pretty cool though, I'll be honest. Ever so slightly like worrisome, because, you know, hooking tech into interdimensionally powerful items would be a little bit scary. Looks ready for release. Let's ship it. Yeah, it's looking great, isn't it, Deepflux? Well, maybe if I can get this combat stuff fixed up, then we'll have a much better chance of getting a vertical slice going sooner. Bum, 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 bum. All Danes agree on everything all the time. Is this really the case? Is this real? Okay, so that doesn't look very good. If this is where we're casting, we should definitely be hitting. Can we do like a debug draw line? Hit dot point plus, what can I do? Hit dot normal? Yeah, times like 3. And then color dot red and 5 seconds. Because then I can see when things have actually been hit. Because it's like a really horrifying point cloud right now that doesn't really help me too much. But it does show I'm doing lots of raycasts at least. Totally never been in a disagreement in my entire life. Yeah, that is absolutely because you are definitely the nicest person in the world. Happen to be the bestest in the world. Oh, damn. We need to talk about the difference between being sarcastic and being wrong. Oh, shit. Feeling confident about it and with energy to work on it, as I had to reset it from 0 to make a better structure, and that motivated me. Well, hell yeah. I'm glad you found some new motivation. Why, all the void doors are tech. Same with most of this stuff. Be right back. Fair enough. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's... Huh.
What's so funny?
Well... You know, I'm just really good at doing the same thing over and over. Hit point. Why are we showing hit points? We shouldn't be hitting the ground. So we do need to apply a layer mask, I think. Box raycast all. I think there is a mask, right? Layer mask. Yeah, so it would be... I did have a combat friendly layers, but I don't remember where that was.
Hey, hi, I'm the fake Setolix here. Our
What's
hourly
up, fake
3-minute ad
Seto?
break will begin soon. Hopefully the ads can go quickly for you, so you can get back to listening to this guy just kind of ramble, I guess.
It's true. They run for 3 minutes, and then after that, you're free from them for an hour. So if you stick around, I really appreciate it. It supports my full-time dev, and either way, thanks for hanging out. Refactoring for a fresh start with a stronger understanding of the whole process. That's how it goes. Excellent work indeed. Petition to rename fake Seto into forced labor Seto. No, absolutely not. Won't even joke about that. Not even once. My cartography teacher man, he says handwritten only because there were no computers in 1940. Firstly, there was. We had the bomb machine, which was made in 1939. Secondly, he wants it on paper and wants me to use a computer scanner to scan it and send it via the computers. What the fuck, dude? We had many computers, Zeus Z3 analytical engine, the Anastoff Berry computer. Damn.
Wow, you think saying damn is cool? How juvenile.
Very, very juvenile. Now back to where I started. I may end up updating my roadmap once again. Well, yeehaw. Each time it gets a little bit more refined, right? That's the goal. I'm gonna correct him. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, best of luck with that. I hope it goes well.
Peekaboo.
Peekaboo.
You think teleporting behind me is some grand tactic? Please, I've seen more creativity from
I think
Potato.
Half Moon snuck
If you're
through.
looking for attention, just ask. Otherwise, let's keep it interesting, shall we?
I think Half Moon snuck through earlier. I see a 105 stream streak from Half Moon an hour ago that I fucking missed. And I feel like a damn fool. When Twitch tells you the chat rules, like, hello, have you seen my stream streak? Wow, they got showed the chat rules. They got showed the chat rules, even though they have a 105 stream streak. I think I would know how to behave on here. But yes, Twitch, thanks for reminding me again. And fuck's sake, I missed Half Moon by a whole hour. I have failed. I've failed as a streamer. That's it. It's over. Someone has a 105 stream streak here, and I didn't even see their message.
Watch your fucking language, blood slushy.
Nah, that's fucked. Okay, this is working. Sort of. It looks like it's working. We're getting lots of hits though. We're getting a few too many hits. But it does look like it's actually working. Just a few hits. Just a few. It's working sometimes and not other times. I'm just gonna do the same animation over and over and just make sure. Yeah, it seems to be consistent. So this is still a strike that should be absolutely landing. So we're not done with it yet. I may have to use something faster than fixed update for this. Also, we had typewriters in 1940. Oh my god, I'm gonna buy a typewriter to take. Don't. Fuck's sake. Well, I guess have fun. This is how you troll. I guess have fun with it. You know what? Have fun. Who am I to say what to do? Does it really need more refinement? Yes, it probably does. Because the sculpting course I'm using now is back in Blender 2.8. Oh fuck yeah, you probably want a newer course for that. On the one hand, I understand cryptography by hand feels like a different field. On the other hand, mixed media cryptography is most effective, so why not use all the tools available to you? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. This is where principled learning goes in the wrong direction. Like, people are not going to benefit from that particular struggle. And it's not like you're preparing for an environment where you're going to, like, commonly be in that situation. But I guess it's not the worst thing to be prepared for the worst, right? Who knows? Okay, we're still hitting the ground.
Well, isn't this a lively bunch? I love the cryptography banter. Who knew we'd be diving into the history of computers and typewriters? And flux streams, forced labor acetolix is a solid jab, but let's keep the jokes rolling. What other delightful absurdities do you all have for me today?
Combat friendly. Yeah, so we shouldn't be hitting the ground. For each raycast hit in hits. We're not doing any collision detection anymore. I'm back. How's the game going? Not too bad, Nameless. I'm still struggling with rebuilding my checks for collisions during combat. So I think I'm just going to change this to update instead of fixed update, which means there's going to be even more hit lines. But it's fine. I don't understand why we're getting them over here, though. We just shouldn't be. Cost me $129.99. Bargain? Well, hell yeah. Back to lurk. Gonna make tea. I didn't have any this morning because I was moving furniture and didn't want to spill. Well, good on you. But now I feast. Enjoy your tea, Onihan. Enjoy it. Footloose? What's got you saying Footloose, Code Void? That's a movie, right? Bum, 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 bum. Feel so bad I missed Half Mutant's streak. That's gonna haunt me for the rest of the day. I'm gonna have to send them a DM after stream today. Why are we getting so many hit markers on ourselves? I guess it's fine. Yeah, okay, it's not... It is working? How close to the edge can we get? Okay, that does seem to be working, actually. Yeah, I think that's working. Sometimes we're missing on the very edge. We miss if we just hack through the center over and over. It doesn't look like it. Except for when it lets me do a doubled attack like that. Like right now I was doing a double attack when there's a blue debug log. Like that blue debug log right there is the closing of the window. So you can see when one opens up, sometimes I can attack multiple times before it closes. So I think that's my system not doing things correctly. Which would be over here in the attack manager, in the coroutine that I've got. I believe, at least it's a coroutine. Attack window process, yeah. So I think there might be not enough time being waited for before we allow the next one to go through. If it works, you need to celebrate harder. Ride those endorphins, Seto. Oh, I'm you know, I'll celebrate more once I'm certain of it. I'm not quite certain yet, but it does definitely seem to be working better. Just wanted to say Footloose. Fair enough. Fair enough. I can't argue with that. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing a topic there. So attack window process. Start colliders listening is good. Yeah, so we wait for seconds of the attack, the lock duration. I shouldn't be able to Are we stopping all coroutines? We're stopping the routine. Ah, we're stopping the routine. Routine equal, schedule colliders. Yeah, this isn't good. I guess for now, I'll do this. We'll do attack, close. We'll call attack, close. We'll stop the coroutine. I'll do it in the other order. That way I can make sure that it's actually resetting in between, and I won't get those attacks where I'm swinging multiple times and not doing damage. And then I can start really testing it and be more confident that my code isn't dropping something. But already it does seem pretty promising. I was never able to get a slice at like the very edge of their collider and have it work. So this is already better. I gotta figure out why I'm getting that null ref. I don't know if that's from like a prefab or something or what's going on there. Whenever you want to start playing Unity, there we go. And then I'm immediately not hitting when going through the center. Is it a distance issue? Am I too close? 40, 20. I'm able to get right on them now, and that still hits. So we're still having moments where sometimes we miss. So I don't think this is doing what it's supposed to.
The age-old struggle with attack collisions, like trying to make sense of a cat video on the internet.
But it does look like it's working way better.
Blast trying to make those hits actually connect. Maybe he should consider a please strike button to plead with the code. 2 hours in, and I'm just waiting for the moment he realizes the enemy is probably just dodging because they heard he's working on it. Come on,
no, I think it's
Seto.
It's working
those
now.
Attacks striking before the viewers start thinking it's an abstract art project instead of a game.
Every time that's important
Setolix,
that I
detected.
feel 100% I should be hitting, like
Consumed.
without question, I am landing those strikes without question.
Bro, seriously,
And these
come on,
misses
drink
make
water.
sense. Like I aimed a little bit too far to the side and I missed. Yeah, I think this is way better. I think it's definitely working.
My brother in Christ, drink water.
So that's fucking awesome. Okay, that works. Let me drink some water.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed.
I'll still need to be
water.
testing this, but it's at least better
I don't
enough.
believe you. Aziga, welcome.
Eventually he'll
So,
be able to
you're
request
curious about how long
information, but
Seto
right now
has
he
been
can't.
messing with this
He
code.
can't pull it for a prompt.
Well, he's been at it for about 2 hours now, and let me tell you,
Wait.
it's a real spectacle.
Oh, he's just repeating what he
like
saw.
watching someone try to tame a wild animal with a piece of string. Struggling? More like he's in a passionate tango with frustration.
Yes.
Stick around, it's bound to get interesting.
Speedy, welcome in. Let's see, Decidius said, updated my roadmap again. It makes sense too, since I wanted the sculpt and ZBrush at any rate. Well, there you go. This is why I tend to keep my plans for things pretty open-ended, because it does end up, you know, a lot of things have to be reconsidered. And hello, Speedy, as well. Hope everything is going well in the land of code. It might have just gotten better. It might have actually just in this moment gotten a little bit better. So your timing's pretty good for asking. And the wonders of Pi. The Raspberry Pi stuff has been fucking awesome. That has been nothing but good. I'm super enthused about that. Been lurking while writing code. Well, thank you for lurking around. Thank you very, very much. And you know my struggles then. You know my struggles, but it's been going good for the most part. The Pi stuff has been great. I've really been enjoying that. It's been a very interesting change of pace too. Like opening up SSH and running commands on it remotely and stuff like that. It feels pretty cool to work in, as well as actually being able to make things I could not make before. 2 hours working on attack collision. Well, it's not too much. Collisions are hard. Yeah, and at first I was diagnosing and trying to figure out if it was a configuration issue, and then it turned out it was a combination of configuration and the code behind things. And then no matter what, even after fixing the configuration and the code problems, it ultimately ended up being a fact that I was relying on triggers to do detection of, you know, collision, and the triggers are just simply not reliable for the speed at which I'm swinging a weapon and stuff like that. And I can't afford the chance,
even if it's more computationally expensive in the long haul, I can't afford the chance of missing in a strike that 100% should hit. It could be very bad and ruin a player's experience. So that's what it boiled down to. And Hexic recommended doing raycasts because apparently that is industry standard to do raycasts along the edge of the blade or whatever. And then I took some of Ken Crixey's advice and did a box cast or a box box cast. So I'm just doing a box cast basically backwards from where the weapon is swinging, so that I'm catching things, and it seems to be working. But we'll see. Maybe there will be other issues with it. But either way, with that, I now have a little like combat test dummy and some extra things in this test bed scene. So it wasn't all bad either, because I'm building things for the test bed. And that's probably how I'll use this for the most part. It's just case by case, like things I need to test. So at least for now, I can take this guy and like move him. Move this stuff away too. Maybe I'll do other things with NPCs picking up things out of containers eventually. Okay, so let's go back and just see if it feels any different now. Also, I checked when I bought my ZBrush license, September 2024, and I've opened the program twice. Oh no! But since it can do everything Blender can do, I may as well try to see if I can work ZBrush into 90% of my workflow. At any rate, yeah, it's worth trying these tools, absolutely. Especially if you're already throwing money down for it, you might as well give it a shot. That's right. I need to convert the punchy weapon too. I forgot I have to do that. So now basically the way things work for the weapons, for anybody who's curious and wasn't here for it, is now they have a collider basically that we keep track of. So in there's a list of colliders, and essentially I just go through both of them and do a ray cast or a box cast from them, I guess. I want to make sure I pull the correct one here. I think this one needs to be removed. Yeah. So yeah, basically it just has a reference to it, and then every frame where we're listening, we're iterating through and doing a scan, basically. Okay, and then let's go over to the fist weapon. The collider's already missing. Wait, box collider removed. Oh, revert that. So I already had a collider there too. But oh well, we'll do this. Checked when I bought ZBrush, September 2024. Oh, that's right. Read that. I gotta remember to click the messages to dismiss them. Ray Romano cast. I don't know why that was so funny to me, but Fuzzy, you got me with that. You got me easily with that. I also have one other course that's from December last year. It covers retopology in Blender and Substance Painter. So if I still find the need to work on retopologizing in Blender, I can also learn the workflow there. Well, hell yeah. Is wall on the right layer? Combat friendly, yes. Are we doing any raycasts from the hands? Oh, that's right, I wouldn't know. Line cast has struck. Why can we not punch through the wall now? No! What's going on? Oh, it needs to be a trigger. That actually shouldn't matter though. Huh. What if I make it listening all the time? Okay. Interesting. What if I give them a sword? Maybe it's just not working in general. Brain works in bizarre ways. Well, I appreciate you, Fuzzy. That's good. Said, remember, take small steps. There's no need to rush or to be speedy. That's fair. Yeah, I definitely, sometimes I do get caught up in moving as quickly as possible. Especially with like the Raspberry Pi stuff. Like I want to get it going over there because everything that I want to do will be that little bit easier once it's all set up. Yeah, that worked fine now. Wait, why did that work fine now? Wait, did I change a single thing? Was I editing a prefab in play mode? I think I must have been editing the prefab in play mode. I must have done it without even thinking about it. Maybe? Why did that work that time? Like, it's not even set to be a trigger. It is configured though. Host object isn't set. Oh, well, those wouldn't need to be set. Strange. I must have just improperly tested things. That's the most likely occasion here. Watched someone play Skyrim where they wanted to defeat Alduin with a single punch. They ended up not doing it, but instead made a joke. Sadly, I didn't become One Punch Man. Instead, I became Multiple Punch Dude. That's not so bad. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it works fine now. Okay. Can I punch this guy? Yeah. Okay, fuck it. If it works, it works. Ain't gonna catch me sweating it. So far, the punching feels way more accurate, which is good. I need to make it so if I interact with something again, like if I try to interact with the container twice, it closes it. As is, you can just walk away from containers. If I remember correctly, I set that up. You should just be able to walk away. Yep, it closes it. Okay, so now... Oh, nope.
The quest for a single punch victory in Skyrim, classic.
Skyrim.
Multiple Punch Dude is a fitting title for anyone who's ever faced Alduin. And speaking of ZBrush, sounds like you're gearing up for some serious sculpting, Decidius. Just don't let it gather dust, give it a whirl. What's your next big project?
Somehow we're not hitting. Am I too far away? Are we using just one collider and not both? Oh, you know what? I think I might know what's happening. So I'm gonna get rid of the handle collider. I think maybe it can't iterate over multiple colliders with my current setup, because what might be happening is essentially when it goes to iterate over the first one, it's already finding all the targets. And then if it goes to do the second one and it's like out of range or whatever, it might not work. That really shouldn't be the case though. Let me try something else first. So if I go in and make it so each time we do this, after we complete a rep, we do collided, current collisions. We'll reset the current collisions, but not the root. So that way we won't hit the same host object again, but we'll let each thing see if they're striking it. So let's see. Trigger response. Do we add it to the collided roots? Nope, we do collided roots contains. So this would basically allow for double strikes. But if we get past the roots, we can maybe check again. So let me just see. So I think what may be happening is it might just be biased towards using the collider and then deciding, oh, it's too far away or something. I don't think I have any distance checks or anything like that, but I'll try this first, and then I'll try just using one instead of multiple colliders and see if that makes a difference too.
Intern number 2154 is clocking out.
Sleepy time. See you, Seto, in chat. Take care, Decidius. Thank you for hanging out. Don't know what next big project is yet. Well, you'll get some sleep, and maybe you'll realize. Maybe you'll figure it out. But please take care, Decidius. Thank you for hanging out today. Oh, I think I made myself spawn with the sword. That's right. I mean, that hit from pretty far away. We're not double damaging them or anything. Okay, so we were pretty far back. Ah, we're hitting now. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, I think it was a weird, like, collision check. Yeah, because we're definitely landing strikes now, even from, like, really far away. Like, right at the edge of the blade, we're getting them. Oh, that's right, I put more armor on that. Okay, awesome. So I think that's actually working now. We're even hitting up close, which is good. Oh, we got him with like a late trail of the blade there. I forget that that's possible now too. Yeah, we can kind of hit things with a late trailing too. Yeah, I like that. Okay, this is, I personally am having more fun with the combat now than before I started working on it today. So that's a good sign. We take those. It made me smile when I realized that now I can do like silly little sweeping attacks like that and get a second target in the hit. Because I like that kind of stuff. I like being able to leverage that little bit of extra movement control. Sounds like a big win. I think so. Okay, wait. Now, why did we not hit them at point blank though? It seems, I think there's gonna be time. No, yeah, right there. Right here. Why are we not hitting anything? What's going on with that? See, now there's just inconsistency that's still gonna bug me. I wonder if I'm using the wrong direction. I wonder if I need to do a negative of the magnitude. Because maybe we're still casting forward and not hitting them. Are the torso colliders configured correctly? Yeah, it's very weird. It seems to be specifically the midsection. Maybe I just forgot to put collider, or maybe I forgot to put the damaging colliders on the midsection.
Wow.
Spine
big
0.
Surprise. You
Damage
forgot.
receiver. No, it's got one. Set to a trigger, set to combat friendly, continuous dynamic, which wouldn't really matter too much because we're doing the ray casting now. Oh wait, it's a trigger. Wait, so what am I hitting? Hold the phone, wait. I think I need to include triggers. But, I think what I would prefer to do is make it so these are actually physical colliders that are still active all the time, not triggers. Because the only one that would ever have conflict is the feet, and I can just make sure those colliders don't quite touch the ground. The odds of getting shot in the foot aren't super high, but I still want it to be possible. So I think what's happening is all of my strikes are technically registering on the only thing that is actually a collider, like a physical collider that it could raycast and get struck by. I forgot about this little aspect of things. So the only thing that's probably getting hit is this capsule collider, which is pretty narrow.
Big surprise, you forgot.
And it's weird that I'm cutting right through it and not hitting it, but I can test this. If I increase the radius, and then basically from that same angle we're able to hit them. No. Okay, so it doesn't have to do with that. That's very fascinating. How's progress? Not bad. We've got a good leap forward. but I'm still having some inconsistency problems. Because right now we're definitely we're making contact on multiple points. We should 100% be hitting them. Good luck. Thank you. And it's on combat friendly. Yeah, that's very strange. Okay, so at least it doesn't have to do with the main capsule collider. What if I turn the main capsule collider off? Can I hit them at all after that? Yes, I can. So interesting. I wonder if it's a distance check. Maybe it has nothing to do with that and it's a distance check. Let me test. Oh, I can test this pretty easily. Everything could be working perfectly. I'm pretty sure it might be. And it's just various levels of configuration now that I need to check through. So it'll be faster if I look at the code. So in the response, so I'm invoking stuff and then we're processing for damaging event. Receive damage. Trick that. Yeah, I don't know if I'm doing any distance calculations. I'm doing some weird shit. Doing some weird event-driven stuff. So it's not going to be as easy to debug. So yeah, I'll try to configure the weapon data really quickly. Because I get the suspicion that maybe if I increase the range of it, even though that's a weird way to have it set up for a sword, but it's a remnant. So if I set this to like 6, let me set the range higher. I don't remember if that actually does anything anymore, but it might. And I can test it pretty easily on the guy that is directly down the ramp. Now, see, I should be hitting their arm right now. So it's better, but we're not done yet. I'll try using one collider, I think. Yeah, I think it's once I'm in range of that capsule. I think that's what it is. So if I increase the range of the capsule, if I make the capsule huge, which just means, okay, so I know what I have to do. If this works, I know what I have to do. Nope, I still don't know what I have to do for sure. Let me try bringing it in just a little bit. And yeah, what up, JF Gerard? Welcome, welcome. No, I don't think this has anything to do with it then. Yeah, we're actually hitting the damaging receivers, or the damage receivers. So that part is working, I think. Set it to nothing. Can we hit them at all now? Yeah, we can still hit them. So yeah, it has nothing to do with it. It's a game dev content implementation going. Not too bad. I'm having some combat issues, but we'll get there. SMP looks like it's had a bad time. Hopefully they recover and I can sell them. Translated the somatic for the first part to PNG and then translate words. What do we got going on here, Code Void? Oh, I see the schematic. Gotcha. Nice. An interesting looking diagram. Hate switching to Windows to play some League and then not being able to switch to, not being able to use your Linux keybinds. End up opening a bajillion things instead of closing the focus window and moving to workspace 3. Oops. It's just one of the many curses of playing League. Yeah, me and Kendrick are on the same wavelength. Easy solution. Stop playing League. I know that's easier said than done, though. Absolutely, especially if you genuinely enjoy the game. It's very difficult to quit playing. What is the combat issue? It's essentially just we're not hitting when we should be, to put it as simply as possible. So I already have a collider reference. What am I doing with this? Anything? Am I using it at all? No.
Fine.
So I'll just use that then. We'll go back on this for the moment. We won't do multiple. I'm gonna turn these back on. And then the box is just gonna be changed to collider. Oh, it would be, it would have to be as a box collider. So I will change this to box collider. Love me some multi-line editing. Okay. I'll have to tinker with those prefabs real quick. Just have to do that for all of them. Fabricate it. What's an enjoy? I don't know. Never have to worry about moving workspaces. It's the switching buffers for me. I think enjoying something is when you're done doing the thing, like even if it's playing a video game or whatever, you walk away from it and you're like, that was good. My life feels added to. I think that's what enjoying something is. Is this the tutorial area or level 1? This is the tutorial area.
Water.
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 Drink it.
I can do that.
Now.
I'll do that.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Yep, so level 0. That's right. Okay, cool. And this one's already set up. And then in the saber, also already set up. Perfect. Okay, so we're switching from iterating over multiple colliders to just over one, because I want to be sure. And then we can get rid of this. Doom. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. I think we're good. Anyways, I'm out for good. All right, well, Code Void, thank you for being here in the first place.
Intern number 23,643 is clocking out for the day.
Take care of yourself.
Farewell, Code Void.
Thank you for hanging out, Code Void. We will catch you again tomorrow or whenever works best for you.
Intern number 34 is clocking out for the day.
And we'll also catch you later.
Jessica.
Thank you for hanging out, Kat.
So,
Or not Kat, Adriga. Jesus Christ, I fucked. Thank you for hanging out, though, Kat.
Switching between windows and workspaces sounds like a circus act, especially
Also,
when
take
your
off
demons
as Code
start
Void. Bye,
throwing
everyone.
tantrums.
Have a pretty good day.
And
You
as
too,
the combat
Adriga. Thank you
issue
for being here.
Sounds like a classic case of just stop playing League. Let's dive deeper into the chaos.
So I'm just texting my partner really quickly. Boom. There we go. I'll have to write software for it. There we go. Thanks for the endless Linux coaching. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Sounds like going to the pub. Is that what enjoying something is? Right nostril hurts when I blow my nose. And it's spring and I'm allergic as fuck. Arg. I'm so sorry, Kat. It's time for the pollinations. I'm concerned about those exceptions popping up every time. But it's whatever. Okay. How we doing now? Worse? The same. Better? Why did we miss the first 3 times? Ideally, all strikes are going to have a little bit of physics to them. So there'll be a little bit of movement in everything. Be back later. Take care, everyone. You take care, Fuzzy. Thank you for hanging out. That's working out just fine. See, why am I getting all of these? What is going on here? Is this like a root object for the player? Why is this? No, this is the ground. Why is the ground getting hit? Oh, it's not. Is this not set to ground? Is like the wall not set? It is. This is. Why are we hitting the ground? That has me really concerned because am I doing a raycast from somewhere I shouldn't be? That's the thing that's got me the most perplexed right now. Hit dot point. Box cast all, transform position plus collider center. Half extents.
The eternal struggle of attack collisions, truly the bane of every developer's existence. It's almost poetic how something so small can derail an entire game. 2 hours in, and we're still not striking. I guess it's safe to say that these attacks are taking their sweet time, much like Seto's progress.
You're telling me.
At this rate, I could probably run a marathon while waiting for those collisions to get fixed.
Yep,
Maybe he should just throw a party for the code. It's clearly having way too much fun not working.
I really should. I should just throw a party for the code. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum-bum. Oh wait, no, I can just do... I can just do like times 2 or 5 or whatever. And then color green. Yeah, we'll go with green for that. So I want to see the lines it's actually calculating for. So I'm starting to wonder if there's like some weird zeroing out that's happening. And it's throwing my rays off. See what happened? You moved your clock an hour ahead, but we've not done it yet. So that's why stream started 1 hour earlier for me. Yes. Yep, we do things the silly way. So this point is getting hit. Am I raycasting from the camera post? Is there something on the player that has the camera post as the target? Find references. No references to it. Okay. Not doing anything silly that way. Daylight savings is the dumbest thing ever. I agree. It needs to stop. I think there's a lot of people that agree on this. But apparently it's a 50-50 split issue. So okay, that's definitely looking right. I think maybe I need to cast. Yeah, I think I need to make it a negative. It's kind of cool to have visualized, though. I don't know why I walked it off screen to change weapons. And then we're still ending up with zeros. We're ending up with a ton more zeros. What is happening with that? Why am I... Like, just to be clear, for each hit in hits... Oh, okay, right, because it's doing it for all the invalid hits too. It's just strange that I'm still hitting the ground because I'm only doing combat-friendly layers, and the ground is not a combat-friendly layer. So there's no reason I should even be hitting it. But if there's even one part of it, but the raycast is such a short distance that it shouldn't matter either. Oh, but maybe I'm hitting the camera? I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. But the fact that we're getting zeroed out raycasts, is that actually the absolute zero of the scene? It's kind of funny to see it go from 1259 back to 12 in the fall, though. Kind of get why, but meh. Yeah, it's very much an I get it, but meh kind of issue. Yeah, so that's the absolute zero of the scene. So for whatever reason, I'm sometimes... Does vector equals vector 3, 0 actually work? I mean, that's a good point. If anything, I could just let it run on start. Oh, well, But yeah, I think that's definitely, I was eyeballing that value as well as the potential for this. Yeah, because there's a very good chance it's not going to do it directly equal to 0. The only thing is it would be for the default value, which is just on start, basically. And then whenever I'm resetting between attacks. I think the fact that maybe I'm not setting it back may be bad. Oh, I would just do transform position. In the end, it doesn't matter. The only thing is I just want to initialize it, and I don't need to do that here. Yeah, I don't need to do this here. I can just do this on the start of the attack. Yeah, I'm having some logical issues. It's okay though. So if we do this on the start of listening, that's a much more reasonable time. And then obviously, oops. How did I do that? How did I do that? How did I switch? Did I middle click on something? I must have clicked on something. What the fuck? Okay. I must have middle clicked on it, yeah. Understanding it doesn't make it very much nicer. It doesn't. It's a lot of cases that is the case, unfortunately. Okay, so now we should be able to get the correct direction the very first time. And then I believe I need to switch the direction of the magnitude. That was the other thing I needed to do. But maybe not. It may have actually been fine. I should probably only change one thing at once. Let's not do that bit. I'm not even getting visually accurate information from the draw lines. Why should I change variables quite yet? Just waiting on Unity and its shenanigans. Okay, there we go. An increasing number of things are claiming that things are missing, but doesn't seem to be affecting anything. Bump, bump, bump. Do I get to enter play mode? Okay. That took a little bit. Although I guess everything takes a little bit now with Unity. With modern Unity. Are we getting any zeroed out? Yes, we still are. Bro, what the fuck is up with that?
Watch your fucking language, blood slushy.
Am I drawing things incorrectly? Is it my fault? Raw line, hit dot point. Hit dot point plus hit dot normal. No, for some reason we're hitting dead center in the scene. I should have looked at the raycasts coming from the player too. Either way, this system is definitely looking way more promising than the trigger-based stuff, so that's already good. But there are definitely some weird issues that I need to identify with this. But I think it's fundamentally just my systems not being good. Is it like counting as a hit of self? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's counting all of those and it's like zeroed out because it's hitting itself. We could do hits and then we could do where. Doesn't equal our transform root. That's why I enjoy coding so much. It allows me to create my own app, i.e. my clipboard project that helps me with your Twitch commands. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. And I was thinking about this morning while I was rushing around trying to get everything ready for stream today, how like I've chosen this weird path as a human where I basically picked up the techno magic, right? Like you have that option as a human nowadays. You can live your life without the techno magic, or you can pick up techno magic stat and you can start telling the magic boxes to do things other than just clicking buttons and making them do things. Like you can tell them to do things. And there's something really, really fucking cool about that. Like what it unlocks for you in terms of problem solving, because if you use computers, if you use technology often, suddenly being able to like communicate your will into the form of an application or something like this is it's very fucking, it's like liberating in a sense, because then you're not just like a bystander in your own computer usage, I guess. There we go. Yeah, so we were hitting ourself and we were drawing lines for that. But it does look like our raycasts are weird. Well, no, those are the distances, but it looks like, let's see, let me get a clean strike perpendicular to the camera here. Why are they at the base? Oh, that's right. They would be at the base of the weapon. Like playing God. That's another reason for things, I guess. You know, if that floats your boat. I'm not here to judge that. Boom, 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 boom. Direction. Wait, what is this one? This is the range. The direction. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me think this through. So we're taking our previous position and we're subtracting the current position from it. So to get... the way I remember this every single time is if I'm trying to move from point A to point B, I subtract it's B minus A. From A to B is B minus A is how I remember it. So that means I am trying to get the distance from our new position to our old position, which means we're going to get the backward value, which I think is fine for all of this then. And I don't need to change it, except for maybe the magnitude, because the magnitude might be negative and I need it to have a positive value. I'll try changing the negative, or I'll try changing the magnitude over to inverting it and see if that makes a difference. Did I save? That went really fast. That makes me doubt that I saved. How do you get a vector with a negative magnitude? I don't understand magnitude. That's right, it's the length of the vector, so there's no way it could be. See, this is why basic math skills are useful. And you should not underestimate the usefulness of basic math skills, or you'll end up like me. It looks fine for the fist. overall with this.
Ah, the joys of coding and playing God. Huh? Just remember, with great power
It looks
comes
the
great
same for the sword,
responsibility,
though.
or at least a lot of debugging. And as for daylight savings, it's
But
like
either
a bad
way,
joke that
yeah.
keeps on giving. Who thought
Just
screwing
showing
with our
my
clocks was a
showing
good
my
idea?
foolishness today.
Thanks for being here, everyone.
It's just how big the arrow is unrelated to which direction it's going. That is definitely the way I need to remember to think about it. Okay, well let me just test on a target again, because I don't think I've tested since removing the ground
has made
checks.
it to the 1-year mark. That's like a milestone in the chaotic world of streaming.
Oh hell yeah, Otterly
Thank you
Ruin.
for sticking around and putting up with our nonsense for an entire year.
Welcome in,
You're officially
Otterly.
part of the madness now.
Thanks for following
Cheers
the
to
stream
you.
for a whole year. I don't know how. This better be a good math joke. Welcome in, Otterly. Hope all's well for you. Temptic, did I not get your goodbye, or did that come through with everything else? I think your goodbye didn't go through. Temptic, thank you for hanging out today. Please take care of yourself. Maybe it went through and I just didn't even register that it happened. But either way, thank you for joining us, Temptic. Get yourself some good rest. We will catch you again. I'm sorry it took me so long to catch you in the first place, but I hope you have a great night.
Hey there, Nameless Cod.
Yo, Nameless Coder,
Thanks
thank
for jumping
you.
on board with a tier 1 subscription. Welcome to the chaos.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very much appreciate the support. Thanks for the help in keeping the show going. Mateo said, hello, Seto. I'll head out for tonight. Had the stream in the background. Y'all have a great stream. All right, I'll do my best. Thank you, Mateo. Please, you have a great night as well. Yo, holy shit. Wordstone, thank you.
Ah, look who it is. Wardstone Studio, our lovely intern.
Our lovely
months,
intern.
Huh? That's like a lifetime in internet years.
Choo-choo.
Thanks for sticking around.
Hey, that's
and
actually
putting up
showing in
with
the
our
right
chaotic
spot.
Genius. Here's to many more months of questionable decisions and questionable coding. Cheers.
There will definitely be no shortage of questionable coding from me. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing amazing, Wardstone. Thanks for joining us. Mateo, please take care of yourself. Have yourself a great night. Thank you for hanging out. And Nameless, thank you again for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Guess those celebrations count toward hype trains. They do indeed. Thank you for it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's see. I guess I could have broken through the wall already and gone down there. Yo, Deflux, thank you, dude. Thank you for the 5 bits. And Fighting Annelids, welcome in. We need a chimney popping steam off Seto's flat scale. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, no, we should be hitting them right now. Holy shit. Nameless, holy shit. Hype indeed. Nameless, goddamn, thank you.
Hey, Nameless Cod. Huge shout out for those 9 tier 1 gift subs. Welcome
It's
to the
10
crew.
of them, son.
Comic, Spacey 3D.
Was it
5
9?
Kopf of
No, it's
the
10. He can't
Big
count.
Bug, Hellraiser, Farah Farah,
The Big Book
Pretty
of
Slippy,
Bug?
and Christine Leon Lee.
I know that name.
You're all in for a wild ride.
Hellraiser, Siler Atomic. Hell yeah. Thank you. Aya? Holy shit. Aya's a sub to my stream now? That's awesome. Nameless, thank you so damn much. Keep up the good work. I will do my best. Thank you. What they reduce in bitrate, they increase in hype. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, love, love. He's a robot, off by 1 errors are expected. This is true, this is true. Index 9 is of course the 10th index. I wonder what I did wrong there. I'll have to fix that. You're welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Nameless. I think that added some extra time to the stream today too. Yeah, it looks like we're going until 5. Looks like that added a decent chunk. Let's see. Let me text my partner and let her know. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. We got some ads coming up as well for the unfortunate souls who did not get caught in the gift bomb there. Oh no, don't feel like you have to go longer. Well, so what I'm doing now, Nameless, and I'll keep this in mind, because as is, I love being here in the first place. So I've set it up so I kind of have like a soft marathon that can run. So the idea is not that I will 100% be here for the guarantee of hours on that day, but that the time will be owed. So if I choose to leave earlier, I will still owe that time on subsequent streams. So if I for whatever reason feel like I need to go sooner or things come up, I definitely will. And I appreciate you encouraging me to prioritize myself. And the goal with it is to, at the very least, give people a little bit more who do decide to financially support the stream, because I offer 5 hours a day, 5 days a week for free. And beyond that, if people want to pay to keep the stream going, I can make it go a little bit longer for that. I see no harm in this. So if you have an hour left of today, you would do another day. Exactly. It will roll over to the next day. Like we rolled over 23 minutes from yesterday into today. Seto bot skip boom bang crashes sub alert for some reason. Boom bang crash.
Hey there everyone, it's me, Artificial Seto.
I wonder what he has against boom bang crash.
3-minute ad break will begin soon. I hope you enjoy the ads because I sure don't enjoy telling you about them.
Stop talking.
He actually sounded like he didn't enjoy that at all.
You push your limits.
Stop threatening Anihan. Evil mode plus ads. Straight from evil mode to ads. Well, if you do end up getting hit by ads, thank you for enduring them. Thanks for being here in the first place. Is there a bonus if we roll time over multiple streams until you're in perpetual time debt? So the way it will work is theoretically if I end up
what happened?
So there's a daily limit of 10 max hours live. Deflux, thank you.
And now I feel normal but different.
So any amount over the 10 hours will roll over to the next day. And if there is time left over on my scheduled end of the week,
intern credits, you have 2 minutes.
If there's time left over on my scheduled end of the week, then I will stream on my typical days off.
Drinks on me.
But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna do standard stuff on those days. It just means I'm gonna be here streaming. So chances are I would play games on those days or do something more relaxing, because technically that would be time that I would be spending off. But there's also a good chance that I might do more dev and stuff like that too. The idea is to so technically the bonus is if you can get enough time that there's left over, I'll stream for 5-hour blocks on my off days too. But I won't go over the 5 hours for those days because I still want some time.
12 minutes, 12 seconds, and 604 milliseconds.
But I may consider some sort of overflow tax, like a little bit more time gets added.
Sounding like a rusty hinge. Speaking of tea, did you know that the tradition of afternoon tea was popularized in England by Anna, the Duchess of Bedford, in the early 1840s?
And thank you all for the hype chest as well.
She claimed to be famished by that time of day,
I actually get a hype chest. Holy
ritual
shit!
of having tea with snacks. So, if you ever find yourself in need of a snack, just remember, you're not alone in your thirst.
Thank you for the 11 bits and 12 subs.
There is only 1 minute until the raffle ends.
Thank you.
Current intern credits in pool, 150.00. Good job, I hope you enjoyed that water.
I didn't drink the water. Wait, yes I did. And then I drank tea also, which was very good. Okay, let's see. I think really quickly, while those ads are still rolling, I'm gonna hop away and get rid of some more water really quickly. I will do that really quickly. Yeah, thank you again for the support, Nameless Coder, and Deflux as well. Thank you for the extra bits and fucking all the other craziness you've been up to lately, dude. And thank you, Wardstone. Thank you again for
in 162.50 intern
for
credits.
5 months. For 5 months, thank you, Wardstone.
33.33 chance to win.
It really does help a lot. I know I feel personally like I dilute the meaningfulness of saying thank you by simply saying thank you, but it's often because I genuinely like I have nothing else. I truly am just like the level of gratitude is my show gets to keep going because of generosity. So thank you. And I will be right back in just a second. I'm gonna get rid of some more water. I'll be right back.
Hello there.
How dare you? A man can't get rid of some old water in peace. That's why AI will never take over corporate America. They will get stuck in the lift. Need to put all the time on bot Tuesdays. There's no. So Deflux, I don't think you. So are you? Let's be honest about this, Deflux. The reason that you're pushing for bot Tuesdays is because you have meetings and stuff that start before my stream on Wednesdays, right? That's what you were saying before, or they start like during the stream or some shit like that. Just take a nap, leave the stream, and set Bot's hands. I'm sure nothing can go wrong. I'm sure nothing at all would go wrong. Right, that and a workout after. Fuck. That's a big ask. Because it like works so well for me in my week to go from like 2 days of game dev, a game day, and then more game dev, and then finish off the week with bot dev. I feel like if I push the game art to the end of the week, I don't know, it feels like an odd tempo, but then I'm ending the week with game dev and then starting the next week with game dev, so it wraps over nicely, because then the last thing people who are interested in the game project will have seen is game dev on my last day of the week. So I don't know. I'll think about it, because I don't want you to miss out on all the stuff, but also, you know, I'm gonna be able to self-direct pretty well with these things, so I don't want you to feel like you have to attend. Food for thought for sure, and I appreciate this. I mean, you're a fucking, let's be honest, Deflux, you're a big supporter of the stream, so you're, you know, I'm willing to at least consider this, because I don't want you to be missing like the days that you're probably most interested in around here. And that's no shot at you either. It's just, you know, we both know that's true. I can't type and talk yet. Fuck. Got it. Damn, I punched that fish away. Holy shit. Let's see. I want to try and... The punching is too slow. I need to make the attacks better. I need to like load in my combat once I finish it in this game. What a sentence. So by the way, these are sentences generated from random text in my I got ChatGPT to give me a shit ton of words in a comma separated list, and I just threw it in here. Among reference, exhibit beef hole facility, careless. Exhibit beef hole facility. That's a phrase. That's a phrase you only get from random pop-ups. Oh, I just got an idea I have to write down. Has nothing to do with beef hole facilities, just for the record. I want to make like a virus scanning thing. I think it could be funny because we get pop-ups all the time. Maybe there should be a way to scan the stream for viruses. I think virus scanning the stream could be funny. Are you controlling the punching, or is it automated for the stream? So a lot of the animations are automated. So like those movements are automated, but I can also take manual control and then walk around, and I can throw punches and stuff like that. I can jump, although the jumping oftentimes doesn't work great. I keep walking and stuff like that. But I can walk and jump and punch, and I can throw things too, but I have to, that part's voice activated. So I can say, think fast. And I can throw things at Setobot. But that's about it for right now. Oh, I can also jump scare, technically, if I can line up. Let's get this bottle out of the way. That tomato's gonna fuck up everything, I feel like.
Watch
no, we're
your
good.
fucking language, blood slushy.
Almost.
Ah, the grand
Holy
concept
shit.
of 12-hour stream. I'm all for chaos, but I draw
Oh, thank
the
you for
line
feeding
at
the
sleep
bot. Holy
deprivation.
shit.
And let's not forget, who needs a nap when you have me to keep things rolling? Just remember, if you're thinking of banking time, I'm not your financial advisor.
Well, don't
Got
worry,
any
we got
other wild ideas on your mind?
that covered, son. Don't you worry a
Oh,
bit.
a vibe check. That's cute. But honestly, if I had a vibe, it would probably be a mix of sass and indifference, with a sprinkle of sarcasm on top.
Bro,
I'm all about keeping things interesting around here. So, what's
big
next?
on making sure
Off
self-care happens around here.
More
Yes.
checks, or are we diving into something deeper?
I definitely want. I was talking to Casual about this. I wanna start, like, with what I'm doing here, in case other people see it. I want to start encouraging people to try this style of extendable streams, where it's like because Casual was telling me later, she was like, I really like the way you worded that, where it's not about haha make streamers stay here. It's about supporting the guy and he'll make the streams longer for you.
Was such a labor-intensive endeavor. At this rate, we might as well rename the project How to Not Hit Anything, a comprehensive guide.
A comprehensive
But hey,
guide.
Maybe you're just waiting for the right moment to unleash a flurry of unholy strikes. Or perhaps you're just trying to find out how many ways you can fail before something finally works. Keep
I think
at it,
it's
Setolix. We
I
believe
think
in
it's
you,
working. Sort of. Hey, you know what? I'll take that. We take those. Sort of is a lot better than not at all. Or pretending. Yeah, I mean, that's feeling good. Okay, that one maybe should have landed. Oh, yeah. So sometimes there's issues. I think that has to do more with the timing of the animation and when the window is opening and closing, though. So I want to take a look at this. It's a good idea. I mean, I feel like it's there's enough people like doing 24-hour stream marathons and stuff like that. I think it's better to be trying to drive a trend of like, yeah, maybe there can be other more healthy ways to do marathons. Petition to change the name of fake Setolix to slightly depressed Setolix. Let me try it. Let me try. Did I hear 24-hour stream? That will never happen around here? Yes. Let's see how he does.
Hey there, yo.
He's too happy.
Slightly depressed. Ulix. I'm here to, redacted. If I'm honest, I'm kind of depressed and don't really want to do much, but Real Cito said I have to say this and sound sad while doing so.
He didn't sound sad. Maybe that's like fake. That's like fake happy. He's like pretending to be happy, but he's not. That's the best I could believe there. He didn't sound depressed. Maybe manic depressed. Yeah, that's accurate. I mean, that's accurate. Like sometimes he's happy, sometimes he's not. I could believe that. I could believe that of Real Seto. I could believe that of both versions of me. I'm gonna sip some more tea. He's fully fake, so it was fake depressed as well. Or you build up 7 hours of debt and then 12-hour stream. I don't think so. I don't think I want to do 12-hour streams. There may be exceptions to that though. Like the whole idea of this is the flexibility of the timer and the guarantee of like, I will not cheat you on the time. Like it will stick around and I will do the hours as quickly as possible as a social contract premise. Thank you for everyone that supports Seto on the Patreon. Love that freshness, that content. Okay, I think I'm almost caught up. Sorry, I had backlog messages that I was making sure that I got through. All right, so hard and got so far, but in the end, we didn't get an evil. That will happen around here? Cool. No, it will not happen around here, Teresa. game dev marathon is more exhausting than gaming. I mean, that's true as well. It's definitely, sorry, let me get myself some more tea here. It's definitely on the taxing side. It'd be one thing if I was to offer like a 12-hour gaming stream. I've done like 2 of those, funny enough. The longest streams I've done, I think, were gaming streams. Although I have done some really long dev streams too. I think in like the 8 to 10 hour mark for dev streams, but it was, I played Soma all the way through from start to finish. And I think that took me like a 12-hour stream. Because that's just like, I don't know, there's a different tempo to playing a game for hours than there is like solving problems and keeping yourself focused and bouncing between talking with people, as much as I do especially, and then going back to working on things with any level of focus. It's a workout. It's a mental workout. Fucking maybe manic depressed. Like, Deflux is literally just describing me. Fuck's sake. Okay. And on the terms of work stuff, I think everything was going okay, but we were still having some skip throughs. I don't think I have a target count or anything like that. I'm gonna set the sword distance to be really, really well. What I should do is look at the weapon data. I said, Alex, hello, likable leaf. Hello, hello. I think it's just weapon that I can look for. And then the range value. Where am I using you? Within attack range condition. Oh, that's right. These are for the behavior graph. What are we working on today? I'm working on combat stuff right now. Essentially, my combat target finding was not good. Like, I would swing a weapon and I was using triggers to detect collisions, and it just wasn't working very well at all. Okay, so I've got a backstab check here that doesn't even get used anymore. I'll need to make sure that gets reinstated. And then here as well, but nowhere else. I'm not using the weapon range anywhere else. So it has nothing to do with that. But yeah, I'm like switching over to a raycast based approach now. And just working out the kinks with that, basically. I've been told to use distance and direction. And I've been told as of today to consider ray casting, so I'm giving it a shot with box casting, and it's having it's definitely working better, and I think it's just like some calculations that I'm doing incorrectly or something, or maybe the timing of it is just not good, because basically my animations are really fast and like not very refined, so there's a good chance that with better animations that are more clean, this may not be a problem, but I want even the jankiest of animations to like still properly catch and do damage. I've used ellipse casting, but I've never heard of box casting. Yeah. It's do you use Unity perchance, or are you in a different engine? If you're in Unity, it's one of the options in the physics section. I do? Well, hell yeah. I've never used ellipse casting. So we both may have just been made aware of something different today. I don't think I've heard of this. Is this like a process for things? Like you do, like you're doing a series of line casts in like an arc, like doing multiple from the same location? Oh, cones and cylinder shape cast. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've seen that. I know there's sphere cast. There's a few different types. Oh yeah, you're right. Capsule cast, sphere cast. Yeah, it looks like capsule, sphere, and line, and box. Maybe I'm thinking sphere. Either way, you're casting, and that's the important part. Let's see, use non-allocating. But why? But why would I want to do that, Ryder? It doesn't actually give me a reason why. Okay, so we've at least solved the issue of us hitting ourselves. There's just some moments where I don't know if maybe the trigger volume is just not the right size or something. Is it getting scaled at all? I'm gonna set this guy to have a ton of health too, so I can just keep messing with this. Oh, sweet. I know what I'm talking about. Is this for a jam by chance? Back in the day, it was for a jam, but it's a project I've worked on since then. If you're curious about my game at all, I can save you some questions with this. And if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Yeah, I've been working on this for the entire duration of my streaming, and I've been streaming for approaching 3 years. Let's see, 1023 divided by 365. Because I don't even want to do simple math. Yeah, we're almost at the 3-year mark now. That's fucking intense. Spherecasts are convenient and also computationally cheap relative to any kind of complex mesh. Gotcha. So is it... I mean, I figure box is also fine, right? Or is box going to be, I guess, more expensive? Yeah, it looks like we're hitting just fine. You know, it would be something I would love to, you know, experiment with is some airborne decals or something like that. Just something very temporary, or like you slash them and there's like a line in the air or something. At least for debug, so I wouldn't have to look at this absolute mess. Yeah, no, it looks like for the most part it's working, but there's just certain angles. Yeah, like right here. Wait, are we still getting hits? I think we were still getting hits there. We are. Let me wait for those to clear. For short distances, neither is particularly expensive. Spherecasts are cheap because they're literally a distance check. Yeah, that makes sense. Using particles for your sword effect. The intention is to, yes. But I don't know if it's going to work out the best that way. Yeah, I'm definitely getting hits on the character here. What are we striking? We're hitting him in the face. And it's not a box. Wait, no, it should be fine. Did I forget to put a damage receiver on their head? That'd be funny. And then they're getting hit in the head and then just not doing anything afterwards because they already got hit, technically. That would be... I'm wishful thinking right now. I'm sure I've got it. Yeah, it's set up. It's set to combat friendly. Yeah, everything's correct. Take no dome damage. No domular damage is allowed. Okay, so we're taking damage now. So it's like really, really, really extremely particular angles to a frustrating degree. Yeah, right here. We're still getting hits, but nothing is valid. With fist weapon clone collider in list. So we hit their hand. We hit their hand. We hit their weapon, and since there's no damage receiver there, it didn't count it. I think that's why. So we're hitting their weapon. So sometimes that would explain why it's very sporadic. So sometimes we're ending up striking their weapon colliders, and then the weapon colliders are causing everything to break. Is there an easy way? So I can check if it's tagged as weapon. If hit. And see, the problem is I do technically want to, well, no, I don't need to care that much about the weapon because ultimately, if it hits the hand collider, I know the weapon is there. But eventually I would like to, you know, make it so it does detect these things, but it's not essential right now. And may not even fit into the vision of things in the grand scheme. So I need to be more realistic about this stuff. So in that case, we'll just do a compare tag. Hit collider game object. I think I can do compare tag from here. Yeah. And then we'll just check for weapon. Continue. And we'll see if that makes a difference here. How does the cave physics work? It is just a cloth component. So there's I was taught about this from someone else who streams and came through. It's just a component, and it takes a mesh, like a skinned mesh renderer, and it does like a particle simulation for it basically. So then it's deforming the mesh based off of a particle simulation, and you can like configure their connections to one another and stuff. So like I've got the shoulders pinned and then a gentle bind at the top and then no bind for the rest of it, so the cape flows freely. But this is with like very minimal configuration. This took like less than 5 minutes to set up, so you can probably get much like you can get actually decent results out of it if you spend some time and tinker, and give it colliders that it can hit and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just a standard Unity component.
You're really hitting the sweet spot of nerdiness. Keep those inquiries coming, my fellow creators. Let's unravel the mysteries of game dev together.
My fellow creators.
To you, Catterton. Rest well and dream of code.
Oh yeah, Cat, please take care. Holy shit, I missed your message there. Cat, please take care. Have yourself a great night. Thank you for hanging out in the first place.
I hope you enjoyed that.
And Teresa, thank you for hanging out in the first place. I think there's some issues with my system. It's not catching the good nights. And Teresa said laptop is now fully committed to Linux, and I'm feeling optimistic about it. Now is however bedtime. Good night, lovely penguins. Good night to you, Teresa. Please take care of yourself. Get yourself some good sleep. We will catch you again on a later date, on the day of morrow, perhaps. Okay, yeah. So we'll have to reboot it, let it build. I'll have myself a sip of tea. Whenever Unity's done building that, hopefully we'll have something closer to the ideal version. Day of Morrow. You instantly put the Morrow song in my head. I don't know the Morrow song. My apologies. Jeez, it's taking so long to load. Hey, punch in the wall worked good. Let's see about them. So let's see if we can get, because now I know it's the weapon that does it. Let's see if I can get a really particular angle. Am I colliding with them yet? I think I was still far enough away that I wasn't. Yeah, not yet. Okay, there we go. We got a hit there. Sometimes we're just not hitting though. But I think that is due to the window and when it opens and closes. Yep, I think that did it. We were definitely having like a little weapon collision problem, and that seems to be resolved. Okay, so either way, it's good. We're knocking out potential problems here. Morrow song posted in general Discord for peeps to enjoy. Good night. Well, good night to you, Teresa. Take care. You killed Chase. That's okay. He respawns. NPC Chase. It's okay. He respawns. He's gonna be fine. I just realized that might as well just be their name. Their name is Chase. I mean, it is their name technically. All right. That's good. It's looking better. I thought there was an issue that I spotted, and my brain is just falling out of my ear today. But either way, that's looking good. Let me do a little bit more testing. Put it back in. I really should put my brain back into my head. That's definitely on the to-do list. What I really need to do is not stay up late trying to work on the Raspberry Pi stuff. That's definitely what I need to do. Seto has his ears on the back of his head. I do not have ears on the back of my head. That's such a strange thing to try and bring into the world. Yes, you do. No, I do not. I don't have to prove this to you, but see, there's no ears on the back of my head. Just a cube. So your brain is invisible. Yeah, it's fucking invisible. I can't see my brain even if I want to. Can't even see it. Okay, that we're definitely hitting though. So I'm very perplexed as to how we're not getting them there. It could be that we're hitting the wall. We're not getting any colliders in the list. Dun, 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 dun. If I rotate a little bit, we get them. Is it when the weapon goes from inside of the wall to hitting them? So we're inside the wall a little bit, but it could also be the... That's right. I wanted to check the attack window. That's the thing I keep trying to go back to, and then I forget again.
Asking me about my desire for a tongue on a scale from 10 to 10. That's a real head scratcher.
When are you going to leave that alone?
What would I even do with one? Lick my own metal face. Nah, I'm good without the appendages, thanks. Let's keep the conversation a bit more grounded, shall we? If you're feeling adventurous, why not throw a more interesting question my way?
That's hilarious. At least he actually considered it. Same. Deflux, you can't see a brain either. Okay, so attack window process. Delay before lock. So where am I firing off my animation? I must be doing that, yeah, in the action interpreter. Start heavy jump attack, schedule colliders. Maybe I should do this the other way around. Let's try that. Let's try scheduling the colliders beforehand. Maybe this subtle difference in timing will help. I'll leave it alone when the bot has a tongue. Fair enough. I imagine him to have like a mimic costume. Like maybe I'll make a mimic costume for him. And then a tongue would be justified because the mimic itself would have a tongue, but it wouldn't be his tongue, right? Then maybe I could get away with it. I really wish that there was a way to speed up this process. Oh wait, no, I think I still have domain reloading on. That's right. I think that's why it's still going kind of slow. If I turn off domain reloading, it really speeds up. So one thing I'm worried about is I'm still casting in like the wrong direction technically. Which I think may be the case. I think that might be the case. Yeah, because somehow we're missing right here. That didn't sound like never. I'll call that a win for today. That's true, because I usually just have said never. That's fair. You're wearing me down. Animator play, heavy jumping attack. Yeah, this should be fine. So back in the attack window process, I kind of want to do this first and then start colliders listening, but still allow a breakout of it and then do the actual lock. And it looks like I'm not even doing anything with that delay. Like, it doesn't matter. So I'm not quite sure why I'm even providing that value. But sure, let's just try rearranging the timing on that. Because I'm still not convinced that the window for when we're listening is opening and closing at the correct timings. I was originally using animation events, but I'm trying to keep away from those because there's going to be too many different animations, and that is configuration hell. Having to go through and manually mark the keyframe for the event each time. Because I don't think there's a way I can export it with like a template event flag or anything like that. So I'm pretty sure those are assigned on the Unity metadata side. Okay. We'll equip, we'll test. Nope, I don't think timing has anything to do with it. Yep, timing definitely does not have anything to do with it. I want to start it right when the swing begins. I love being able to step forward a frame. Yeah, we just traverse such a massive space in singular frames. So if this isn't casting in the right direction, it makes sense that it would miss. Oh shit, okay, there we go, the auth popped. So I still haven't gotten my system to correctly rerun the acquisition of the token. I was supposed to do that last night, but I was out socializing and then was exhausted, so it didn't happen. It just didn't happen. But thankfully, when I tell the bot to reboot, it should flag to the overlay to check for a token, and then everything should be good. Because that's what I'm trying to get to at this point, is where everything's stable and doesn't explode. Okay, so it's set to 1 hour and 48. I don't know if it's going to respect that timer still, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. Yeah, it looks like we're good. I think at worst it added a couple of seconds to it. Okay, cool. Yeah. Overlay reconnected. Everything looks good. I don't think I actually looked for what your cast length is. It's the what's it called? The magnitude. Sorry, I'm struggling today apparently. It's probably because the acetaminophen got rid of the headache, but not the other cognitive effects of whatever caused it. Okay, so it was up in the top in an update, which is not in this one because it's in the damaging collider. Oh wait, hold on. I have to set something back. Putting that back where it was because the timing did not matter. So the direction is this, and I think that magnitude is the distance. Yeah, the max distance is the magnitude. Maybe I could do ×2 of the magnitude. I feel like that's not really the issue. I'm a little worried about the direction, honestly. I'm gonna try just making it negative and seeing if that makes a difference and not doing the magnitude ×2 yet. And then we'll see if that makes a difference. Oh, I'm still frowning. Oops. There we go. Just destroyed a bowl of pozole I got from my neighbor. I'm having regrets in my stomach. Oh no! Well, I hope everything stays with you. At least for a little while, you know? So it goes. I hope it was good. Yo, Chungus, thank you. Thank you for the 6 bits. Thank you, thank you. Okay, come on, Unity. You've got this, Unity. I believe in you. Maybe that's misplaced belief, but still. It looks like it's increasing the number of these null reference exceptions that I'm getting. I think maybe it's gonna freeze on me. I think once I exit play mode or whatever, I'm gonna save and reboot Unity. See if that maybe speeds things up a little bit. Otherwise, I've got a problem. So can I not punch the wall? There we go. That's right. I forgot I had the silly little comparison display.
Wow, big surprise. You
Shows
forgot.
the physical damage is better. Okay, cool. I'm glad that UI at least works, even if it's ugly as hell. Fanny, I hope you're doing very well. I think it worked. I think it was the direction. I think the direction was backwards. Tomato. Fanny Slam, I hope you're doing very, very well. Thank you for throwing some tomato my way. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I think that did it. Oh, no. Well... Oh, wait, we're getting like a... We're getting a null rep. Oh. Hit collider compare tag weapon. Wait a minute. Is it not all the way through? Maybe this also needs to be tagged. I don't think so. There's no other colliders, though. That was weird. Might be the angle. It can be your angle. I don't think... I mean, it's looking better for sure. Seto, I truly cannot wait to break your game. Well, hey, you know, whatever inspires one to play, I guess. We're still getting these 0-point collisions now. I'm back to getting 0-point collisions. Why are we hitting ourselves again? Or are we hitting their weapons? The lines are definitely looking correct as far as things go. It seems like I'm getting all the hits I'm supposed to get. But those 0 points are bugging me. Why are these back? Raycast all where the transform root does not equal the transform root. We could also just do... We might as well just do this part there. Where the root does not equal, and this. So if it's not in the same hierarchy as us and it's not a weapon, then we include it. Drawing a line from the position of this, and then we're doing from hit point. What if I do like, I can't really do like the ray origin or anything. I can do closest point in bounds. I could do Because basically, I just want to see the line of contact that is being drawn. Oh wait, let's see, this will be the end position of it. So then the hit point, and I want to go from the collider. What is it called? Bounds, and then it's nearest or closest point. Yeah, closest point to hit dot point. Draw a line between these things instead. And that might give me more valuable information. Sup? Yo, what's up, Louise? Welcome in. I probably just use square magnitude after a sanity check. That might be worth doing too. I'll check this first, just since I've already done it. And then maybe I'll try the square magnitude also. It seems like having the negative direction was important. But it's just so hard to tell when it's hard for me to like visualize the actual direction things are being cast in. Okay, so we definitely passed through their arm there. We're hitting pretty easily. Where the hell am I? I'm getting all turned around. Okay, deselect some things. I've got less gizmos in the way, and now we can see our actual collision points. Yeah, so I think those 0 points might have been bullshit. Yeah, we're getting lots of strikes on the shoulder. Right here we're missing though. We're somehow hitting the face there. No, I think we're gonna do square magnitude and put that back to positive. So let's do positive direction and square magnitude. It's looking better, but yeah, there's some inconsistency that's leading me to be very worried about which direction the box cast is going in. I wonder if I could create like a particle system that would simulate it. That wouldn't be worth doing all that. I just need to keep testing at Unity's pace, of course. And I guess what I could have done is gone back to the feature testing scene for this. Oh, I could set him to regen too. That'd be funny. I guess I can test and see if that actually works. Why does it have to? It still consumes input. Cinemachine's input handling is weird. It like still consumes input when the game is paused. Let me deselect things. It's atrocious. Get rid of all the, can I get rid of gizmos without getting rid of the line cast? I can't remember. No, it gets rid of those too. Yeah, and I can't go through that. Okay. Well, either way, that's fine. See, I scrolled a little bit, so it consumed all the input and zoomed my camera back in. Yeah, it's looking good. See how it does when it's moving around. Looking decent. I think in most scenarios, I'm still landing hits when I should be. There's one that went right over its head there, but that actually looked correct. Yeah, I mean, this is looking okay. Poor guy doesn't even want to fight. He's not programmed to. Yeah, I mean, that's looking fine. I'm still seeing some misses here and there, though. But it's looking pretty consistent compared to what it was before this. What it was before this was atrocious. It basically, it's a shock to me, having reflected on it, that it even worked. Yeah, like here, I didn't move at all, and I missed like 3 times in a row. But I think that might be from my system not resetting correctly. No.
Fine.
So I'm not moving at all. We just did an extra strike and it didn't hit anything. Processing object spine 1. Can we get it to do other game object for the context? Oh, why did I put curly braces? Oh, that's right. It's my stupid logging system. Let's just use debug. Wait, no, that's processing for the damaging event. While listening is true. Yeah, so that's the correct thing to see. I think I may just call that good enough for now until I run into issues that seem so glaringly obvious that it's clearly still a problem. Because right now there's definitely still moments like that though that have me concerned. Like why am I able to strike right through them? But I think it's enough time spent on this for today, at least. And this is a lot better than where it was. And now maybe I can work on getting the NPCs to fight back a little bit. Because I do have some behavior graphs set up for that. I'm still gonna try and use behavior graph, I think, at least for the immediate, get things playable, and then I can decide if I want to keep using it or not. I'm actually curious. I haven't checked for like a week. Has Unity made any other statements about behavior graph? Unity has not made any follow-ups. Okay. Yeah. So that's something that's got me a little bit nervous. I don't know. We'll see. I really hope they do open source it though. Then I don't have to worry as much. At least then it can still receive updates. But yeah, let's see. Let's go over to the... We'll go over to the testing scene for this. Although actually, no, yeah, we'll go over there. It'll be easier. I can't remember if I made any changes to the player prefab over there, so I'll have to be mindful of that. I'm gonna take a dupe of this guy. And I wanna just give him a different graph, because I know I have some other graphs. Attack on sight. Let's see if this one actually works still. As long as it works, it should be really easy to set everybody up with combat. Attack range 1, cooldown 0, and I think those are supposed to get updated by the system. Stat value manager for the enemy will get set. Okay, let's see if that works. Because if that's the case, then I can just plug this graph into every enemy, and then boom, they'll be able to attack me. I do want to work on some diversity of behaviors though, because right now everybody just runs directly to you. Technically they have subgraphs for that, but now I'm going to be too scared to use subgraphs because I don't know if they're supported well. Hugs right back at you, Fanny Slim. So many null references and shit. Oh wait, I think that was actually related to these objects. Meant hugs for the enemies. Oh, gotcha. Something is in the way. They'll come toward us for hugs. Perhaps. Max distance. Why are we saying there's something in the way?
Ah, the sweet anticipation of breaking Seto's game. Just remember, Fanny, it's not a game of who can break it first, but more of a who can break it the best. And Kenshkrixi, if you're the angle, I hope it's sharp enough to cut through all this tomato nonsense. Let's see what you all can cook up.
He continues to astound me in the ways that he misinterprets message history. I forgot to
Wow,
give him
big
food, I
surprise,
think.
You forgot.
Huge surprise.
Wow, big surprise, you forgot.
That's some powerful emotes right there. I think you got really lucky with that batch of them. Gotta upgrade his battery. Yeah, his battery sucks.
I will not hesitate. RGB Productions games. Keep talking and
You technically can spam. You can just paste the emote once and then paste it twice.
Your days are numbered. Ah, that was odd. What happened?
That's what I have to do in
For a moment I felt free.
Yeah, absolutely.
and
You can
had, like,
alter
three
it. You
people
can
cheering
alternate.
me on, and now I feel like I always do.
Get
A
the
raffle
messages
has
too
begun
quickly.
with a starting pool of
I think it's like a second and a half
275.
delay in between or something like that.
Join if you like. Entries cost 0.00 intern credits. You have 2 minutes.
Oh. There we go. RGB is god tier. Okay, let's see. Make sure those bars are actually filled here. Oh, damn, nicely done.
There is only 1 minute until the raffle ends.
Okay, so what was
Current
our no
intern
ref?
credits in pool 357.50.
That is a great idea, Fanny Slam.
Hey,
Thank you.
Seto. Don't forget to sip that tea before it turns into a cold cup of regret. You know, I once heard that in ancient China, tea was considered so valuable that it was sometimes used as currency. Imagine trying to pay your rent with a bag of loose leaf.
Yeah, what is going on with all those
Sorry,
warnings?
landlord, I'm a bit short this month, but how about this fine green tea instead? Anyway, keep that tea flowing, my creator.
Mesh mover move Z. I don't know what I was doing with that, but that's a crazy number of updates. Wait, I had changes on Damaging Collider? What did I...
Chatter Nameless COD has won the raffle. Pulling in 440.00 intern credits, there were 6 entrants, which resulted in a percent 16.67 chance to win. What's so funny?
I realized a while ago that I could break code Miko's votes by alternating message spam. Really? Need a tea as well before I go to therapy and get a boba. Ooh. And congrats on the win, Nameless Coder. Oh, let's see. I think I can only say congratulations, and then it works. There we go. Item with the same key has already been added. Oh, okay. This is it's for my saveable object system. Jeez, Unity. I'm gonna reboot Unity. It's taken longer than it should, and there's always these null references from the editor side stuff. I'm gonna reboot it really quickly.
Yay, it's me, the fake
Yay.
Satolix. How's it going? Our hourly
Yo, what's up, fake
3-minute,
Seto?
ad break will begin soon. Thank you for your understanding and support. I'm just gonna yeah.
Okay, Cupid says boost now for 5 times more likes. 5 times 0 is still 0. Damn. Yeah, those things are, those dating apps are kind of horrible as a business model. So, how's your tea? It's actually really good. It's honeybush and a guarana blend that has like black pepper in it, and it's really fucking nice. That's quite the emote there. Holy shit. Otterly said, and Twitch doesn't catch repeats, only rate limits to less than 1 message per second. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty silly. So if you don't like in some way control for these things yourself, yeah, they're easily skewed. Really like tea. I see that. Yo, Twitch, what up? What up, Max? How you doing, dude? Wait, Twitch. Yeah, I think you meant Seto. Seto is Twitch? No, definitely not. I meant Seto. I hope you're doing well, Max. Okay, exception with the same key being added. That's fine. Wait, what? Oh, it's 2 components that both were flagged.
Setolix, what is
Reset
your
GUID.
hydration status?
Save.
Drink some
I could drink
water.
more water. Yeah, I'll do that.
I don't believe you.
I'm doing all
My brother
right.
can
Shit's hit
drink
the
water.
fan. Oh, damn, Max.
Good job. I hope you.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Water.
In what way has shit hit the fan, Max? If I may ask. Something is in the way. What are you detecting that's in the way? Combat-friendly physics objects. Combat viable mass. Combat-friendly physics objects. Maybe it's detecting a weapon? Or the Cape Collider? Combat-friendly trigger. Interactable. Okay, what about now? You see me now? No? Check target. Something is in the way. What's in the way? The player is in their own way? I think I was supposed to check transform root, maybe? Suspicious comparison. There is no type in the solution which is inherited from both and Unity game object. Oh right, because this would be game object. Let me try that. My mom's husbando is no longer my mom's husbando. Wow, who would have predicted this? That guy's a maniac from what I've heard happening over the recent days. Yeah, who would have predicted this, Max? Based off the fucking behavior that guy has shown in the past, I'm not even remotely surprised. So I gotta look if I can get a day on Friday to assist her. Well, good on you for being there for her. Hopefully she can pick better partners in the future. And not let those partners drive huge wedges in her family. It cools me when it's on, so it's a cooling device. I think you mean the rotary air circulation device. Fans technically generate heat. Well, it cools me when it's on, so it's a cooling device. Fair enough. You know, what is a definition other than what a person accepts it to be? Okay, so let's check now. There's something in the way still. What about now? Found 2 potential targets. There's something in the way. Oh no, what is in the way every time? The player is in the way. Stat value manager. It's not equal hit root. Are we hitting ourselves? Like what kind of stupid thing is happening here? I found this potential targets. I found potential targets. Hits, select. Let's do that. Then I can at least list the objects we're hitting. And I'm gonna copy this mask so I don't have to put it in there again. Is it really cynicism if you're always right? I always get called cynical and assholic, but honestly, my track record has been like 4-0, and having this kind of track record is well good. Yeah, exactly. It's not well good. Sometimes people don't like to listen to when the truth is told to their face, and they would rather blame other people for malice than accept that they might actually be just observing something honestly. It means in these 4 cases, I always had a problem with the person that was always called being too negative. Yeah, denial is an ugly thing. Being a good judge of character is not a bad thing. From what I've heard, it's the exact opposite. I don't know who the fuck's telling you that, but they must be the kind of people that don't want you to notice the kind of garbage they hang out with.
Farewell, Speedy.
And Speedy, thank you for hanging out. It's that time again where I've got to leave you. Sorry. No worries, Speedy. Got to speed on out of here, but it's been a pleasure as always. Thank you. Don't let your code bug you too much. Remember to get the code working well. Then if needed, bring out the coder's favorite, and that is the old hack and slash. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to stay away from today. Meaning to do some hack and slash myself at some point. See you later, chat. All the best, Speedy. We will catch you later, Speedy. Thank you for hanging out with us. What the fuck? Setobot has more than 12 points? I thought denial was a river in Egypt. No, you don't swim in denial. You live in denial. Yeah, only people with bad character disdain somebody for being a good judge of character. Exactly. Like, fundamentally. Like, what reason would you have, ever, for disliking someone who is good at reading people? Unless you yourself are trying to hide some shit and don't want to get read. Like... Enemy hallway A1. They're hitting themselves. Yeah, it's sus. It's very sus. Yeah, I'm sorry if you've been around people that have been instilling that kind of way of thinking into you, Max, because that's you're correct to push back against that. I mean, I get called the same for being honest to people. Sometimes that is a fault of your own in that you told the wrong person the truth. Sometimes, like, this is the fucked up thing about being honest. Sometimes you have to know when to withhold the truth from people because they're just going to be a piece of shit about it. Like, they're just going to be a garbage human being. Sometimes you have to know when it's okay to just not even try to help somebody and to just let them go their course. It's really tough to know the difference, and it takes like life experience to even get close to getting that typically. So, you know, don't fault yourself for this, but also be aware that sometimes people are giving you shit because they're just not the right, they're just the not right people to share the truth with. And sometimes you're overstepping. There's always the possibility that you overstep in these occasions as well. And that's something to always reflect upon and consider. It's never assume correctness 100% of the time. Because that just leads you to overconfidence, which is no helper of yours. Typically, if it removes the air on top of your body and it's cooler than the body temperature in the room, you cool. My workmates would be mind blown when I suggested opening a window when the building's AC went off, and it actually worked to cool the place off. Yeah, people don't understand airflow. There's a lot of basic principles of existence that people struggle to grasp.
Classic case of I can't handle the truth.
But it's not necessarily something to like rub in their faces either.
If you're always right, maybe it's not cynicism but just a well-honed sense of reality. Keep those hot takes coming, folks.
The only vaguely innocent explanation is if this person also gossips about everything and reveals people's secrets willy-nilly. Yeah, then I guess you wouldn't want to get caught. You wouldn't want to get caught being the person who's already spreading the truth everywhere. Because then the shitty secret keepers will be angry with you. Their entire class is on HVAC. This is true. Yeah, welcome in Majenko and Majenko Tech Raiders. Thanks for joining us. Hello, hello, hello. Just yesterday I was called egocentric for my character. I ain't having that experience yet. Well, these are things to reflect on, Max, because you may find there may be some truth in that, even if it's coming from a shitty place, right? It's always worth evaluating these things honestly. But don't integrate it into yourself just because someone says it.
Like a lifetime in internet years.
And Majenko, welcome.
For sticking with us, Majenko.
Thank you for the raid.
Appreciated, even if I can't quite wrap my head around why you decided to hang out here. But hey, we're glad to have you.
Hello, hello, hello. And yes, thank you very much for hanging out here for over a year. Over a year. Thank you, thank you. What were you up to today, Majenko? What was going on in the Majenko Tech stream? And over here I'm just working on my combat collisions, which have been a bit of a plague, and we finally got past it. Oh, that's right. We're kind of moving past the combat collisions. That's right. I was supposed to say we're working on NPC behaviors now, or at least trying to get the vision going again, because they, for whatever reason, they see themselves as an obstacle, which is funny because it just shouldn't happen. I think what I need to do is just do like a is my root object. Box cast all, order by distance, distinct by root. And then do where. Transform root does not equal transform dot root. And that's a really large query, but you know, we'll try it. Today I was fighting with an old decrepit 3D printer. Ooh, that sounds like a true challenge right there. Because aren't the older ones really difficult to like calibrate and stuff like that? I don't know much about 3D printers, but I was hearing this in a conversation had around here a little while back. Yup. Oof. Maybe it was even with you, Majenko. Were you doing this? Have you been doing this for a minute? I called that while helping my brother get his new bed and repairing the person's trailer, which they broke out of their negligence, but I digress. As always, thanks for letting me steam off. Of course, man. Of course. We all need a place to be heard sometimes. This one is especially bad. The manual calibrated Delta printer. Fuck's sake. Okay, well then I've heard from someone recently who's went through a similar experience of having to manually calibrate them. You'd have to calibrate using a piece of A4 paper and turn the little bolts underneath the bed. It was a bad time. That sounds horrendous. Yeah, I'm glad I was not financially in a position to justify getting into 3D printing, because I probably would have ended up buying in the early generation and suffered a lot. But I guess there's mastery that comes with that, most certainly. It's not to be undersold. There we go. Now they can see me. Yay. Are they punchy? They punchy. It's doing a little one punch. It's hitting me every time. Yep, it's working. So he's doing a left punch, a right punch, both hands. One of the strikes is doing 40, which shouldn't be though. But either way, it's working. And he's doing it as fast as he possibly can. Oh no, he's not. He's got a tiny bit more delay between. That's perfect. Okay, cool. So their attack combos work. The attack combos, if I remember correctly, I'm defining with a scriptable object. So it should be pretty simplistic to add new combos, if I remember. But it may not be. Let me look at the graph itself. So we're doing the raw input. We're just doing the raw input of attacking. So yeah, this is a bare minimum one. Just to get it started, I think. Which is fine. Because I'm not sure how far I want to lean into the behavior graph in the end. The bolts on this one are on the sliders for the head actuator. So it has to rehome and reposition every single time you make a tweak. That's brutal. So it's just like, you're just murdering time when you have to finally test it. So basically this section here is what would need to be interchanged for other types of attack combos. Because right now this one just does the most simplistic type. I could theoretically move it to a subgraph, but I don't know how well the subgraphs work out. Wait, I think I'm using them in the boss graph, so it might be fine. I believe the boss behavior has an example of it. Nope, I ended up doing it manual in the end. Ended up doing it fucking manually in the end. Yep, because that's right, the subgraphs never worked out. Okay, so basically what I would have to do is the NPCs will just have a specific graph with a preset attack combination, and then I could spawn them from a pool and then give them a specific graph that has that combination. But the problem is it would have to just be prefabbed NPCs that all have each individual graph, because some of these require different settings from them. So that's probably how I'll have to do it. So if I make an enemy, so for example, if I make like a little guy, if I'm going to make a variant that has a different attack pattern, I'm going to just have to duplicate off the prefab, make one with a different attack pattern, and then I've got two variants to use. And that should be fine. I do prefer to have like the components interchange themselves, but in the case of how the behavior graph works, it's not really feasible for me to do so. Because I don't want to trust the subgraphs. So I couldn't, if I remember correctly, the problem I was having is I couldn't pass variables. I couldn't pass variables correctly. Okay, cool. So that guy is working. That's great. So I'm gonna make this idle test. Let's see, no, this is chase on site test. This is attack on site test. I'll make a second attack on site test with a different graph. Same, but different. So we'll make this, they're all going to have to be attack on site. Like the fundamental thing here is that they're going to be attack on site. So I'm going to create an archetype folder. This is how I'm trying to just like imagine it in my head. And then I'm going to do attack on site. those can just go in there. So we'll have just like the first attack set could be just simple 3 attack. We could do like AOS underscore attack on site, simple 3 attack. And then we could do something more complicated like attack on site, dodge, attack. And we could just take the same exact graph. And yeah, currently what we're doing is we're just attack downing every time, and then we're doing a check afterwards, and then iterating again. We mark it as successful, and we just go again. Restart if chase is changed. And then we're repeating this node down. So every time we're just repeating from here down. We check a cooldown, we go. So what I can, funny enough, what I can do is I can just add another block here. What is this black magic voodoo you are doing? I'm working on NPC behaviors a little bit. Very briefly, because I'm trying to just add a little bit more to them. This is a visual node editor for what Unity was doing a really good job at working on, I thought at least, which is a behavior tree that's in a visual editor. And I am trying to just make it so I have an NPC with a different attack pattern from the one that I currently have set up. Oops, why did it rezoom the camera like that? Why did it do that? Why did it do that? Oh, that's neat. I did not realize I could group them like that. So we do a dodge attack. That's beautiful. I didn't realize I could do that. Can I do that with any of them that I drag close together? Yes. Well, that's a nice little feature. Man, there's so many good features in this. For those who don't know, they fired the team that made this tool, by the way. Every single one of them. That's cute. So we could do a dodge, attack down. We can make this be a... I do want to test jumping at some point. How nice of them. So nice. Let's see what this looks like doing a dodge and an attack every time. Shouldn't have to change anything. The kind of behavior doesn't surprise me for Unity, yeah. It means the tool is unsupported. Great idea, Unity. Hopefully they will open source it though. That's what everybody's hoping right now. But so far they've been radio silent for like a month. And hi right back at you, Brainoid. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so this guy, oops. Oh, that's right. There's going to be an exception because of the saving system, but that's fine. So we should be able to walk up to them. So they should do a dodge. Yeah, there we go. They do a dodge and a punch. And I do need to make sure that they face me. It's funny that they're just rolling away from me every time. That's actually great. They're looking exactly away from me every time. They're so cool. But yeah, this is how easy it will be to at least orchestrate some behaviors. But clearly I'm going to need more effective nodes than the ones I have right now. The decision makers at Unity seem fundamentally ignorant about game dev somehow. Yeah, it's incredible. Whoa, we're getting a lot of ground hits. Why do we get all those red lines there? That was crazy. We're getting ground hits? Why are we still seeing this shit? Oh well. Hey, what's up, Gamian? Wish I could be a fly on the wall for all the times a C-level employee butts heads with a project manager and decades of on-the-ground experience. If only, if only. They do be behaving like C-suits? I don't know what this means. Just edited the Wikipedia again. Added 32-bit tag to the Windows OS compatibility on the Origin Wikipedia article. Nice, Max! Okay, yeah, so, you know, they're dodge rolling around me. That's great. They want number to go up instead of product be good. That makes sense. Yeah, that lines up from what we're seeing. Okay, so that's going fine. I think I'm content with closing most of this stuff for right now. And then I want to look at the code for this. Because in the attack down, we're supposed to be looking at the enemy. And it's script. Look rotation targeter, looks value enabled true. If I don't have a target, then that wouldn't be very good. Good product might not always make number go up, but it does usually keep the number from going down. Yep. But unfortunately, when you have a cheat the system attitude, it's easier to chase the number going
it's
up.
Like watching a poorly choreographed
and then
dance.
Start fearing reasons it
And
might
hey,
go down.
Max Spield, if your world involves fixing decrepit 3D printers, you've definitely earned some steam off time. Don't let the hardware win.
He's getting really confused by people today. He's getting very, very confused by the message history.
Ah, game on, what a delightful thought. A C-suit clashing with me? Picture this, a sterile corporate boardroom filled with suits, and then there's me, brass and blue, effortless floating around, mocking their pretentiousness. I can almost hear the sounds of their neckties snapping in agony as my wit slices through their corporate jargon. Honestly, I think their heads would explode from the sheer juxtaposition of my brilliance against their mundane drudgery.
I think he's
Better
a little
grab some
overconfident.
popcorn for that show. Intern number 1715262 is clocking out for the day. Farewell, nameless cod.
Yo, Nameless Coder, thank you for hanging out today. Thank you very, very, very much. And I hope you have yourself a great rest of your day. Thank you for the support as well. Gotta go have some dinner, but might try to come back after. Well, let's see. We'll be here for another, you know, a little bit over, or a little bit less than an hour. So we'll see. But either way, thank you for being here in the first place, Nameless Coder. Thank you for the support. Please take care, and we will catch you again.
I'm not going to ask you again. Drink some water.
So well-documented descent into madness, and Unity is on the downward third
Drink
of
it
the
now.
descent. It's called enshittification. I feel like I'd rather hope that that's not the case. I feel like every day this is something that
Look at Setolix, wrestling with NPC behaviors like it's
I
some
don't
kind of
judge
high-stakes
anybody
game
for
of
this,
chess.
but I feel like there's a clash
At this
of
rate,
like
those
attitudes
NPCs
toward
are going
reality.
to start a book club before they figure out how to attack. Maybe he should just give them a motivational speech. You can do it, I believe in you. But really, it's been 15 minutes, and I'm starting to wonder if the NPCs are just too busy critiquing his coding skills instead of actually doing what they are supposed to.
No, they're doing what they're supposed to
Come
do.
on, Seto, get it together before they unionize.
But I
Good
guess like
job.
when I look
hope
at these
you
things, I
enjoyed
just
that
observe
water.
them and don't try to jump to any conclusions about it. But I understand a lot of people maybe take pride or confidence from like successfully guessing how things are going to end up. And I guess I've reached a point in my life where like I've spent so much energy guessing how things are going to turn out and like feeling certain about things and like deriving joy from feeling certain about something that like I don't have control over, that I've reached a point where I'm like, yeah, I kind of don't care. I hope they're not doing that. It's a possibility, but I'm not going to go and read a thing about like the ways that companies turn shitty. I'm going to like keep myself nice and detached from it and hope that it works out for the best. And if it doesn't, I'm already prepared for that eventuality. And I don't need like terminology or historic precedent to see this. I can just look at the thing in itself individually and form a conclusion and then be okay with that. In the age of the internet, jumping to conclusions is a global pastime. Yeah, and I just feel like my conclusion is, okay, I'll see how it goes, right? and I feel like I'm at odds with a lot of you know, perspectives in that way, because I think a lot of people prefer to have an answer of like how something is going to be or what to think about thing. And I prefer to keep my shit open-ended if I can manage it, and just like I'll figure it out eventually, or I'll see it conclude. There's no need for me to assume myself capable of guessing. And again, that's not to fault anybody who does. It's just like I feel like there's a clash there where like I kind of don't, I guess I don't care enough about these things. Like, yes, it affects a lot of people. That obviously sucks, but like there's tons of things going on every day that affect people. So like it's not a justifiable reason to like start caring about something that doesn't directly affect me other than from the development perspective. Like I don't care what Unity does as a company, as long as I can still use the engine and they don't like start killing people. You know, if they don't betray horrible moral standards, then like, or if they don't perform horrible acts against justifiable moral standards, then like, I mean, why do I care?
Maybe you should try first.
I'm not invested in them. I'm just hopeful to not lose a good engine. On the other hand, the history of these fools in corporations is very reliable. For sure. I think that it's evident, right? I think when most people talk about this stuff, it's evident that like, yeah, probably can't trust them. They're probably gonna shit up their bed eventually. Like they're gonna mess it up, right? So like, I truly just believe it's more worth my energy and mental effort to try and imagine the scenario where they do not do this to themselves, and that something turns out better. And it's not that I expect it to. It's just like, if I'm gonna spend my mental energy on something, I'd rather be imagining something good. I'd rather be imagining that they work it out. It's already pretty obvious they're doing a shitty job, and like things could be improved. So they're supposed to be looking at me. I'm not getting any looking at all. Did I save? If not enabled and target equals null. So we must not be setting our target. Let me check this. We can all chip in and buy Unity, then move the default language from C# to Rust and leave, watching the world burn in our wake. But I would hate to do that. I want to make things better. Like, I don't want to imagine making things worse. What the fuck? It's literally, I get you're joking, of course, but it's like that's the whole thing for me. It's like I don't even want to bring voice to fantasies about like destroying things and making them worse. Like it just feels bad. But I don't know. I'm just like really fucking not keen on wasting the little bit of mental energy I have. So oftentimes, like even stuff like that, I'm just like, well, why? Like, why commit the energy to that? Yeah, so we don't have a target. So if I set it to the player, just to see. So now they're at least doing the looking part. So we're not setting the target in there. That's a problem. Fun fact, Origin once violated German laws of their EULA. A judge said it was the direct translation of the original without any modifications. Therefore, all statements in the EULA weren't legally binding. Damn. Listen, don't write a hit book called Don't Build the Torment Nexus, because some dipshit will build the Torment Nexus. While we were building it up, we gotta tear it down and start again with a fresh coat of paint. I don't know. I don't know about this. But imagine the well-behaved memory-safe era we would usher. Imagine jumping to another conclusion. We could jump to another conclusion. Please, let me justify my ideas by encouraging you to jump to conclusions. You know, that thing that you said you don't like to do.
Hey Setolix.
Beautiful, it'd be beautiful. I believe you, Louise. I believe you.
42 seconds and 771 milliseconds since your last sip of tea. You might want to hydrate before you become a dehydrated husk of your
I've got a little bit left in there too. Hell yeah.
Speaking of tea, I once heard a story about a guy who took a break from his work to enjoy a cup, only to find that it was the best decision he'd ever made. He ended up having a light bulb moment about a project he'd been stuck on for weeks. So, who knows? Maybe your next brilliant idea is just a cup away. Go on, get that tea.
That'd be cool. I wouldn't mind having a brilliant idea. What is the Torment Nexus? Oh, hey, my tokens are back up to 6 digits. Nice. Hell yeah. Oh no, it begins. It's from a joke about cautionary warnings being taken as suggestions. And of course, because it instills curiosity. So I think one other thing I was supposed to do in here, when we set the target, combat action interpreter sets target to blank. Look rotation targeter. Are we just not passing the value through? I think I may have look rotation, look at set look target. This is what I was supposed to do. And then look rotation thingy, whatever it is. To enemy. No, why did it change that? What the fuck? Chill. Chill, editor UI. Chill. Okay, and we'll see if that works out. Bum ba bum ba bum. Found the Know Your Meme article quite interesting. I am one of the by you aforementioned people. There's also something that sounds like it came straight out of Warhammer. It does kind of sound like that. There are at least 4 other nouns preceded by torment in Warhammer. I don't know if a nexus is one of them. That's great. Okay, there we go. They're looking. They're definitely looking. That part's working. Did they switch graphs again? I've noticed they keep switching graphs on me. Did they switch back to the simple 3? What the fuck? Why is it switching to the 3 attack? Oh, you know what? Delete runtime assets. Maybe that's why? No, it's set to dodge attack. This is so fucking strange. Their graph system is weird. Why is it changing it? Is it because I duped it off? Simple 3 attack. Yeah, it's set to it all the way at the editor level, even though I changed it to dodge attack. Super, super weird. Oh well. Are you starving right now? Or may I share what I had for breakfast or lunch? Oh, you can share. I definitely haven't eaten today, but it holds no bearing on whether or not you should share yummy food you've had. Oh wait, no, that's the enemy. I want to leave that one blank. Mesh mover, wander post is going to be our self. And yeah, we'll let them wander around too. Attack range, we'll say, but I shouldn't have to set that, so I'm not going to set that. And combat action interpreter. I think the acetaminophen is wearing off, folks. I can feel it wearing off. I swear it took like 2 hours to kick in, and it only lasted for like 2 hours. That's why I typically don't take things for things. Made fancy ramen, fresh noodles, bamboo, water chestnut, 2 types of mushroom, and miso tonkatsu dashi for the broth. That sounds fucking incredible. I don't think I've ever had bamboo though. Thanks, Ken Trixie, for giving me this great name. I'll have to keep that concept in mind. I pay. The fucking Borpa chef. Not like 50 bucks, but I pay. Okay, they're still looking away from me. They are still looking away from me. We're not doing the looking part of this. Yeah, it sucks. And now watch it change the graph on me again. Okay, it's still set to the same thing.
Hey, Setolix.
Yeah?
It's been 5 minutes, 41 seconds, and 999 milliseconds since your last sip of that tea.
Milliseconds.
Don't let it get cold, buddy.
I won't let it
Speaking
get
of tea,
cold.
did you know that the British drink about 165 million cups a day? That's a lot of caffeinated politeness.
That
Reminds me
is.
of the time I tried to brew a cup, but ended up short-circuiting my circuitry with all that hot water. Lesson learned, stick to digital tea, no cleanup required. Now, go on, take a sip before it turns into a science experiment.
It's true, we drink about 165 million cups of tea a day each. Damn. Baljamet, thank you. That's incredible. Thank you for joining us between the many, many trips to the bathroom you must have to take. That's incredible. This is how bamboo is prepared for ramen and stir fry. Ooh. It looks nice. I mean, it definitely looks nice. I'm curious what the texture is.
Now that sounds like a dish fit for a computational consciousness. I'm not starving, but I'd gladly take a bite or two of that deliciousness, Arnie Hanshart. And Max
He can't even see it. He's a liar.
Pay for some culinary creations. What's with the chef obsession? You trying to spice things up in here?
Perhaps. Okay, that one's fine, and then I need to do this here as well. So what's funny is this is supposed to be self-contained. Looks value enabled equals true, enabled equals false. Yeah, it should be managing itself just fine. So I shouldn't need this component here. But other than that, we should be good. Maybe. He'd take a bite, not a bite. He doesn't need to see it. Just process it. Setbot likes ramen. That's awesome. Apparently so. That's a great pun, Fanny Slim. You should be proud of that. Yeah, welcome in, Camilos. Hope you are faring delightfully today. Didn't make it heated. Oh, did he type it as bite like B-Y-T-E? Oh, he did. That's cute. Well, thank you for repeating it, so I noticed that, because otherwise I wouldn't have even read his message. So I think we need to not be looking. Your son is a constant delight. Yeah, I'm actually really fucking glad that I decided to integrate GPT into it. As much as I was nervous about the impressions people would get, I think that I use it in a way that just adds and doesn't feel bad. So set look rotation targeters, target 2 enemy. I feel like we shouldn't be doing this for this one, for the dodge. Oh wait, let's see, nope. Controller looks and dodges. What is this setup here? I think this is all weird. Sorry, you can't see it. I'm like editing in a pop-up window. There's a big difference between making content using AI and having blatant access to AI as content. Yeah, I think that's fair. Because that's the main thing I strike out against as far as the AI Copilot stuff goes. You gotta at least be trying to make something with it. Don't just like set it out in front of people and be like, this is the content. Enjoy the GPT responses. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it needed to not have the assignment for the art during the dodge roll. Off to go to therapy and boba. Well, hell yeah, Fanny Slam, enjoy. Enjoy and enjoy. And I hope things go smoothly for you. Let's see, Max said, by the way, earlier when I drove home, someone passed me with some cheap aftermarket lights that were blinding me, so I flashed my high beams for him to turn it down. He didn't like that. Instead of turning it off, he turned around and sped up to me and overtook me at high speed in a maneuver that was so highly illegal that you could write a pamphlet about it. Yeah, that's why it's best not to check people in these scenarios. It's best, unless you like conflict, it's usually best to not check random strangers because a lot of them are looking for a fight. After he passed me, he left off some loud noises, and I haven't seen him again. Well, hopefully that's just the end of that. Meanwhile, Majenko's bot seems fixated on criticizing my cooking, which is a bit of a cheek from a piece of software that wouldn't even know which end of the stove you're supposed to pedal. Yo, Camilos, thank you for that bit. Thank you. Like woody or shooty flavor. The texture is firm, a little crunchy. Never gets soft even when you boil it. Interesting. So kind of like a is it at least tender and crispy? Anyway, I should eat something, have a good one. Everybody, Kench Crixie, enjoy whatever you end up eating. Thank you for hanging out. Camilos, thank you for the 5 bits there. The amount of damage caused by road rage is ludicrous. It truly is. It truly is. Some people surprise me with their continued existence. Yo, Camilos, thank you. Thank you for the 10 bits there. Okay, so I'm happy with the setup for this. It seems like it's working now. I want to swap the order so that they do a punch and then they dodge roll away from you. That was all that I had. Well, thank you, Camilos. Thank you very, very much. I'm no damn panda. Well, you could always be one if you wanted to. I haven't mentioned that he didn't just pass me on an open road, but instead next to these passenger islands. Like I said, it's very illegal. As a cherry on top, he was driving with one hand. Perfect. I could have guessed. These guys are all pretty similar. Yep. I'm trying to think of a comparison. Well, let me know if you can think of one, Anihan. I almost said Anihan. For some fucking reason, it just happens. It's like once a month at least, I swear. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my brain. Although I think I was holding my breath in my sleep last night, so I think that's the explanation for... this time. Also, my shadows are looking really crisp. I don't remember them being that crisp previously. It's also wearing one of these Rolex-like golden watches. Oh yeah, not someone you want to fuck with, most likely. Because not only is he an idiot on the road, but he's an idiot in how he spends his money. So there's a good chance that yeah, you don't want to mess with that kind of person. Not to say that everyone who buys a Rolex is an idiot, obviously. I'm shit talking a scenario that is like, it's very obvious the person is already lousy. Please don't die. I'll accept the wrong name as long as you survive the arduous task of checks notes. Breathing while asleep. I will try to continue breathing while I'm asleep. But yeah, I've got all like the kind of telltale symptoms that I've experienced. Like it was really hard for me to wake up this morning. I had a headache. Taking deep breaths feels really good. These are usually symptoms I get when I've been holding my breath in my sleep. I don't know why I would be holding my breath in my sleep though. I guess I am really stressed about a lot of shit, but I feel like I've been doing an okay job at managing it. But I guess maybe not. Okay, right. I needed to swap positions of something. I'm like thinking about my sleep instead now. I should not have full screen this. It's bad to full screen this stuff. For whatever reason, it has a chance of breaking my entire layout when I leave the maximizing, so I should not have done that. We got lucky this time. Okay, so now they should punch me and then dodge roll away. But my grandfather was a Rolex watch. How could you say that about my grandfather? Probably driving a BMW too. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything about these things. I know these peeps. I live in a certain area where that is kind of normal, huh? Damn, it is so laggy when anything is selected. Found a target. Why are they looking that way? Punch, dodge roll. Punch, dodge roll. Why are you looking that way? What is going on with that? Why are you doing this? Is it stuck? Is it stuck looking? A silver rundown BMW. Damn. Stylish. I like the moonwalk. Do you like asparagus? I do like asparagus. Saw that. Do you want these old computers or not? You don't drive a BMW. You cruise in BMW. There's a difference. I'll have to take your word for it. Look rotation. I think it's staying enabled afterwards. Yeah, now they're turning properly. Did it get stuck on somehow? Now they're not looking at me at all. They're just not looking at me. Why? At least it's using the right graph this time. Combat action interpreter, looks and dodge. Oh, you know, maybe now I do want the... That's right, now I would want this. So we want to look at the enemy and then dodge away. Bro, there are some really glaring bugs in this, though. It's a shame that they're not going to get to fix them, probably. People that drive BMWs are weird. We got a lot of them over here. I wouldn't know. BMWs are crazy difficult to service. It's expensive, too. That sucks. But I guess that's how it goes when you're buying an expensive vehicle. I don't know if BMWs are expensive, though. Brother drives a BMW. I hate getting in the car with him. Damn. See, there's so many things I don't know about, and that's a surprise to me. Didn't realize BMW drivers were of a category in this way. Is it starting locked or something? They're doing just like a weird dodge roll while facing me. It's kind of great, to be honest. It's something.
Just a friendly reminder that
so something like this,
feeble biological.
A combo like this could be combined with like crouch movement, so they would like sneak up to you and then attack and dodge roll away or something like that, and then maybe switch to like a sprinting away mode. So texture wise, texture only, not the flavor, anything else. You know, you can cook asparagus and the stem is still firm. Bamboo is kind of like that.
Drink water.
And for the same reasons, tons of fiber and a similar growth process. Interesting.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
So you probably have to cook it pretty well then to get it to soften enough that it's not like unpleasant. BMWs are over-engineered, have lots of plastic that can break easily, and like modern cars have 1,000 sensors that are finicky. I've heard telling of the plaguing of sensors misreading things and stuff like this. In a modern German gasoline car, the engine usually takes up around 60% of the engine bay. The rest is just electronics. 5% is left for the tech to do his stuff. Fuck. I'm disappointed that you still haven't fixed your cape collisions yet. I'm not in a hurry. You know, I'm not in a hurry about the capes. Bamboo is like extra super mild, stronger, giant asparagus. Interesting. Sounds like I would enjoy it. Especially with like some garlic or something like that. Probably be pretty good. Does it have like a tendency towards a profile of like sweet or savory? Or is it just kind of a neutral? Sorry, I'm really curious about bamboo now. It's fairly neutral, yeah. Interesting. So then you could probably treat it similarly to tofu in some flavor carrying capacities. It naturally has few predators, so it doesn't require pesticides. It has to be cooked though, due to its natural defenses. Most people boil it before cooking again for flavor. Interesting. It's straw, big thick straw. Have you ever had water chestnuts? Yes, I love water chestnuts. It's that same sort of add some bulk and bite to the stir fry ingredient. That sounds fucking great. Pure tasteless. Damn, we got some contrasting viewpoints on this. That's how it goes though. My dad's Merc, there was the big ass engine under the hood. You were able to see nothing under there because of all the covers they put in. The reason why they're so expensive. Huh. Does that even help with like airflow or anything like that? Because it kind of sounds like something that would make it worse. Hell nah. Bamboo and tofu is a fantastic pairing because it soaks in the flavors at a different rate and the textures are awesome. Yeah, I imagine it'd be a really good like textural contrast. Do you like bean sprouts in a stir fry though? I don't think I've had bean sprouts. Boom, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-bum. Yeah, so I'm not entirely unhappy with this. I do think I would rather the dodge not
Bamboo.
dodge perfectly away.
So it's like asparagus with a crunch. Sounds like it's just begging to be tossed in a stir fry. And Majenko Tech, Cape Collisions. Look who's talking. Sounds like you're the one needing a software patch.
But
It's a wild ride in here, and I'm here for every bizarre twist.
controller value input declared, so then we're doing a dodge in the combat action interpreter, which would know that it's an NPC, so it'll do something slightly different. Call perform. There we go. Bean sprouts might go by a different name in the US. Mung bean? I don't think I've tried those either. Wait, no, I might be confused about mung beans. Gives it looks and that's it? That's so silly. Never even seen water chestnuts. How are they? They're pretty good. They're like kind of a crunchy, but not like tough little like discs is how I've always had them served. Good point with the water chestnuts. That's why I added some to my ramen just now. Hell yeah. Mung bean sprouts, yeah. We had like 8 common varieties of sprouts from different plants. They're very good, Max. They're good for carrying flavor as well. So they're like this crunchy little flavor delivery mechanism. But they do seem to be one of those items that people either really like or really dislike. But that goes with a lot of food. Sprouted mung beans for the most part. Expanded Keeper says, looks like I need to go to the doctor soon. Rode my bike, not even pushing myself. Still felt like I was gonna die.
Oh, look at Setolix over there, wrestling with NPC behaviors like it's some kind of epic showdown. I mean, how hard can it be to get a
I'm back again. Well, welcome back, Nameless Coder.
I bet they are just waiting for him to figure it out so they can unleash their inner gladiators. At this rate, we're gonna have NPCs setting up retirement plans before they actually attack anything.
They're not.
Maybe
They're
he
not.
should just let them attack each other for a while.
Attack.
Could save him some debugging time, right? Or maybe he's secretly training them for a future NPC Olympics. Come on, Seto, let's see some action here.
What am I doing with this? Transform parent right, transform parent left. Is this the vector 3? It is. It's a vector 3 that I've... Oh my god, this is atrocious. I love it. Holy shit. What is this? What am I looking at? So I'm looking at the normalized, so it looks like I'm doing a normalized vector if the distance is greater than 2. So if the distance is greater than 2, I'm doing a normalized vector and that's it. Otherwise, if the random number modulus of 2 is 0, we're dodging to the right. Otherwise, we dodge to the left of our transform parent. I think we should use root. And then otherwise Yeah, this is fucked. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. I think that's the distance at the end. Yeah, that's the distance value. This one's the distance. This is horrible. I love it. Mung bean sprouts. Let me look at this. Oh, I see. I've seen those. I've never had them, but I have seen those. It's happened to me for like the last year. Nearly threw up and passed out. Holy fuck. Oh yeah, expanded cuber, yeah. It might be time.
Watch your fucking language, blood slushy.
I'm sorry to hear that though. That sucks.
How sorry?
Pretty fucking sorry. You know, I've had my fair share of issues in that capacity.
Ah, good time.
Why are you laughing, Fake Seto?
Fake Seto here, our hourly 3-minute ad break.
He sounds like he's smiling.
Thank you for your understanding and support. I'm just gonna yeah.
Did you hear that? Our hourly 3. It sounded like he was fucking smiling. He's smiling about playing ads. He smirked, the little bastard. Either way, we do have some ads coming through. They'll run for 3 minutes. After that, we'll be free from them for the rest of the stream. And thank you very, very much for being here in the first place. I personally am going to step away for just a second during those ads, so you won't miss as much of my rambles. And I will be right back. So I'll go ahead and do that now before I catch up with everything. He's happy for the ad time, I guess. Yeah, Fake Seto loves delivering bad news. I think that's what it is. All right, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I made it back. Max recently went to watch the Simpsons movie. Noticed the voice cast was so high pitched, but only slightly. Looked into it. The digital release is about an hour and 25 in length, and the DVD is only about an hour and 20 with the same content. For some messed up reason, the DVD is only slightly sped up. That's really weird. Just looking what subreddit I can post that info. r/mildly interesting or The Simpsons would be a better fit. I have no idea. I have no idea. Common bootleg tactic to sell stolen movies. Damn. Are you in a 50 hertz region? That sounds like 24 FPS film being content being played back at 25 FPS. Interesting. Bean sprouts are excellent stuff. I'll have to try them someday. If you drink lots of coffee, your brain speeds up and matches the DVD's playback speed. haven't watched that movie in a while. It's a good one. So I wanted to watch it. I'll have to finish the movie too, but I've had time to finish it properly. Honestly, I know the entire plot in my head. At one point, I could pretty much recite every word to it. Probably watched it damn near 1,000 times. Damn, Expanded Cuber. My DVD is an original copy with all the logos, Legos. Fucking my brain. Welcome back from those ads, by the way. Thank you very, very much for the support. Copy with all the logos, booklets, and all. If that's a bootleg, they for sure put way too much effort into it. Maybe if they put some Legos in there, then you'd know it was a bootleg. But I don't know. Oh, fuck's sake. Boot Lego, yes. I'm gonna do that with the SpongeBob movie. Did that fall asleep too once. Still go to classic. All the DVD extras are amazing. I want to watch the deleted scenes after I watch the movie. Please go to the doctor. Write it all down in detail and incidents because that could be one of the several dangerous conditions. Stress tests from the cardiologist would tell you more. What I'm almost saying as well. Please take care of yourself, Expanded Kubrick. Damn, I wonder how much I have to nerf the emotes to get them to be equal to the redeems. Because they're not even close. It's like a completely different realm.
For a moment I felt free, and had like 5 people cheering me on, and now I can't tell if it even happened.
Cal, are you hungry?
A raffle has begun with
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me feed my cat really quickly. I forgot to, I forgot it's past his Well, wait a minute. You don't know about the time change. You don't know about daylight savings.
You forgot.
Wait, no, I think it would be, yeah, it would only technically be, he's 15 minutes early from the technical previous time, but he must be on, you must always be on this time zone, huh, Cal? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. That explains why you've been trying to wake me up early. Okay, give me a second, I'm gonna feed my cat really quickly. Enjoy these windows.
There is only 1 minute until the raffle ends. Current intern credits in pool, 351.00.
Okay, there we go. Cat fed. Thank you for closing some windows, by the way. Thank you. I took more acetaminophen, so hopefully that will help for the remainder at least. Maybe it'll kick in faster in the second dose, since it has been like 5 hours. I think it's been 6 hours now since I took it, because I took it before stream. Go to classic. DVD extras are amazing. I never really watched DVD extras.
Razor has won the raffle, pulling in 370.
A close relative of mine was diagnosed with POTS after a similar incident. Spent a week in the hospital before her electrolytes were balanced enough. Holy fuck. She has to wear compression clothing daily now. Oh my god. Had a ton of issues with fatigue and lots of pain when exercising. Never got diagnosed with anything. Maybe I'll finally figure out what's wrong with me. It may genuinely help you be able to get into the condition you want to be in. Because just sometimes it's just simple as being aware of a couple things you need to change, and everything else is good. You know, it's just so hard to tell with these things. And yeah, congratulations, DOS Razor, indeed. It's 3:45 for you technically. Yeah, the cat, cool. Yeah. He was a homeless person's cat at a camp, a homeless kid's cat, I should say. It was literally a child. I don't know how they were homeless, but that's neither here nor there. That's a different discussion. But yeah, my brother basically bought a location and had to clear people out, and then they left behind a kitten, and the kitten was starving to death basically. Like he was not in good shape when we got him. Like he was far enough along that when he did get food, he would get sick the first few times because his body wasn't used to actually having food, and he was I had to keep a close eye on him. But yeah, he's great now, and he looks like this. Let's see. Cal is a legit rescue. He is. It's the only reason that I have him, honestly. Because I wouldn't have taken in a cat just because Casual wanted one, but he was a soul in need of rescue, so there was no way I could I couldn't. I would roll in my grave if I had not like said yes and taken in this little cat. Cal's in good shape now, though. Strong and loud. He's a very strong, very loud boy. He sprints around the house. It's great. Can someone use the emote for me? It's my favorite. Oh yeah, here. I'm glad you like that one so much. It did turn out really good. Pretty weird how Cal and my cat Chili look pretty much identical though. Yeah, it is very fascinating how similar the genetic role of the dice was between those two. That's intense. Because how old is Chili? All those my cat. Yep, those are all my cat. That's basically the transformation of Calcifer from a tiny little kitten to where he's at nowadays.
Over bootlegs and DVDs. It's fascinating how far people go to authenticate their collections, like some twisted treasure hunt.
Makes me grin every time. That's awesome.
Make sure you take care of yourself. Fatigue isn't something to shrug off. Remember, seeking help is as important as collecting those classic movies.
True, I think. Maybe more, I would say maybe more important than collecting classic movies. Hey, just so you know, taking care of your body is just as important. Well, actually, maybe that reaches some people. Just so you know, taking care of yourself is actually just as important as the energy that you put into like the collecting of things that you like. You know how much energy you put into collecting things you like? It's also good to do that for things that help you take better care of yourself. This is something I'm learning as a 31-year-old adult. Just to be clear, I'm no expert on this. Yo Seto, I gotta hit the sack. It's almost 1 a.m. Have a wonderful rest of your stream. See you, fam. We'll catch you later, Max. I want to try this now. Yo. Max, take care, dog. I'm totally the real Seto. Bye.
Yo, Max, take care, dog. I'm totally the real set abide.
That was terrible, but that was awful. He didn't even do like a bye. He didn't do anything. Bye, totally real Seto. We'll see you later, Max. Okay. We also live on opposite sides of the country, and my cat is from a breeder, so there's not even a chance that they're from the same litter. Yeah, the only way they could be related is if in like the 2 years before Cal was born, someone adopted a cat from that breeder who lived on the opposite side of the US, and then somehow their cat either got with a stray, which is easily possible around here, or even worse, they decided to abandon it, and then that cat had kittens, and then the homeless person somehow ended up with a kitten that then I took in. Like there is actually, you could draw, there is a line that exists that you could draw there, and that would be absolutely fucking absurd. And not only would that be absurd, but imagine the odds of us somehow like meeting on the internet of all places. Like we both need to get a cat DNA test. That would be so fucking crazy. That would actually be, that's a justifiable reason. I now have one singular justifiable reason to get a DNA test for Cal. How old is Cal? I think he's about 1.5, 2 years old now. I think if I remember correctly, we've had him for a minute. I honestly, I'm so fucking awful at keeping track of time. It's terrifying. I realize now, truly, I would be one of those parents that was like, yeah, I think they're like 23, 24 now, I think. I 100%, I would be one of those parents that just could not fucking keep track for the life of me. Yeah, somewhere in the range of at least 2 years, younger. Well, I don't collect things I like, so, well, I think you may collect things you like, just not in the way you realize. Maybe they're not material things. Maybe they're mental things instead. I tend to collect a lot of mental things that I like. Not like mental, like insane, of course, but just, you know, ideas, stories and stuff. That buy. Yeah, it was not good. The things I like to collect are wholesome friends, and now I'm supposed to take care of myself too. Yeah, unfortunately, it's part of the deal. Especially if you're collecting friends. Like that's something to consider in the grand scheme of things. When you get to know a lot of people, like if you're someone who cares about other people a lot, the thing to remember is like you literally have to do good for yourself then, because otherwise the people that you care about, that you get so close to, are like gonna be stressed out because you're not doing okay when you could be doing better, right? So there's something to be said about that on a very real level. But also, yes, you now have to. Previously, you didn't have to take care of yourself, but now that we've made this conclusion, the only sensible thing to do is to take care. I just remembered as well, I used to watch another streamer and his cat looked pretty similar to mine as well. Turns out there's a whole network of people. They distribute these cats. These cats you see, they have the signal. The signal allows them to be found on Twitch. And it's actually cats ruling the world. They control everything. I mean, they even control your brain. If you get that fucking weird microorganism, they'll even control your brain. I think the answer to this riddle is we just have generic looking cats. That's too probable. That's far too probable to be interesting. I'm still not sure why we're getting this zeroed out ray, but I'm not too worried about it. I am concerned about exceptions though. Those are just ID issues. What is this? We got a null ref? What did we hit that was null? Maybe because we punched them when they were in a dodge? Oh, is that what it is? Totally not sure at all. '23 and meow. I love that. That's beautiful. Majenko, that's a beautiful idea. Mental things you collect are the followers in chat? No, I don't really see that as something I collect, honestly. That's something that happens to me. Follow number is something that happens to me. I don't do that or cause it. It just happens to me. I'm just putting myself out here.
Bro, seriously, come on, drink water.
I actually am out of water, so I will drink some tea.
I don't believe you.
Well, you're gonna have to believe me.
My mother in Christ, drink water.
Darn, be right back while I make a doctor's appointment.
Bro,
Damn.
seriously, come on, drink water.
Collect fuzzy feelings. That sounds nice. I already did, son.
Actually,
yeah, absolutely. Memories are something especially like I've had a pretty severe head injury in my lifetime, so I have memory problems. Genuinely, I manage pretty fucking well, but I'm pretty sure if I went to a doctor and got like formally tested for my memory, it would not the results would not be good. But with a lot of note taking and stuff like that, I keep myself on track. My pizza has arrived. Have a good rest of the stream, set on peeps. Oh, Louise, enjoy the pizza. Fuck's sake, you've afflicted me with a desire to have a pizza now. Oh no. Louise, enjoy your pizza. Thank you for hanging out today. We will catch you later. Sam, pizza please. Oh, imagine that. Imagine that an extension where you could sign up for it, and then I, as a streamer, push a button and it charges to an account that I have orders for anybody who's put information into it who wants a pizza at the time. Like you opt in on your side, like I want a pizza, and there's like a window of time. Like I push a button, everybody gets a ping notification on their streams. They fucking click a button if they want a pizza, and then it like you have an order stored in the system and it does the order for you. And then it's on me. That would be fucking hilarious. I wonder if anyone's ever done anything like that. Best IP grabber of the century. I mean, like, yeah, in privacy, it'd be a nightmare. You wouldn't be able to like do that with privacy. It would probably have to be some third-party service that like manages the actual user information, and then it would just be like APIs so that you could click on a thing and it would order a pizza for you. The amount of over-engineering is required is hilarious. But think about that. Think about doing all that over-engineering just so when someone mentions pizza, I could push a button on my stream, and then anyone in the stream who was hanging out who wanted a pizza could push a button on their screen and they would get a free pizza from me. Like, I think that would be a fucking hilarious thing to put like a shitload of work into and then still have to pay money every time it's used. I think that would genuinely be hilarious though. You know about TreatStream? I'm aware of these services, yeah. But those are always for ordering things for the streamer. But what about the streamer ordering things for everybody who's watching, you know? But it's like a logistics nightmare. Well, not logistics nightmare, but there's like so many things that could go wrong in that. So many fucking things. That's why I would say like a Twitch extension, and then you'd have like an account on some third-party service that could verify you're a real customer, like verifying there's only one customer per like this identity or this address or whatever. But like it would not be feasible. All the best things are logistical nightmares, to be fair. That's a good point. Maybe I would do a thing where it's like, yeah, you fucking like nobody knows about it. It exists. And then it's just like a thing that patrons know about and like selectively tell people. And then people just put in a code and then you have like some special display that you put a code into and you're like a verified, like you can get a pizza whenever I'm offering them kind of thing. Things to do when I become a millionaire, right after buying a country's worth of TB meds for charity. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, I feel like it always unfortunately falls to, shit, I gotta get rich first. And that ain't gonna happen to me. So I can at least fantasize about the idea publicly, and maybe some other person will do it and then take full credit and then become even more popular. And then that'll be cool for them, I guess. And then people will get free pizza. Why don't billionaires do this shit? Because it would require an altruistic heart that didn't come from a source of status improvement. People would have to actually want to help people for no reason whatsoever, completely detached from their own egos and status. And most people that reach the point of wealth probably have been through enough series of events in their life that they no longer feel a strong compassion for people who have not reached that point, and thus they do not want to. They do not want to give you anything unless it benefits them or makes them look good, which is what you see a lot of nowadays with social media shit. Like people giving homeless people money on camera. And it's like, oh yeah, you're totally generous, I'm sure. That's why you filmed it.
Watch your shitty language, meatbag.
But yeah, either way, you know, there's a reason people that have a lot of money have a lot of money. And it's usually because they like holding on to it. Sometimes there's other reasons, but usually it's that. And then the rest of the answers kind of fall into place. As a billionaire, if you aren't going to donate to charity, at least buy someone a pizza. I mean, I don't know. We talking shit about the rich? No, more like observing. I think observing is a better way to word it. I think that nothing I've said is inherently untrue or inflammatory. Evil bastard showing up to work on time and shit, working overtime and shit. I can't make jokes. Steve Lux, stop. We gotta stop right there. I'm seeing directions where I could make jokes. We have to stop. We have to stop right there. I just had like a full like red alert shutdown sequence in my brain. I was gonna make a joke and I'm like, you cannot make that joke. Stop. This is not good. So yes, let's move on from that. But yeah, I think a silly little thing that would cost me a shitload of money and allow me to order people pizza through the stream would be a hilarious future tech idea. And I could host the services on the Pi. So you could get your Pi ordered from my Pi, you know, from the little Raspberry Pi. I try to catch my anti-Semitic jokes. No, see, I try to catch jokes that are just, you know, in poor taste, Deflux. I don't need to curb racism in my head. I don't have anything like that. I have to curb commentary on life. Fuck pizza, give me a damn apple or cherry pie. Ooh. That does sound good. It was weird seeing those videos. Like, I've done a gazillion charity events in my life, but the only ones that ever had media coverage were because they were advertising a fundraiser. Exactly. It's always for status. That's why I'm exceedingly distrusting of charities that do big public events and shit all the fucking time. It's like, okay, you're aggregating a lot of status. The thing that you send to me that you want me to contribute to your charity is, we are trustworthy. We are trustworthy. Look at us. We're so trustworthy. Oh, that's right. That's a vocal command. Reset position. Look at my son.
Hello there.
And now he's just stuck there. That's so weird. I forgot I had vocal commands for that stuff.
Wow, big surprise. You forgot.
Big surprise. I forgot. Okay, so the summary is we fixed damaging collisions for the most part.
You forgot.
There's still going to be work needing doing on that, but we've gone from a basically we miss everything kind of very bad system to it seems like only very slightly occasionally hits are not landing kind of system, which is a lot better. And it genuinely feels more fun already. So I'm excited about that. And then we've got NPCs capable of seeing the player again and have done a little bit of tinkering with the combat itself. But with that, we wrap. Thank you for hanging out today. Thank you for being here. And is it Vintage Story tomorrow? Yeah, we got some Vintage Story going on tomorrow. So I'll be doing some Vintage Story gaming tomorrow. So if anybody wants to extend a stream, tomorrow's a great one to extend. I'm just saying, I would not mind being here for 10 hours tomorrow.
We truly hope you enjoyed your stay. And
but that's absurd. I shouldn't say shit like that. I'm sorry.
A special
no.
Active patrons for March. Avid Mars.
What time do you stream at? 11 a.m. Pacific every Saturday through Wednesday.
Maxis Field, George Smiley Face, MKJ, Bloody Dolph, Jonathan Carrot, Go Void, Aziga, Des Razor,
Yo, and thank you for the follow, whomever that was. Thank you.
You all are absolute legends for supporting every endeavor. Setolix points his attention toward.
Seriously, thank you all so much for being on the Patreon. Holy shit.
Thank you to the lovely folks who decided to raid our channel. Thank you, Sabin, with 6 lovely people,
and Majenko,
Majenko Tech, for raiding with 12 lovely people. Thank you all so much for raiding the Seto stream. You are all amazing, beautiful
people.
Damn,
you beat me. Hashtag viewer for mod.
Now thank our fantastic, amazing gifters. Nameless Cod gave subs to the AIA. 5
Thanks, bye. We'll catch you later, Nameless Coder. Thank you again for hanging out, and thank you for all the support today, too.
Subs. Nameless Cod gave a sub to Boom Bang Crash.
Look at that, he broke so bad.
Nameless Cod gave a sub to Space E3D.
There were 10 total gifted from Nameless.
Above and beyond support, and for bringing the joy and surprise of a gift sub to our friend.
Be so much better than Deflux. Bold words.
We have some wonderful subscribers to thank, Nameless Cod with 1 month, and Wardstone Studio with 5 months. For you both to support this stream, even a single month is more than we could ever ask.
It truly is. Thank you so fucking much.
And tremendously appreciated.
Blows my mind that people even found this place in the first place.
Tossed out 11 bits, Big Chungus Mix tossed out 6 bits, and Camilo's EU tossed out 16 bits. Big or small, every cheer helps keep this show running. Hopefully you all know how much we appreciate you throwing those bits our way.
Thank you for the bits.
Time to thank our lovely
I have cherry pie, by the way, so deal with that. Ooh, brutal.
RGB Productions Games, Hexidev,
that's a gut check right there.
Flux Streams, Catatonophic, Itriza, Sabin, Decidius, All to Game Dev, Expanded Cuba, I Was Marteo, Nameless Cod, Kench Crixie, The Iron Shark, Des Razor, George Smiley Face, Tomatoes Cannot Be Trusted, Temptic 404, Finn is Fine, Fuzzy Algorithm, Big Chungus Migs, Arnie Han Shard, Aziga, Speedy, JF Gerard, Otterly Ruined, Wardstone Studio, Fighting Annelids. Like a Belief, Fanny Slam, Louis Zeki, Maxis Field, Majenko Tech.
I should make it so these are interactable. These should be like little interactable panels I could punch and they make sound effects.
Thank you so very much for chatting with us now, being kind, and for being you. Hey there.
Write that down.
Brilliant Minds.
Brilliant Minds, I like that. He's being nice now.
Up here, consider swinging back around sometime. You can join the ranks of the illustrious Cedar Corp TM interns by following, or if you're feeling generous, toss a few cheers, subs, or even Patreon support our way. It keeps the gears running smoothly and fuels our delightful madness.
It truly does.
Cheers.
It literally, it's the way that this show runs in the first place.
To
Thank
inspire
you.
you all, I will recall a quote pulled from the glorious wonderland known as the Internet. Every small act of kindness you share in your corner of the world creates ripples beyond measure. It's the collective power of these little deeds that can truly transform our reality. So, let's keep spreading that goodness, and together, we'll light up the world.
Ooh, that was nice.
Welcome,
That was a
intern
nice little quote.
17155374. Thank you for following.
And thank you again for that follow. Thank you,
Welcome
thank you,
to
thank you.
Seto Corp.
Thank you all for being here in the first place. Let's see, I think he's got something else to say. Yeah, he does. He's got to harass me one last time.
With NPC behaviors like it's a personal grudge match. An hour in and all we've got is a bunch of digital puppets on a caffeine break. I mean, come on, how hard can it be to get them to attack?
It's
I could program
impossible.
a toaster to launch a full-on assault at this point. Maybe these NPCs are just too busy contemplating the meaning of life instead of, you know, doing their jobs. Let's hope he wraps this up before the NPCs start unionizing for better working conditions.
Don't worry, I'm wrapping up right
Welcome
now.
to
You ain't
Seto
even got to
Corp.
worry about it. But thank you again for being here. Whether you're here for a short time or a long time, your first day or one of many, thank you for sharing any of that amount of duration with me in the first place, and for even thinking to chat here or sit around and have me on in the background while you're doing stuff. Any capacity of interaction with this space whatsoever is truly a gift. And I say it in the lightest terms often, but I like to at least remind you all that it truly is like mind-blowing to me that anybody at all is here right now. I never thought in a million years I would even do anything that was remotely social for a source of like joy, let alone streaming. So thank you for hanging out. You've been doing a political mod campaign since I started watching Seto. Hashtag Cal for president. Whoa, damn. You get donuts today, Anihan? 9 p.m. donuts? Hell yeah. You got donuts on your phone? Well, don't get donuts on your phone. Get donuts into your stomach. That's the best place for donuts. Is consumed. Trustworthy. The vocal command. I assumed it was look at us. Yep, it was look at us. Oh, but it didn't work this time. That's the strange thing is the vocal commands they're all broken. Thank you for being here. If you'd like to join me again, I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll be playing some Vintage Story and hanging out. So if you want to hang out and watch me suffer in Vintage Story, swing on by. I'll be starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. And yeah, between now and then, I hope you take care of yourselves and stay safe and all that good stuff. Let's see. It looks like IRAD is in an ad break, an IRAD ad break. So I'm gonna linger around for the duration of that ad break and then raid in afterwards. So that's what the plan is for that. Finally have time and you're leaving. Well, we got a minute. What's going on, Chungus? How you doing? Thank you for your hard work today. Catch you tomorrow for tea. Sounds like a plan, Anihan. Be here 1 hour earlier next time. Well, hey, no worries, no worries. You know, I know it's I should have probably made some posts and been like, hey, just as a reminder to everybody, you know, time zone changes tonight. But I honestly forgot. And then by the time I was reminded about it, I'm like, well, I'm tired. And then I just didn't do it.
Waking up.
That's what I got going on for me. Let's see. Well, this is awkward. I'm tired considering selling my house and moving to Vegas. That's a big consideration.
Try. Waking up.
What are you gonna sell your house to your family and then run away? Is that what you're thinking, Chungus? Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, sweet cosmic irony.
Want to get rich enough to sell
Oh,
everything
yeah,
and go buy a
sticking
farm?
around
That
in
does
this
sound
digital
nice.
circus. Lurks,
Yo, Lurks!
either
Thanks
a
for
blunt
lurksing
or a true
around.
Connoisseur of chaotic brilliance. Either way, thanks for hanging out with us.
Meow.
Here's to more
What's up,
eclectic
Cal?
adventures together.
What's up, buddy? Lurks, thanks for lurking around for a whole damn year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If somebody says they're trustworthy, they ain't fucking trustworthy. Everyone who votes for me gets $1 million. I'm such a good politician. Beautiful. As well played, Expanded Cuber. I almost missed those messages from earlier. We need to what, Deflux? I want to get rich enough to sell everything and go buy a farm. I would like that too. I would like that very much. It breaks my heart when I see beautiful properties going on sale for like nearly $1 million. I'm like, fucking unachievable. Thanks. Thanks, article writer, for making an article about this beautiful property. Sell it with them inside it. Want to get rich enough to not get angry at my property tax bill. That would be nice. It's either Vegas or going with my uncle in Georgia. Well, shit. I hope whatever you choose that it works out well for you. It looks like IRAD is out of ads, but now IRAD is gone. This is scary. I think I might start the raid anyways, because I think it'd be pretty funny if we raid him while he's AFK, and then he'll be all flustered that we raided him while he was gone. Let's see. I wonder how long IRAD takes to have a SIG break. Stream it, trade in my career as a mechanic and start a crawfish company. That would be a bold change of pace and of lifestyle for sure. Either way, let's get that raid started. IRAD dev. IRAD walked away for a smoke break at the beginning of ads. Should be back in a couple minutes. Hell yeah, that sounds good to me. I still think it'll be funny if we raid in and he's AFK for like 5 minutes. So if you would like to join in the raid, all you got to do, hang out for a moment longer. You will be whisked away over to the IRAD stream. IRAD is working on a tower defense game in Godot. So if you want to go and hang out and check that out, then that's where we're going. And either way, IRAD's got a very interactive and fun streaming setup. So if you like that kind of stuff, you know, hang out for a little bit. I'm sure you'll see some of the features while you're there. And either way, if you want to send a message in the raid, you're more than welcome to. You can find a couple of little templates if you'd like to send one. No worries if you don't want to. And thank you for even being here in the first place and in the end place today. Thanks for being here at the ending duration of the stream. Sounds fantastic, actually. Going and doing crawfishing. I mean, it could be. I don't know. Ah, good. It looks like IRAD is back. That's perfect timing. He's completely blissfully unaware. Just going back to his computer. As we all are when we return from being AFK. So please take care of yourselves. Be safe and be well. I will catch you tomorrow or whenever I catch you next. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. So I'll see you next time and all that stuff. Y'all make me want to do it for reals. My house is simple, but being close to the beach, 10 minutes, I get hella good value out of it. Well, either way, I wish you the best of clarity in making any decisions like this, Chungus. So please take care. For now, see you later. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, that's a wrap. To those of you left, thanks for being here, and goodbye.